You wake up in a world where Christmas doesn't sparkle. There are no twinkling lights strung across cobblestone streets, no inflatable reindeer wobbling in suburban lawns, no Mariah Carey defrosting in the cultural freezer every November 30th. Instead, you open your eyes to the smell of damp wool, wood smoke, and something faintly medicinal, probably the chamber pot in the corner that hasn't been emptied since Tuesday. It's December in 1611. You're in a cramped attic room above a shoemaker's workshop in the walled city of Nuremberg, Bavaria. The Holy Roman Empire sprawls across the map like a drunk uncle at Christmas dinner, technically present, barely functional, held together by paperwork and prayer. Outside your window, the world is grey, not Instagram filter grey, medieval grey, the kind of grey that suggests God himself is depressed. You're cold. Of course you're cold. The only heat source is a small iron brazier in the corner, glowing with the enthusiasm of a dying firefly. Your breath clouds in the air, your fingers ache. And somewhere below, in the workshop, your master is already awake, hammering leather into submission. This is not a Christmas special. This is December as it actually was, before Coca-Cola invented Santa's red suit, before Charles Dickens guilt-tripped Victorian England into caring about poor people, before capitalism turned the birth of Christ into a quarterly earnings report. But here's the thing. Even in this bleak, frozen, pre-industrial nightmare, someone is about to do something unforgivable. Someone is about to make Christmas fun. His name is Klaus Liebermann, and in 3 weeks he will be arrested for the crime of sorcerous merriment. The charges will include unsanctioned toy-making, distribution of joy without a guild license, and, most damning of all, making children laugh during Advent. The year is 1611, and Klaus Liebermann is about to become history's first elf. Not the Tolkien kind, not the Keebler kind. The kind that gets dragged before a magistrate for daring to suggest that December should involve something other than frostbite and theological anxiety. Let's rewind. Klaus isn't supposed to exist. Not in the way he does anyway. He's 22 years old, which in 1611 terms makes him a late-stage millennial, old enough to have responsibilities, young enough to still do stupid things. He's an apprentice shoemaker, 3rd year, which means he's technically skilled, but socially irrelevant. His master, Herr Gottfried Scholl, is a guild-certified cobbler with a reputation for making boots so sturdy they could survive the apocalypse. Which, given that this is the early 17th century, and everyone's pretty sure the apocalypse is scheduled for next Thursday, is decent job security. Klaus works 14-hour days, he cuts leather, he hammers soles. He listens to Herr Scholl complain about the Bohemian uprisings, the debasement of currency, and the moral decay of young people who think they're too good for honest labor. It's mind-numbing. So Klaus starts making other things. At first, it's just for himself. A little carved dog, a wooden spinning top, a jointed puppet that dances when you pull the string. He works late at night, after Herr Scholl has gone to bed, using scraps of wood and leather that would otherwise be thrown away. It's not rebellion. It's not even art. It's just something to do, something that isn't boots. But then a child sees one. Her name is Greta. She's 7 years old, the daughter of a local baker, and she's standing outside the workshop one December morning when Klaus arrives to unlock the door. She's staring at him with that unnerving intensity only children possess, the kind that makes you wonder if they can see your sins. Klaus has a wooden bird in his pocket. He carved it the night before. It has articulated wings that flap when you press the tail. He doesn't know why he does it. Maybe it's the way she's standing there, skinny and shivering in a dress that's too thin for December. Maybe it's because he's tired of making boots for people who already have boots. Maybe it's because, for one stupid second, he forgets that joy is regulated. He pulls out the bird and hands it to her. Greta's face splits into a grin so wide it could crack the Holy Roman Empire in half. And that's when Klaus Liebermann makes his first mistake. He smiles back. 3 weeks later, half the children in Nuremberg have toys, little carved animals, painted soldiers, dolls with movable arms. Klaus has been sneaking them out like contraband, handing them to kids in alleyways, leaving them on doorsteps like a festive burglar. He's not selling them. That's important. He's not undercutting the guild-certified toy makers, mostly because guild-certified toy makers don't really exist yet. Toys in 1611 are either handmade by parents or gifted by the obscenely wealthy. The idea of mass-producing joy for children hasn't been invented. Childhood itself is still a relatively new concept. Most kids are just small adults waiting to become useful. But Klaus is making toys and giving them away for free, which in the eyes of the Nuremberg City Council is basically witchcraft. Because here's the thing about 1611, everything is regulated. The guild system controls who can make what, when, and for how much. There are rules about bread, rules about beer, rules about the acceptable length of a woman's sleeves. The idea that some random apprentice cobbler could just start creating things without permission is genuinely unthinkable. And yet, Klaus Liebermann is doing it anyway. On the morning of December 19th, 1611, 2 city guards arrive at Herr Scholl's workshop. They're wearing the kind of expressions medieval law enforcement always wears. Bored, mildly irritated, vaguely ready to hit someone. They ask for Klaus. Herr Scholl, who has no idea what his apprentice has been doing after hours, points upstairs. The guards climb the narrow staircase. They push open the attic door, and they find Klaus Liebermann surrounded by 73 handmade toys. One of the guards picks up a carved reindeer. He turns it over in his hands, squinting at the delicate antlers, the tiny painted eyes. "Sorcery?" he asks. The other guard shrugs. Close enough. Klaus is arrested on the spot. The charges: unlicensed craftsmanship, distribution of unsanctioned goods, and, here's where it gets medieval, the suspicion of invoking merriment through unnatural means. In other words, Klaus Liebermann is being charged with being an elf. And if this feels too real, you should probably subscribe before it gets worse. Let's talk about what Christmas actually was in 1611. Spoiler, it wasn't this. No tinsel, no trees, no figgy pudding, that's a Victorian invention. No carols, those come later. No presents wrapped in cheerful paper. Wrapping paper won't be mass-produced until the 20th century. No stockings hung by the chimney with care. That's a Dutch thing that won't catch on in Germany for another 100 years. Christmas in 1611 is liturgical, which is a fancy way of saying it belongs to the church, and the church is very serious about it. You don't celebrate Christmas, you observe it, like a hawk observes a field mouse, with intensity, focus, and the vague sense that something might get eaten. Advent, the 4 weeks leading up to Christmas, is a season of fasting and penance. You're supposed to be contemplating your sins, not stringing popcorn. The birth of Christ is a solemn, sacred event, not an excuse to get drunk on mulled wine and argue with your relatives about land inheritance. There are church services, many church services, some in Latin, all of them long. If you're lucky, there might be a nativity play, but it's the kind of play where everyone stands very still and recites Bible verses in monotone while the audience prays for death. This is not Elf 2003. This is the Passion of the Christ, December edition. And yet, even in this environment of enforced solemnity, people are finding ways to sneak in joy. Not officially, never officially, but in the cracks, in the margins, in the moments when the church isn't looking. In parts of Germany, there's a folk tradition of the Christ kind, a golden-haired angelic figure who delivers gifts to children on Christmas Eve. It's not Santa. It's not even proto-Santa. It's a very Lutheran compromise between Catholic saint veneration and Protestant theological correctness. Martin Luther invented it a century earlier as a way to shift gift-giving away from St. Nicholas, too Catholic, and toward a vaguely celestial infant. Theology is weird. In Nuremberg specifically, the Christ Kindles market, the Christ Child market, has been running since 1628. Wait, that's wrong, that hasn't happened yet. Scratch that. In 1611, the market tradition is still forming. There are winter fairs, yes, but they're mostly about selling practical things. Candles, sausages, wool. The idea of a market specifically for Christmas, specifically for joy, is still a few decades away. But the impulse is there. People want to celebrate. They want warmth. They want light in the darkness. They want their children to smile. and Klaus Liebermann is giving them exactly that, which is why he's about to be destroyed. The Nuremberg City Council meets on December 21st, 1611, in a stone chamber that smells like old parchment and chronic anxiety. There are 12 council members, all men, all wearing the kind of hats that suggest they take themselves very seriously. The charges against Klaus are read aloud by a clerk with the enthusiasm of a man reading his own death warrant. Klaus Liebermann, apprentice to Herr Gottfried Scholl cobbler, stands accused of the following: the unauthorized manufacture of objects intended for frivolous amusement, the distribution of said objects to minors without parental or ecclesiastical consent, the use of wood-carving techniques suggesting possible familiarity with occult symbology. "It's a duck," Klaus interrupts. The council members stare at him. "The occult symbology," Klaus clarifies. "It's a duck, a normal duck." "With wings!" One of the council members leans forward. His name is Albrecht Fink, and he's the kind of man who looks like he was born wearing a scowl. "Ducks," he says slowly, "do not bring joy." "This one does," Klaus says. Albrecht Fink's eye twitches. Here's the thing about the Holy Roman Empire in 1611. It's falling apart. The 30 Years' War is about to start, 7 years from now, but the tension is already building. The Protestant Reformation has fractured Christianity into a theological cage match. The economy is shaky. The plague is always one rat away from a comeback tour. Everyone is stressed, and stress makes people mean. The guild system, the intricate web of rules and regulations that governs who can make what, exists partly to maintain quality control, but mostly to maintain control. If you let random people start making things without oversight, what's next? Unlicensed bakers, rogue blacksmiths, apprentices who think they're allowed to have ideas. Chaos. That's what's next. Chaos and possibly demons. Klaus Liebermann, standing in front of 12 deeply anxious men, represents everything they fear. He's young, he's creative, he's making people happy without permission. That's basically terrorism. Albrecht Fink picks up one of the confiscated toys, a small wooden horse with a yarn mane. He turns it over in his hands like it might explode. "Where?" he asks. "Did you learn to make these?" "I taught myself," Klaus says. "Impossible. I used scraps, leftover wood, leather offcuts. I worked at night. It's not illegal. It is unlicensed. It's free." Fink's face hardens. Nothing is free. And that's the philosophical crux of the entire trial, right there, in 2 sentences. Nothing is free. Everything has a cost, even joy, especially joy, because joy, unsanctioned, unregulated, unmonetized joy, is dangerous. It makes people think they deserve things. It makes children expect delight. It disrupts the natural order, which in 1611 is, you're born, you work, you suffer, you die, and if you're very lucky, you get into heaven. Klaus Liebermann is offering an alternative, and the Nuremberg City Council cannot allow that. The trial lasts 3 hours. Witnesses are called. Herr Scholl testifies that Klaus was a diligent worker who never missed a day, which somehow makes it worse. If he had time to make toys, he clearly wasn't working hard enough. Several parents testify that their children received toys, but none of them seem upset about it, which the council finds deeply suspicious. One mother, Frau Margarita, stands before the council and says very clearly, "My son has been sick for 2 months. He barely speaks." But when Herr Liebermann gave him that little carved dog, he smiled. For the first time in weeks, he smiled. Albrecht Fink writes something down. The note says, "Possible witchcraft," because that's the world we're in. A world where making a sick child smile is evidence of dark magic. At the end of the trial, the council deliberates for 20 minutes. Then they return. Klaus Liebermann is found guilty. The sentence, a fine of 10 guilders, roughly 3 months' wages, public reprimand, and the immediate destruction of all confiscated toys. Oh, and one more thing. He's forbidden from making anything other than shoes for the next 5 years. If he's caught carving, whittling, or crafting anything that could be construed as frivolous, he'll be exiled from Nuremberg permanently. Klaus stands in the council chamber, surrounded by men in ridiculous hats, and realizes something. They're not afraid of the toys. They're afraid of what the toys represent. Hope, imagination, the idea that life could be something other than brutal, and that, apparently, is unforgivable. As he's escorted out of the chamber, one of the guards mutters, "You should have stuck to boots." Klaus doesn't reply, but he's thinking, boots don't make kids smile. Outside, the December sky is the color of old pewter. Snow is starting to fall, light tentative flakes that dissolve the moment they touch the ground. Somewhere in the city, Greta still has her wooden bird, and Klaus Liebermann is officially history's first criminalized elf. But the story doesn't end here, because 3 days later, something happens that changes everything. Something no one saw coming, not even Klaus. Christmas Eve, 1611. The city of Nuremberg is locked down, not literally. There are no tanks, no barricades, no curfew enforced by armed drones, but there's an atmosphere, a kind of civic tension that settles over the cobblestone streets like frost. The trial of Klaus Liebermann has been the talk of the city for 3 days. In the taverns, in the markets, in the churches, people are arguing. Some say he got what he deserved. Unlicensed work is unlicensed work. Rules exist for a reason. Let one apprentice start making toys, and next thing you know, every shoemaker's assistant thinks he's an artist. Others say the council overreacted. He wasn't selling anything. He wasn't hurting anyone. He made some kids happy. Is that really a crime? And a third group, mostly parents, are quietly, privately furious, because the council didn't just fine Klaus Liebermann, they burned the toys, all 73 of them. In the public square on December 22nd, in front of a crowd of confused onlookers, 2 city guards built a small pyre and fed it carved animals, painted soldiers, wooden dolls, and jointed puppets. The fire burned for 20 minutes. The smell of scorched wood and melted paint drifted across the square like a funeral. Children watched. Some of them cried. One little boy, Greta's younger brother Hans, tried to run forward and grab a toy horse from the flames. His mother pulled him back. He screamed. Not a tantrum scream, a grief scream, the kind of sound that suggests something has been taken that can't be replaced. The guards didn't flinch. Albrecht Fink, standing at the edge of the square in his ridiculous hat, watched the toys burn with the expression of a man who has just solved a very important problem. He didn't smile. Albrecht Fink never smiled. But there was a satisfaction in his posture, a sense of order restored. The toys were gone. The problem was solved. Except, on Christmas Eve 1611, something happens that Albrecht Fink did not anticipate. The children of Nuremberg start leaving things. Not toys, they don't have toys. The toys are ash, but they leave other things. Flowers. Wilted, half-frozen winter flowers pulled from gardens and tied with string. Drawings. Crude, childish sketches made with charcoal on scraps of parchment. Pebbles. Smooth stones from the river, arranged in careful patterns. They leave them outside Herr Scholl's workshop. On the doorstep, in the alley, piled against the wall like offerings at a shrine. No one organizes this, there's no plan, no ringleader, it just happens. Because Klaus Liebermann gave them something, and now they want to give something back. It's not a protest. Children in 1611 don't protest. They don't have the language for it. They don't have the framework. But they have instinct. And their instinct says, this is wrong. By noon on Christmas Eve, there are 43 items piled outside the workshop. By evening, there are over 100. Herr Scholl, who has spent the last 3 days pretending Klaus doesn't exist, finally opens the door and stares at the pile. He doesn't say anything, he just looks. Then he closes the door. Upstairs, in the attic, Klaus is sitting on his narrow bed, staring at the wall. He hasn't carved anything since the trial. Not because he's afraid. Not because he's been ordered not to, but because he doesn't see the point. The toys are gone, the kids are sad, the council made its decision. What's the point of fighting a system that burns joy for fuel? But then he hears something, a sound from outside. Faint, rhythmic, singing. He crosses to the window and looks down. There are children in the street. maybe 20 of them, standing in the snow, holding candles, singing. Not a Christmas carol. Those don't really exist yet. Not in the modern sense, but they're singing something, a folk song, a melody that's been passed down through generations, the kind of tune that exists in the cracks of official culture. The lyrics are simple, something about stars and light and hoping for spring. It's not a protest, it's not a revolution, it's just kids singing in the dark. And Klaus Liebermann, staring down from his attic window, feels something crack open in his chest. Not hope, not exactly, but something close. The next morning, Christmas Day 1611, Klaus wakes before dawn. He doesn't know what he's going to do. He doesn't have a plan, but he knows he can't just stop. He pulls out a small piece of scrap wood, left over from a boot repair. He picks up his carving knife, and he starts to make something, not a toy, not this time, an ornament, a tiny wooden star no bigger than his thumb. He carves it slowly, carefully, sanding the edges until they're smooth. Then he paints it with a bit of leftover gold leaf he's been saving for, he doesn't know what. This, apparently. When it's finished, he ties a piece of string through a small hole at the top. Then he sneaks out of the workshop. The city is still asleep. The streets are empty. Snow has fallen overnight, muffling sound, turning Nuremberg into something almost beautiful. Klaus walks to the main square. In the center of the square stands the schöne Brunnen, the beautiful fountain, a Gothic spire of stone and gold that rises 40 feet into the air. It's one of the most famous landmarks in Nuremberg, a symbol of the city's wealth and power. Klaus walks up to it, and he hangs the little golden star on one of the iron railings. It's not much. It's barely visible. A tiny glint of gold against grey stone. But it's there. A small, stubborn declaration. I was here. I made something. It mattered. Klaus steps back, looks at the star, nods once. Then he turns and walks back to the workshop. He doesn't know if anyone will see it. He doesn't know if anyone will care. But that's not the point. The point is this. You can burn the toys. You can fine the toymaker. You can outlaw joy and regulate merriment and insist that December is for suffering. But you can't stop people from making things. Because creation is not a crime. It's a reflex. It's what humans do when everything else has been taken away. And Klaus Liebermann, apprentice shoemaker, accused sorcerer, history's first elf, he's just getting started. By noon someone has seen the star. By evening there are 12 more ornaments hanging from the fountain. Not made by Klaus, made by other people. Other kids, other apprentices, other anonymous rebels who looked at that tiny golden star and thought, yes, that. Within a week, the schöne Brunnen is covered in decorations. Carved animals, painted stars, ribbons, flowers, little handmade miracles that appear overnight like mushrooms after rain. The city council is furious. Albrecht Fink demands an investigation. Guards are posted, patrols are increased, but the ornaments keep appearing. Because here's the thing about trying to control joy, it doesn't work. Joy is a weed. It grows in the cracks. It spreads through whispers. It survives winter. And by January 1612, Klaus Liebermann is no longer just a shoemaker's apprentice. He's a symbol, not of rebellion, not of protest, but of something simpler and more dangerous. The belief that even in the darkest, coldest, most regulated world, people still deserve to smile. And that belief, once planted, is very hard to kill. But the city council is about to try. Let's talk about what happens when you become a symbol before symbolism has been invented. Klaus Liebermann doesn't have a publicist. He doesn't have a Twitter account. He doesn't have a manifesto or a TED Talk or a motivational Instagram grid. He has a carving knife, a growing pile of death threats written in Gothic script, and the vague sense that he's accidentally started something he can't control, which, historically speaking, is how most revolutions begin, not with grand declarations, not with carefully planned strategies, but with one person doing something small and stubborn, and then everyone else realizing they've been wanting to do that thing too. They just didn't know they were allowed. Klaus didn't mean to start a movement. He just hung a star. But the star became a signal, and the signal became a language. And now, 3 weeks into January 1612, the Schöner Brunnen looks like a medieval Pinterest board. There are wooden birds with articulated wings, fabric flowers dyed with beet juice, carved angels with lopsided halos, paper snowflakes cut with scissors borrowed from tailors. Someone has hung a tiny knitted scarf on one of the fountain's stone lions. Someone else has left a miniature loaf of bread, actual bread, wasted bread, bread that could have been eaten but instead was shaped into a heart and left as an offering. This is not efficient. This is not practical. This is not how a well-ordered Holy Roman city is supposed to function. And the Nuremberg City Council is losing its collective mind. On January 15th, 1612, they hold an emergency session. Albrecht Fink stands at the head of the table, looking like a man who has just discovered that reality is not cooperating with his worldview. "We burned the toys," he says. His voice is tight, controlled, the kind of control that suggests violence is being carefully stored for later use. "We fined the craftsmen. We issued a public reprimand. We made it very clear that unsanctioned joy is unacceptable." He pauses. "And yet," he gestures toward the window. In the distance, just barely visible through the leaded glass, the Schöner Brunnen glitters with unauthorized decorations. "And yet," Fink repeats, "the problem persists." One of the other council members, a man named Johann Krebs, who looks like he's been slowly deflating for the past 40 years, clears his throat. "Perhaps," he says carefully, "we are approaching this incorrectly." Fink turns, slowly, the kind of slow that makes everyone in the room suddenly very interested in the grain of the wooden table. "Explain." Krebs shifts in his seat. "The people they seem to enjoy these decorations, the children especially. Perhaps if we simply allowed it, a temporary festival, something to lift spirits during the winter months?" Silence. Fink stares at Krebs the way a cat stares at a mouse that has just suggested they become friends. "Allow it," Fink says flatly. "Yes, a controlled celebration, sanctioned by the council. We could even tax it." "Tax joy?" "Well, not when you say it like that. You want to tax joy." Krebs looks around the table for support. No one makes eye contact. "I'm merely suggesting," Krebs says, voice shrinking, "that if we cannot stop it, perhaps we could regulate it." Fink leans forward. His hands are flat on the table. His knuckles are white. "Herr Krebs," he says quietly, "do you know what happens when you regulate joy?" Krebs swallows. "No?" "Neither do I. Because joy is not supposed to be regulated. Joy is not supposed to exist in the first place. Life is suffering, work is suffering, Advent is suffering. Christmas is a solemn reminder that we are all sinners awaiting judgment. This," he waves toward the window again, "this carnival of frivolity is a distraction. It is an insult to God, and it is, above all, undignified." There's a long pause. Then another council member, a younger man named Matthias Heller, speaks up. "With respect, Herr Fink, is it really that bad? A few decorations?" Fink's eye twitches. "It's not about the decorations," he says. "Then what is it about?" Fink straightens. When he speaks again, his voice is cold and precise. "It's about order. It's about control. It's about ensuring that people understand their place in the world. You give them toys today, and tomorrow they'll want something else, better wages, shorter hours, a say in how the city is governed. Joy is a gateway drug, gentlemen, and Klaus Liebermann is the dealer." He lets that sink in. "So no," Fink says. "We will not allow it. We will not regulate it. We will end it." And that's when Matthias Heller, 28 years old, son of a merchant, newest member of the city council, says something incredibly stupid. "How?" Fink smiles. It's not a nice smile. It's the smile of a man who has just been given permission to do something he's wanted to do for weeks. "We arrest him again," Fink says, "and this time we don't stop at a fine. The plan is simple. Klaus Liebermann will be charged with inciting public disorder, undermining civic authority, and, this is new heresy, not serious heresy, not burn at the stake heresy, but enough to be scary. Enough to remind everyone that the line between making toys and consorting with demons is thinner than they think. The trial is scheduled for January 22nd. Except, on January 18th, something happens that no one, not Fink, not the council, not Klaus himself, expects. The decorations disappear. Not all of them, but most of them. Overnight, the Schöner Brunnen is stripped of ornaments. The wooden birds, the fabric flowers, the tiny knitted scarves, gone. At first, the council thinks they've won. Someone got scared. The message landed. Order is being restored, but then the reports start coming in. The decorations didn't disappear. They moved. They're now hanging in windows all over Nuremberg, in bakeries, in taverns, in the homes of merchants and weavers and blacksmiths, in the windows of the very guild masters who are supposed to be enforcing the rules. It's not a protest. It's not a riot. It's something quieter and more devastating. It's people saying, "We see what you're doing." And we're not playing along. Albrecht Fink, standing in the city square on the morning of January 19th, looks around at a city that has suddenly, inexplicably, filled itself with tiny, unauthorized stars. And for the first time in his career, he feels something he has never felt before. Fear. Not of Klaus Liebermann, but of the thing Klaus represents. The idea that people might, just possibly, not need permission to be happy. And that idea, once it takes root, is almost impossible to kill. But Fink is going to try, because he has no other choice. The trial is in 3 days, and this time Klaus Liebermann isn't going to walk away with just a fine. You need to understand something about trials in 1611. They're not about justice. Not really. Justice is this abstract concept that philosophers argue about in drafty universities while drinking wine that tastes like regret. Trials are about something more practical, reinforcing the social order, reminding everyone who has power and who doesn't, making an example. Klaus Liebermann's second trial is absolutely about making an example. The date is January 22nd, 1612. The location is the same stone chamber where Klaus was sentenced the first time. Cold, echoey, decorated with all the warmth of a mausoleum. But this time the room is packed. Not with council members, with people. There are shoemakers and bakers and weavers and blacksmiths. There are mothers holding children. There are apprentices who should be working but have somehow found excuses to be here instead. There's even a priest, Father Dietrich from St. Sebaldus Church, standing at the back with his arms crossed and an expression that suggests he's not entirely sure whose side God is on anymore. Klaus stands in the center of the room, flanked by 2 guards who look like they'd rather be literally anywhere else. He's wearing the same clothes he wore to the first trial, worn linen shirt, leather vest. Boots he made himself. He hasn't shaved. His hair is a mess. He looks less like a dangerous criminal and more like a very tired art student, which, functionally, is what he is. Albrecht Fink enters the room like a man entering a battlefield. He's prepared for this. He has documents, he has witness statements, he has a legal argument so airtight it could survive in a vacuum. What he doesn't have is the room's attention, because everyone is looking at Klaus, not with fear, not with suspicion. With curiosity, with something that might, if you squinted, look like solidarity. Fink clears his throat, loudly. The room settles, sort of. Klaus Liebermann, Fink begins, voice sharp as a blade. You stand accused of willful defiance of civic authority, incitement of public disorder, and the propagation of unsanctioned symbolic acts with potentially heretical implications. There's a pause. Someone in the crowd whispers, "What does that even mean?" Fink ignores them. "How do you plead?" Klaus looks at him, then at the crowd, then back at Fink. "I hung a star," he says. "You incited a rebellion. I carved a piece of wood. You undermined the foundational principles of civic order. I made a kid smile." Fink's jaw tightens. "You defy the council's direct order. You continue to create objects designed to spread unauthorized cheer. You have turned this city into a carnival of—" "Have you looked outside?" Klaus interrupts. Fink stops. "Excuse me? Have you actually looked outside? At the city, at the people?" "I fail to see a—" "Because I have," Klaus says. His voice is still calm, but there's an edge to it now. I've looked. And you know what I see? I see bakers who've been working 16-hour days putting little wooden birds in their windows. I see weavers, guild-certified licensed weavers, hanging decorations they made themselves. I see children who were sad and cold and scared, and now they're not. He takes a breath. I didn't start a rebellion, Herr Fink. I gave people permission to do something they already wanted to do. The only difference between me and you is that I'm not afraid of it. The room goes very, very quiet. Albrecht Fink stares at Klaus with an expression that could freeze Mercury. Not afraid, he repeats slowly. You are not afraid. No, Klaus says. I'm not. Then you are a fool. Maybe, but at least I'm not the one burning toys. And there it is. The thing no one has said out loud. The thing everyone has been thinking for a month but hasn't had the words for. Albrecht Fink burned toys. In front of children. He took small, harmless objects made with care and turned them into ash because they represented something he couldn't control. And everyone remembers. Fink can see it in their faces. The shift. The subtle recalibration of sympathies. These are not revolutionaries. These are not radicals. These are exhausted medieval Germans who work too hard for too little, and whose only crime is wanting their children to have something soft in a world made of stone. Fink realizes in that moment that he's losing, not the trial. He'll win the trial. He has the law on his side, he has the council, he has the paperwork, but he's losing something more important. He's losing the narrative. So he does what powerful men always do when they're losing the narrative. He changes the rules. Heresy, Fink says suddenly. The crowd murmurs. Klaus blinks. What? You stand accused of heresy, of invoking powers beyond the natural order to create objects of enchantment. They're wooden toys. Wooden toys that inspire devotion. Wooden toys that have caused citizens to abandon their duties, to neglect their work, to place frivolous decoration above pious contemplation during the sacred season of Advent. Father Dietrich, at the back of the room, makes a small sound that might be a scoff. Fink pretends not to hear it. The church, Fink continues, has always been clear about the dangers of idolatry, of worshipping false symbols, of placing earthly joy above heavenly obedience. I'm not asking anyone to worship anything, Klaus says. I'm just... You have created a cult of merriment. Klaus stares at him. A what? A cult of merriment. People flock to the fountain. They leave offerings. They sing songs. They gather in groups to admire these idols you've inspired them to create. If that is not cult behavior, I don't know what is. And here's where it gets interesting. Because technically, legally, in the convoluted nightmare of Holy Roman ecclesiastical law, Fink isn't entirely wrong. The Holy Roman Empire in 1612 is a theological minefield. The Protestant Reformation happened less than a century ago. Martin Luther nailed his complaints to a church door in 1517, and Christians have been arguing about it ever since. The question of what counts as proper worship versus idolatry versus heresy is a live debate that has literally started wars. And Albrecht Fink, clever bastard that he is weaponizing that ambiguity. If he can convince people that Klaus's toys are religiously suspect, not just legally annoying but spiritually dangerous, then he can do more than fine him. He can ruin him. Father Dietrich clears his throat. Everyone turns. The priest is in his 50s, grey-bearded, with the kind of face that suggests he's heard every possible human sin and is mostly just tired. He's been the pastor at St. Sebaldus Church for 20 years. He's baptized half the people in this room. He's buried their parents. He's not a radical. He's not a reformer. He's just a man who spends a lot of time thinking about God and has come to the conclusion that God is probably less uptight than most priests. If I may, Father Dietrich says. Fink's expression sours. This is a civic matter, Father, not a theological one. You just accused the boy of heresy. That makes it theological. Fink hesitates. He can't dismiss a priest. Not publicly. Not in a room full of witnesses. Very well, Fink says tightly. Speak. Father Dietrich steps forward. He moves slowly, deliberately, the way priests do when they want you to know they're about to say something important. I've been thinking about this, Dietrich says, about the toys, about the decorations, about what Herr Fink calls a cult of merriment. He pauses, and I've been asking myself, what would Christ think? Fink opens his mouth. Dietrich raises a hand. Not what would the church think, not what would the council think. What would Christ think? The man who told us to become like children, the man who blessed the meek, the man who said the kingdom of heaven belongs to those who can still find joy in simple things. He looks at Klaus. This boy made toys. He gave them to children. He asked for nothing in return. He didn't profit, he didn't preach, he didn't demand worship. He just made things. Small, beautiful things that made hard lives slightly less hard. Dietrich turns to the council. If that's heresy, he says quietly, then I've been preaching the wrong gospel for 20 years. The room is silent. Albrecht Fink looks like he's swallowed a lemon whole. With all due respect, Father, Fink says, voice strained, the issue is not the intent. The issue is the disruption, the chaos, the joy? Dietrich interrupts. Fink stops. Is that what frightens you, Herr Fink? Joy? I am not frightened. Then why are we here? Why are we putting a 22-year-old shoemaker on trial for making children smile? What are we so afraid of? And there it is. The question everyone has been dancing around for a month. What are we so afraid of? Albrecht Fink doesn't answer. Because he can't. Because the answer is, we're afraid that if people realize they can be happy without permission, they might start wondering what else they don't need permission for. And that's the real crime Klaus Liebermann has committed. Not making toys, not decorating fountains, but suggesting, however accidentally, that the system might be optional. The trial continues for another hour. Witnesses are called. Arguments are made. Fink tries to regain control, but the momentum has shifted. Father Dietrich's intervention has reframed the entire proceeding. This isn't a trial about law anymore. It's a trial about values, and values are much harder to legislate. Finally, the council deliberates. They leave the room for 30 minutes. When they return, Albrecht Fink looks like a man who's just lost a battle he thought he'd already won. Klaus Liebermann, Fink says, voice flat. The council finds you guilty of unauthorized craftsmanship. There's a pause. That's it? Someone in the crowd asks. Fink ignores them. You are fined 5 guilders and ordered to cease all non-essential carving activities for the duration of your apprenticeship. Klaus waits. However, Fink continues, clearly reading from a compromise he hates. In recognition of the community sentiment, the council will not pursue heresy charges at this time. Nor will we mandate the removal of existing decorations, provided they do not interfere with civic functions or pose fire hazards. The crowd exhales. Klaus just nods. Fink looks like he wants to say more, like he wants to explain why this isn't a victory, why Klaus hasn't won, why order will be restored and this moment of chaos will be forgotten. But he doesn't, because he knows. Everyone knows. Something has changed. Not everything. Not yet. But something. As Klaus is escorted out of the chamber, people reach out to touch his shoulder, to whisper words he can't quite hear over the crowd noise, to press small coins into his hand for the fine. Outside, the January sky is pale and cold. Greta is waiting on the steps. She's holding something, a wooden star, painted gold, hanging from a piece of string. I made it, she says. For you. Klaus takes it, looks at it, feels something in his chest that might be pride or grief or hope. He's not sure which. Thank you, he says. Greta grins. Then she turns and runs off into the snow. Klaus stands there, holding the star, watching her disappear, and he thinks, this is how it spreads, not through speeches or manifestos or grand gestures, but through small, stubborn acts of creation. One person making something, another person seeing it and thinking, I could do that too. And slowly, imperceptibly, the world changing, not all at once, but star by star. Let's talk about what happens after you accidentally become a folk hero. Spoiler, it's mostly paperwork. Klaus Liebermann, freshly acquitted of heresy, but still guilty of unauthorized craftsmanship, returns to his attic room above Herr Scholl's workshop with a fine he can't pay and a growing sense that his life has become someone else's story. People recognize him now, on the street, in the market. Little kids point. Adults nod. Someone leaves a loaf of bread outside the workshop with a note that says, "For the star maker." Klaus doesn't know whether to be touched or terrified. Herr Scholl, for his part, handles the situation the way medieval craftsmen handle everything, by pretending it isn't happening and doubling down on boot production. "You're behind on orders," Scholl grunts one morning, not looking up from the leather he's cutting. 3 pairs for Frau Engel, 2 for the butcher. "And Herr Brenner wants his winter boots resoled before February." Klaus nods. "Yes, master." "Good, and Klaus?" "Yes?" Scholl pauses, still doesn't look up. "No more stars." Klaus says nothing. "I mean it. The council showed mercy. Don't make them regret it." "I won't," Klaus says, and he means it, for about 2 weeks. Because here's the thing about creativity. It doesn't turn off. You can promise to stop. You can swear on whatever sacred text seems most binding. You can fill your days with practical, sensible, guild-approved work. But at night, when the workshop is quiet and the world is dark and your hands are idle, the need to make something creeps back in like water, finding a crack. Klaus lasts until February 3rd, then he carves a small wooden robin. Not for anyone. Not to distribute. Not to start a movement. Just for himself. Just because his hands needed to make something that wasn't a boot. He paints it with leftover pigment. Red breast, brown wings, black eyes. He gives it to no one. He keeps it on the small shelf above his bed, next to his few possessions. A comb, a razor, a wooden cup, a letter from his mother he hasn't answered in 6 months. The robin sits there tiny and bright like a secret, and for 3 days that's enough. But then Greta sees it. She comes to the workshop to deliver bread from her father's bakery, a weekly errand, a normal occurrence. She climbs the stairs to the attic without permission, because 7-year-olds don't really understand boundaries, and she spots the robin. "You made another one!" she gasps. Klaus nearly drops the boot he's holding. "Greta, you can't. It's perfect. Can I see it?" "No, Greta, listen." But she's already picked it up, turning it over in her small hands with the reverence normally reserved for holy relics. "Will you make me one?" she asks. "No. Please." "I can't." The council said. The council doesn't have to know. Klaus stares at her. She stares back with the absolute confidence of someone who has not yet learned that the world is complicated. "Greta," he says carefully, "I'm not supposed to make toys anymore." "This isn't a toy, it's a robin." "That's still, and I won't tell anyone, I promise. I'll keep it hidden. Please?" And there it is. The trap. The impossible choice. He can say no. He can follow the rules. He can be sensible and safe and ensure that Albrecht Fink never has a reason to drag him back into that cold stone chamber. Or he can make a small wooden bird for a little girl who just wants something beautiful. Klaus looks at Greta, 7 years old, gap-toothed, fingerless gloves. Dress that's been patched so many times it's more patches than dress. "Fine," he says, "but you don't tell anyone, not your parents, not your friends, no one." Greta's face splits into a grin that could light the entire Holy Roman Empire. "I promise," she squeals. She keeps the promise for almost 4 hours. By evening, 3 more children have shown up at the workshop, asking very politely if the star maker might possibly perhaps have time to make them something too. Klaus realizes, with the slow horror of someone watching an avalanche begin, that he's about to do this all over again. Because the thing about making things for children is that children talk. They don't mean to betray you, they don't understand operational security. They just get excited. They show their friends. Their friends tell their siblings tell their parents. And suddenly, without any formal announcement or coordinated effort, the entire city knows that Klaus Liebermann is back in business. Except this time he's being careful. No public displays, no fountain decorations. No grand gestures, just small secret exchanges. A carved mouse left on a doorstep, a painted butterfly slipped into a pocket, A wooden dog given to a child in an alley when no one else is looking. It's an underground network of joy, a resistance movement built on whimsy. And for 3 weeks it works. Klaus makes things at night. He distributes them in shadows. The children keep their treasures hidden, under pillows, in coat pockets, buried in small boxes under loose floorboards. It's not rebellion. It's not even really defiance. It's just people finding small ways to survive winter. But then someone makes a mistake. Not Klaus, not Greta. A boy named Peter, age 9, who gets into an argument with his older brother, and in a moment of fury pulls out a carved wooden knight and shouts, "And I have this, Klaus made it for me, and you don't have anything." The brother, 16 and cruel in the way teenage boys are cruel, immediately tells their father. The father, a guild-certified carpenter who's been nursing a grudge against unlicensed craftsmanship since the first trial, immediately tells the council. And on February 28, 1612, 2 guards arrive at Herr Scholl's workshop. Again. Klaus is upstairs when he hears the door slam open. He freezes mid-carving, a small wooden owl half-finished, paint still wet, voices below, shouting, Herr Scholl's voice, defensive, the guards' voices, official and bored, footsteps on the stairs. Klaus looks around the attic, at the shelf where he's been storing his work, at the 17 small animals, 4 birds, 3 abstract stars, and 1 experimental dragon that didn't quite work, but he's been planning to fix. There's no time to hide them. The door opens. The same 2 guards from before. One of them sees the shelf and sighs. "Seriously?" the guard says. "Again?" Klaus says nothing. "Herr Fink is going to lose his mind," the other guard mutters. "Herr Fink already lost his mind," the first guard replies. "This is just confirmation. They confiscate everything, every carved animal, every painted bird, every small wooden secret Klaus has been making in the dark. And they take Klaus too. But this time, something is different. This time, as Klaus is led down the stairs and out into the street, people are watching. Not just watching. Waiting. There are maybe 30 people in the street outside the workshop. Silent. Still. Just present. They don't protest. They don't shout. They don't interfere. They just stand there. And as Klaus is walked past them toward the council building, more people join. From doorways, from alleys, from workshops and homes and market stalls, they fall into step behind Klaus. Not marching, not chanting, just walking. By the time Klaus reaches the council chamber, there are over 100 people following him. The guards look nervous. Klaus looks confused. And Albrecht Fink, watching from a window on the 2nd floor, looks like a man who has just realized he's fighting the tide. Inside the council chamber, the temperature is approximately the same as Fink's mood, frigid. "Again!" Fink roars the moment Klaus is brought in. Klaus winces. "It's not." "Do not. Speak." Fink is pacing now. Actual pacing, like a caged animal who's just discovered the cage is made of legal technicalities and public sentiment. "We gave you mercy. We showed restraint. We allowed you to continue your apprenticeship instead of exiling you. And this is how you repay us?" Klaus opens his mouth, closes it. Fink wheels on him. "Do you have any idea what you've done? You've made a mockery of this council. You've undermined civic authority. You've turned this city into a... He's searching for the word. "A craft fair?" Klaus offers quietly. Fink's eye twitches so violently, it looks like it might secede from his face. "You think this is funny?" "No. I think it's sad. Sad. That you're so afraid of people being happy that you'll arrest me 3 times for making toys." "I am not afraid." "Then why are we here?" Klaus asks, and his voice is still calm, but there's something harder underneath now. Something that's been building for 2 months. "Why do you care? They're just toys, just small wooden objects that make kids smile. Why does that threaten you so much?" Fink goes very, very still. "Because," he says quietly, "it doesn't stop at toys." And for just a moment the mask slips. Albrecht Fink, rigid, controlling, humorless Albrecht Fink, looks tired. "Today it's toys," he says. "Tomorrow it's... what? Demands for shorter working hours? questions about tax assessments, challenges to guild regulations. You give people one taste of autonomy, one small victory, and suddenly they think they deserve more. He looks at Klaus. You're not a toymaker, Herr Liebermann. You're a crack in the foundation, and I cannot allow that crack to spread. Klaus stares at him and realizes with sudden clarity that Fink isn't wrong. Not entirely. Klaus is a crack in the foundation, not because he's trying to be, not because he has some grand revolutionary agenda, but because he looked at the rules and thought, these are stupid. And then he acted on that thought. And that apparently is the most dangerous thing a person can do. The question is, what happens next? The third trial of Klaus Liebermann begins under circumstances no one could have predicted. It's March 1st, 1612. The council chamber is packed, not just with curious onlookers this time, but with people who have a vested interest in the outcome. Guildmasters, merchants, parents, even a few apprentices who've snuck away from work and are trying very hard to look invisible in the back row. Outside, the crowd has grown. There are maybe 200 people now standing in the square waiting, not rioting, not demanding, just there. A silent mass of bodies that represents something the council can't quite name, but definitely can't ignore. Albrecht Fink looks like he hasn't slept in days. He probably hasn't, because here's what's happened in the 48 hours since Klaus's arrest. The decorations have multiplied, not just in windows, everywhere. Carved animals on doorsteps, painted stars hanging from shop signs. Someone has wrapped the pillory in the market square with ribbons. The city well has a wooden crown balanced on its edge. The Schöner Brunnen looks like it's been attacked by a very whimsical army. It's not coordinated. There's no leader, no plan, no manifestos distributed in secret meetings. It's just people deciding, individually and collectively, that they're done pretending joy needs permission. And Albrecht Fink, standing at the head of the council table, is staring at Klaus Liebermann like he's trying to solve an equation that keeps changing variables. Herr Liebermann, Fink begins, and his voice is different now, less angry, more strategic. Let's speak plainly. Klaus, flanked by guards who look increasingly uncomfortable, nods. You have repeatedly violated the terms of your sentence. You have defied direct orders from this council. You have continued to produce unauthorized goods and distribute them to minors without oversight. Yes, Klaus says. Fink blinks. You admit it. I do. Just like that. Just like that. There's a pause. Fink seems thrown by the lack of resistance. And you understand, Fink continues carefully, that the penalty for repeated violations of council orders could include banishment from Nuremberg. I do. Or imprisonment. Yes. Or, in extreme cases, corporal punishment. Klaus swallows. Yes. Fink leans forward. Then why? Why risk everything for toys? And Klaus, 22 years old, covered in sawdust, probably about to be exiled from the only city he's ever known, says something that will be remembered for much longer than anyone in the room realizes. Because someone has to. Silence. Someone has to, Klaus repeats. Someone has to look at the world, at this world where children work 14-hour days and people die of cold and everyone's just grinding through existence, waiting for it to be over. Someone has to look at that and say, no, this isn't enough. We deserve better. We deserve small moments of beauty. We deserve to smile. We deserve to make things just because making things is what humans do. He takes a breath. You can exile me. You can fine me. You can burn every toy I've ever made. But you can't burn the idea. And the idea is already out there. People have already realized they can make things. They can create. They can choose joy. And once people realize that, he trails off. Fink finishes the sentence. They stop obeying. Klaus nods. They stop obeying. The room is silent. Then someone in the crowd starts clapping. Just one person. Slow, deliberate claps that echo off the stone walls. It's Father Dietrich. He's standing in the back, arms no longer crossed, expression no longer neutral, and he's applauding. Another person joins, then another. Within seconds, half the room is clapping. The guards don't know what to do. The council members look at each other in panic. Albrecht Fink's face has gone through several colors not normally found in nature. "Silence!" Fink roars. The clapping stops, but the energy remains. Charged, electric, dangerous. Fink is losing control. He can feel it. Everyone can feel it. And that's when Matthias Heller, the youngest council member, does something unprecedented. He stands up. "Herr Fink," Heller says. "May I speak?" Fink looks at him like he's just suggested they burn down the city hall. "This is not the time." "I believe it is." Fink's jaw clenches, but he can't refuse. Not in front of witnesses. Not when the pretense of democratic process is the only thing keeping this from becoming an actual mob. "Fine," Fink says through his teeth. "Speak." Heller turns to face the room. "I've been thinking," he says, "about what Herr Liebermann represents. About whether he's truly a threat to civic order, or whether we've simply been mistaken." Fink makes a sound like a tea kettle about to explode. Heller continues, speaking quickly now, like he knows he has limited time before Fink tackles him. "The guild system exists to ensure quality and prevent fraud, but Herr Liebermann isn't selling anything. He's not competing with licensed craftsmen. He's not undercutting anyone's livelihood. He's making gifts for children during winter." He pauses. "And I think perhaps we've confused unregulated with dangerous. We've assumed that anything we don't control must be a threat. But what if it's not? What if it's just people being people?" Albrecht Fink stands up so fast, his chair scrapes against stone with a sound like a scream. "Sit down." "No," Heller says. The room gasps. "I will not sit down," Heller says, "because this is absurd. We're about to exile a shoemaker for making toys. We've spent 2 months treating joy like contraband. We've burned wooden birds in public squares. We've turned this council into a laughingstock. We are maintaining order. We're maintaining nothing," Heller shouts. And now he's not speaking carefully. He's not being strategic, he's just angry. "Look outside, there are 200 people in the square. They're not angry, they're not violent. They're just standing there because they want us to know they're done. They're done pretending that suffering is virtue. They're done pretending that Christmas is supposed to be joyless. They're done." Fink is shaking. "If we allow this, if we show weakness, it's not weakness to admit we made a mistake. We did not make a mistake. Then what do you call this?" Heller gestures around the room, at the packed chamber, at the tension so thick you could carve it. "What do you call a trial that half the city is watching? What do you call a situation where arresting one apprentice has inspired hundreds of people to start making decorations? We haven't stopped anything. We've made it worse. We've turned Klaus Liebermann into a symbol." He looks at Klaus, and I don't think he wanted to be one. Klaus, for his part, nods fervently. Heller turns back to Fink. "So here's what I propose. We drop the charges. We issue a statement. Something about reassessing civic regulations regarding non-commercial artisan work. We save face, we step back. We stop trying to control something we can't control." "Absolutely not," Fink says. "Then what's your alternative? Exile him? Imprison him? Turn him into a martyr? Because I promise you, Herr Fink, that's what he'll become. You exile Klaus Liebermann, and every apprentice in Nuremberg will be carving toys by next week, just to spite you." Fink opens his mouth, closes it. Because he knows Heller is right. The other council members are murmuring now. A few are nodding. Even Johann Krebs, the man who suggested taxing joy, is looking thoughtful. Fink realizes, with the slow horror of a man watching his worldview collapse, that he's alone. The council is turning. The crowd is hostile. The priest is on Klaus's side, and Klaus Liebermann, exhausted and sawdust-covered and utterly unprepared for any of this, has somehow won. Not through force, not through argument, but through sheer, stubborn, relentless creating. Fink looks around the room one last time, at the council members avoiding his gaze, at the crowd watching with bated breath, at Father Dietrich, who's now openly smiling, and he makes a decision, not the decision anyone expects. "Fine," Fink says quietly. Everyone stares. "Fine," he repeats. We drop the charges. Herr Liebermann is free to go. The room erupts. Fink raises a hand. But on one condition. Klaus tenses. Fink looks directly at him. You stop giving them away. Klaus blinks. What? The toys. You stop giving them away. You sell them, like a proper craftsman. You register with the guild. You pay taxes. You operate within the system. There's a long pause. You want me to monetize joy? Klaus asks slowly. I want you to professionalize it, Fink says. You want to make toys? Fine. Make toys. But do it legally. Do it properly. Do it in a way that doesn't undermine the foundations of civic commerce. It's a trap, obviously. Fink is trying to co-opt the rebellion by regulating it, but it's also not entirely a trap, because it's permission. Grudging, conditional, hedged about with rules permission, but permission nonetheless. Klaus looks at Heller. Heller shrugs, a tiny smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Klaus looks at Father Dietrich. The priest nods. Klaus looks at the crowd. And then he says something that will define the rest of his life. Okay, Fink blinks. Okay, I'll register, I'll pay taxes, I'll do it properly, but I'm not giving up the workshop, and I'm not charging children. That's not... Those are my terms, Klaus says. You want me to work within your system? Fine. But the system bends too. I'll be a guild member. But I'll be a guild member who gives toys to kids who can't afford them. Take it or leave it. Fink stares at him. Hard. Then finally he nods once. Sharp, bitter. Fine. And just like that, Klaus Liebermann becomes the Holy Roman Empire's first legally sanctioned toymaker. History's first elf, now licensed and taxed. Outside, when Klaus emerges from the council building, the crowd erupts into cheers. Someone throws flowers. Someone else starts singing. Children are crying, the happy kind. Parents are hugging. It's chaos. Good chaos. The kind of chaos that centuries later will be called a Christmas miracle. But right now in March 1612, it's just a very tired apprentice standing in a square full of people who are celebrating something they don't quite have words for yet. The idea that joy doesn't have to be stolen. It can be made and shared. And maybe, just maybe, the world can be a little less grey. You'd think the story ends there. The hero wins. The villain backs down. The crowd cheers. Roll credits. Except this is 1612, and nothing is ever that simple. Klaus Liebermann walks back to Herr Scholl's workshop in a daze. The crowd follows him for about 3 blocks before gradually dispersing. People have work after all, and medieval Germany waits for no one. By the time he reaches the shop, he's alone except for Greta, who's been trailing him like a very small, very determined shadow. You won, she says, bouncing on her toes. I guess, Klaus says. You don't sound happy. He's not. Not really. Because winning feels suspiciously like compromise, and compromise feels suspiciously like selling out, and selling out feels suspiciously like exactly what Albrecht Fink wanted all along. Klaus is now part of the system. He wanted to give things away. Now he has to sell them. He wanted to exist outside the regulations. Now he's bound by them. He beat Fink by becoming exactly what Fink could tolerate. Are you going to make me a robin now? Greta asks. Klaus looks down at her. 7 years old, still grinning, still hopeful, still believing that everything just got better. Yeah, he says, I'll make you a robin. And that, he realizes, is what matters. Not the politics, not the guild regulations, not Albrecht Fink's grudging acceptance. The fact that he can still make things, and people can still smile, everything else is just paperwork. The next week is a bureaucratic nightmare. Klaus has to register with the Craftsmen's Guild of Nuremberg. This involves filling out forms in a language that's technically German but reads like it was written by someone having a stroke, paying registration fees, which he doesn't have, providing proof of training from Herr Scholl, who's still not speaking to him, and demonstrating competency in the relevant craft. The guild master who administers Klaus's competency test is a man named Ruprecht Vogel. He's 63 years old, has been making wooden puzzles for 40 years, and has the emotional range of a turnip. Make something, Vogel says, gesturing at a workbench. Klaus picks up a piece of scrap wood and carves a small bird. It takes him 20 minutes. He paints it with quick, practiced strokes, blue wings, yellow breast, black eyes. Vogel picks it up, turns it over, squints at it like it might contain hidden secrets. "This is acceptable," he says finally. "Thank you," Klaus says. "But," Klaus waits, "you'll need to diversify, can't just make birds. Guild members are expected to demonstrate range." "I can make other things." "Prove it." Klaus makes a horse, then a cat, then a small wooden box with a sliding lid, then, because Vogel still looks unimpressed, a jointed puppet that waves when you pull a string. Vogel examines each piece with the enthusiasm of a man inspecting tax documents. "Fine," he says eventually. "You're competent. Barely, but competent." "Great," Klaus says. "Your guild dues are 2 guilders per quarter. Payable in advance. You'll need a guild mark, a symbol to stamp on your work. You'll need to maintain records of all sales. You'll need to submit quarterly reports. You'll need to attend guild meetings on the first Tuesday of every month. You'll need—" "Can I just make toys?" Klaus interrupts. Vogel stares at him. "That's what you're doing. This is what it costs." And that's when Klaus realizes what he's actually signed up for. Being a guild-certified craftsman in 1612 isn't freedom. It's just a different kind of cage. A cage with paperwork. But it's still better than prison. So Klaus signs the forms, pays the fees, with money borrowed from Father Dietrich, who seems to have adopted him as a pet project, and officially becomes a toymaker, the first legally recognized toymaker in Nuremberg, possibly in the entire Holy Roman Empire. Which sounds impressive until you remember that he's also the only toymaker, which means there's no infrastructure, no precedent, and no one who has any idea what he's supposed to do, including Klaus. "So, what now?" he asks Herr Scholl that evening. Scholl, who has finally broken his silence, grunts. "Now you make toys, and you sell them, and you try not to get arrested again." "But how should I know? I make boots." "You're my master. You're supposed to teach me." "I'm teaching you. I'm teaching you that when you make unconventional life choices, you have to figure out the consequences yourself." Klaus stares at him. Scholl almost smiles. Almost. "You wanted to be different, boy. Congratulations. Now be different." So Klaus gets different. He sets up a small table in the market square. Just him, a wooden crate to sit on, and a cloth spread with toys. Carved animals, painted soldiers, small wooden boxes. Nothing fancy, nothing expensive. The sign he makes reads, "Toys." He's not good at marketing. For the first 2 hours exactly, no one stops. People walk past, they glance, they keep walking. Because this is still 1612. Toys aren't a thing you buy. Toys are a thing you make yourself if you have time and skill, or a thing rich people commission for their children's name days. The idea of a public toy market is so novel, it's almost incomprehensible. Klaus sits on his crate watching people ignore him and thinks, maybe Fink was right. Maybe this is stupid. Then a woman stops. She's maybe 35, wearing a worn but clean dress, carrying a basket of vegetables. She picks up a carved rabbit and turns it over in her hands. "How much?" she asks. Klaus blinks. 2 pfennigs?" She considers this. "My daughter's birthday is next week." "Oh. Well, I could make something special, if you want." The woman looks at him, then at the rabbit, then back at him. "Can you make a cat?" "Yes." "With spots?" "Yes." "For 2 pfennigs." Klaus does some quick mental math. 2 pfennigs is approximately nothing. It won't even cover the cost of the wood. "Yes," he says anyway. The woman nods. "I'll be back tomorrow." And she is. And when Klaus hands her the spotted cat, carefully carved, painted with small black spots against orange fur, eyes bright with leftover yellow paint, the woman's face does something complicated. Not quite a smile, not quite tears, something in between. "She'll love this," the woman says quietly. She hands him 2 pfennigs. Then, before Klaus can respond, she adds a third. "For the spots," she says, and walks away. Klaus looks at the 3 tiny coins in his palm. His first sale, his first profit, 3 pfennigs. Roughly equivalent to half a loaf of bread. He's never felt richer in his life. Word spreads, not quickly. This isn't going viral. There's no social media, no word-of-mouth advertising campaign, just slow organic growth. One customer tells a friend, the friend tells a neighbor, the neighbor mentions it at church. Within a month, Klaus has regular customers. Within 2 months, he's making enough to pay his guild dues and rent a tiny corner of Herr Scholl's workshop as his own space. Within 3 months, other craftsmen start paying attention. Some of them are curious, some are supportive, and some, predictably, are furious. Her cabinet maker named Ernst Hoffmann corners Klaus in the market one afternoon. "You're undercutting us," Hoffmann says. Klaus looks up from the fox he's carving. "I'm making toys." "You're making wooden objects and selling them for pfennigs. That devalues the entire craft. It's a fox for a child. It's competition, and you're destroying the market." Klaus sets down his knife. "What market? There is no toy market. I created it." "Exactly. And now you're flooding it with cheap goods that make the rest of us look expensive." "So make toys too," Hoffmann sputters. "I'm a cabinet maker. I don't make toys." "Why not?" Because it's beneath me." And there it is. The real issue, not economics, not competition. Pride. The Craftsman's Guild is built on hierarchy. Apprentice, journeyman, master, each level carefully controlled, each product carefully priced, each craftsman carefully maintaining their dignity. And Klaus, by making cheap toys for children, by working outside the established categories, by creating a market that didn't exist, he's messing up the hierarchy. He's suggesting that maybe cabinet makers could make toys if they wanted, that maybe guild masters could experiment, that maybe the system isn't as fixed as everyone pretends, and that makes people nervous. Hoffmann leans in. "You're going to regret this. Is that a threat?" "It's a prediction." And he walks away. Klaus goes back to carving his fox, but the interaction bothers him, because he's starting to realize something. He didn't just challenge the city council, he challenged the entire social order, and the social order doesn't forget. That night, Klaus lies in his attic bed, staring at the ceiling, thinking. He won the trials. He got permission. He's legal now. But legal doesn't mean safe, and permission doesn't mean acceptance. There are still people like Hoffmann, like Fink. People who see Klaus as a threat, not because of what he's doing, but because of what he represents. Change, disruption, the possibility that things could be different. And people hate that. They hate it more than they hate injustice, more than they hate suffering. Because injustice and suffering are familiar. They're predictable. They're part of the natural order. But change is chaos. And chaos is terrifying. Klaus closes his eyes. Tomorrow, he'll carve more toys. He'll sell them for pfennigs. He'll make children smile. But tonight, lying in the dark, he allows himself to feel something he's been avoiding for months. Fear, not of Fink, not of the council, not even of Hoffmann, but of what comes next, because he's opened a door, and he has no idea what's going to walk through it. Outside, March wind rattles the windows. Spring is coming, and with it, something Klaus can't quite name, but can definitely feel, like a storm on the horizon. Distant. Inevitable. April arrives like an apology. The snow melts. The grey sky cracks open into something almost blue. The trees lining Nuremberg's walls start to bud. People emerge from winter like survivors of a siege, pale, blinking, cautiously optimistic. Klaus Liebermann celebrates his 23rd birthday alone in his attic room, eating bread and cheese and wondering when his life became so weird. A year ago, he was just an apprentice, anonymous, unremarkable. Destined to inherit Herr Scholl's workshop someday and spend the rest of his life making boots for people whose names he'd never learn. Now he's... what? A toy maker, a guild member, a symbol, a problem that won't go away. History's first elf, now professionally licensed and deeply confused. The toy business is growing, not exploding. This is still the 17th century, and economic growth happens at the pace of continental drift. But growing. Klaus has regular customers now. They're a small but steady stream of parents, grandparents, and occasionally older siblings looking for something special. He's learning things, like people will pay more for personalization. A generic wooden dog costs 2 pfennigs. A wooden dog that looks like the customer's actual dog costs 5. Like timing matters. Sales spike before holidays, birthdays, saints' days. Klaus starts keeping a calendar of upcoming celebrations, planning his inventory accordingly. Like, children are brutal critics. They don't care about craftsmanship or technique. They care about whether the toy is fun. Klaus learns to test his designs on Greta and her friends, watching their reactions, adjusting based on what actually makes them smile. He's becoming, despite himself, a businessman. It's horrifying, but also kind of exciting. Because here's what Klaus is discovering. There's joy in this too. Not just in making things, but in making things work. In figuring out the puzzle of supply and demand. In solving the problem of how to create something beautiful and sustainable and accessible all at once. He's not just an artist anymore. He's an entrepreneur. Which is not a word that exists in 1612, but the concept definitely does. And some people are noticing. On April 14th, a man approaches Klaus's market stall. He's well-dressed, not noble but prosperous, merchant class, the kind of person who has money but still remembers not having it. "You're Liebermann?" the man asks. "Yes," Klaus says warily. He's learned to be suspicious of well-dressed strangers. They're either customers with complex demands or guild members with complaints. "My name is Jakob Steiner. I own 3 shops in Nuremberg, textiles mostly, but I'm expanding." Klaus waits. "I've been watching your operation," Steiner continues. "Watching the demand, the repeat customers, the steady growth. You've created something interesting here." "Thank you. I'd like to invest." Klaus blinks. "In toys? In your business, I provide capital, materials, space, perhaps an assistant, and in return I take a percentage of profits. I don't have profits, I have pfennigs. Pfennigs become guilders if you scale up. Right now, you're one person making 1 toy at a time. But what if you had help? What if you could produce 10 toys a day instead of 3? What if you could expand to other markets? Bamberg, Augsburg, maybe even Munich." Klaus stares at him. Steiner smiles. "I'm offering you a partnership, a chance to turn this little operation into something real." And Klaus realizes, this is it. The crossroads. He can stay small, stay personal, keep carving toys one at a time for children whose names he knows, or he can scale, he can grow. He can turn toy making into an actual industry. Both options sound equally terrifying. "I need to think about it," Klaus says. Steiner nods. "Of course. But don't think too long. Opportunity is time-sensitive." He leaves a business card, an actual printed card which in 1612 is basically a power move, and walks away. Klaus looks at the card. Jakob Steiner, merchant, investor. Then he looks at the toy he's carving, a simple wooden bird, made for a girl named Anna, whose mother paid him 4 pfennigs yesterday. 1 bird, 1 child. 1 small moment of joy. That's what he started this for. But could he make more moments if he had more resources? Could he reach more children if he scaled up? Or would scaling up destroy the exact thing that makes this special? Klaus doesn't know, and he hates not knowing. That evening, he talks to Father Dietrich. They meet at the church, St. Sebaldus, with its Gothic spires and stone saints and smell of candle wax and old prayers. Dietrich is in his study, reading a letter and looking troubled. "Klaus," he says, looking up. "Good timing. I was about to send for you. What's wrong?" Dietrich hesitates, then hands him the letter. It's from the Archbishop's office in Bamberg. Official seal. Fancy parchment. The kind of letter that means someone important is paying attention. Klaus reads it, then reads it again. "They want me to stop," he says slowly. "Not stop. They want you to clarify your theological position." My what? Dietrich sighs. There's concern that your toys might be encouraging improper veneration. That children might be treating them as, well, as idols. Klaus stares at him. They're wooden ducks. Wooden ducks that bring joy. And joy, apparently, is theologically ambiguous. This is insane. This is the Holy Roman Empire, Dietrich says. Everything is insane. We burned a woman for witchcraft last year because her cat looked at someone wrong. Klaus sits down heavily. So what do I do? Officially? You write a response affirming that your toys are purely recreational and contain no spiritual significance. And unofficially? Dietrich leans back. Unofficially? You ignore it. This is posturing. The Archbishop wants to make sure you're not starting a cult. As long as you're not claiming the toys are blessed or magical or divinely inspired, you're fine. I'm not claiming anything. I'm just carving wood. I know. But some people see a child praying with a wooden angel and they panic. They think, what if the child starts praying to the angel instead of God? What if toys become substitutes for proper devotion? That's ridiculous. Of course it's ridiculous. But fear isn't rational, and right now the church is very afraid. Klaus rubs his face. Everyone's afraid. Fink was afraid. Hoffman's afraid. Now the Archbishop's afraid. What is everyone so afraid of? Dietrich considers this. Change, he says finally. The world is changing. The Reformation fractured Christianity. The economy's shifting. Old certainties are crumbling. And when people feel like they're losing control, they attack anything that seems different. He looks at Klaus. You're different, Klaus. You looked at suffering and said no. You looked at children and said, they deserve joy. You looked at the rules and said, these don't make sense. That makes you dangerous. Not because you're violent or malicious, but because you're right, and people hate being wrong more than they hate being cruel. Klaus is quiet for a long moment. Then, Jakob Steiner offered me an investment today. Dietrich raises an eyebrow. The merchant? Yeah, he wants to scale up production, make this a real business. What did you tell him? That I'd think about it. And are you? Thinking about it? Klaus nods. I don't know what to do. If I stay small, I can only help a few kids. But if I grow, I don't know. Does it become something else? Does it stop being about joy and start being about profit? Dietrich is quiet. Then he says, do you remember the parable of the talents? The one where the servants invest money? Yes, the master gives 3 servants money. 2 invest it and double their returns. 1 buries it to keep it safe. When the master returns, he praises the investors and punishes the one who played it safe. I remember. I always thought that parable was kind of harsh. It is. But the point isn't about money, it's about growth, about using what you're given, about not letting fear stop you from creating something bigger. Dietrich leans forward. You have a gift, Klaus. You make things that bring joy. The question isn't whether you should share that gift. The question is how widely. And what's the answer? I don't know, but I know this. Staying small because you're afraid of change is the same as burying your talent in the ground. Sometimes you have to risk growth, even if it's scary, even if you might fail. Klaus looks at the letter from Bamberg, at the Archbishop's seal, at the bureaucratic language warning him to stay within bounds. Then he looks at Father Dietrich. What if I fail? Then you fail, and you learn, and you try something else. What if I succeed? Dietrich smiles. Then you change the world, one toy at a time. Klaus walks home through dark streets, thinking. By the time he reaches the workshop, he's made a decision. Tomorrow he'll talk to Jakob Steiner, he'll take the investment, he'll scale up, not because he wants to be rich, not because he wants to be famous, but because Father Dietrich is right. Staying small out of fear is just another kind of cage, and Klaus has already escaped too many cages to climb back into one now, even if this one is made of comfort and safety and the temptation to never risk anything again. Spring is here. Things grow in spring. Time to see how big this can become. The partnership with Jakob Steiner changes everything. Not immediately, not dramatically, but slowly, steadily, like water reshaping stone. Steiner provides three things: money, space, and ruthless pragmatism. The money pays for better wood, better paint, better tools. Klaus no longer has to scavenge scraps from Herr Scholl's workshop. He can buy materials specifically for toy making: basswood for carving, oak for durability, pine for affordability. Each type of wood has different properties, and now Klaus can choose instead of just using whatever's available. The space is a small storefront on Weisgerbergasse, Tanner's Street, a narrow lane that smells like leather and industry. It's not glamorous. The building is old, the windows are small, the floor creaks ominously. But it's his, or partially his. Steiner owns it, but Klaus runs it. The sign above the door reads, Liebermann Toys. Klaus stares at it for 5 full minutes the day it's installed, feeling something between pride and terror. The pragmatism, though, that's the hard part. Steiner isn't cruel. He's not exploitative. But he is relentlessly efficient. You're spending too much time on details, he tells Klaus one afternoon, watching him carve. Details matter, Klaus says, carefully shaping the curve of a wooden horse's mane. Details that the customer sees matter. Details that they don't see are waste. Klaus looks up. It's not waste, it's craftsmanship. It's time, and time is money. If you spend an hour making one perfect horse or 45 minutes making 2 good horses, which is better? The perfect one. Wrong, the 2 good ones, because 2 families get toys instead of 1. 2 children smile instead of 1. And Klaus hates that Steiner's right. He hates that efficiency is actually a form of kindness. He hates that perfection is, in this context, selfishness. So he learns to work faster. He develops shortcuts, techniques for rough carving that still look good, paint patterns that are quick but effective, production methods that balance quality with quantity. He's becoming a factory, and part of him mourns what he's losing: the intimate connection with each piece, the knowledge of exactly which child will receive exactly which toy, the personal touch. But another part of him sees the numbers. In May, he makes 60 toys. In June, 112. In July, with the help of an assistant Steiner hires, a quiet apprentice named Georg, who's excellent at sanding but terrible at conversation, he makes 183. 183 small wooden objects that bring joy. 183 children who smile. It's working, but it's also changing him. And he's not sure how he feels about that. One evening in late July, Greta visits the workshop. She's 8 now, growing up fast. Still gap-toothed but taller, more serious. She watches Klaus and Georg work for a while, saying nothing. Then, "You don't make birds anymore." Klaus looks up. "Sure I do. There's 3 over there. Not like before. Before you made each one different. Different poses, different expressions. Now they're all the same." Klaus looks at the birds in question. She's right. They're identical. Assembly line birds. He carved the first one carefully, then used it as a template. "We can make more birds this way," he says. "More kids get toys. But they're not special anymore. They're still toys. They're not yours anymore." And that hits harder than it should, because Greta's right. The toys Klaus makes now are good. They're affordable, they're accessible, but they're not intimate. They're not made with one specific child in mind. They're made for an abstract market of potential customers. They're products, not gifts. "I'm trying to help more people," Klaus says quietly. Greta nods. "I know, but I miss the old toys, the ones that felt like you really saw me." She leaves soon after. Klaus stands in the workshop, surrounded by efficiency, and feels something crack, not break, just crack. A thin line of doubt spreading through his certainty. That night, he carves a bird. Not for a customer, not for inventory, just for himself. He takes his time. He shapes each feather individually. He paints it with care. Blue and grey and white, realistic proportions, eyes that look almost alive. It takes him 3 hours. When he's done, he holds it up. It's perfect. And completely unmarketable. Because who's going to pay for 3 hours of labor? The price would have to be so high that no ordinary family could afford it. This bird is beautiful and useless. Klaus sets it on a shelf in the corner, a reminder of something he used to be, and isn't sure he wants to stop being. The business keeps growing. By August, Steiner wants to open a second location. By September, he's talking about hiring more assistants. By October, he's suggesting Klaus train other craftsmen, create a network, franchise the model. Klaus listens to all this with growing discomfort. This is good, Steiner keeps saying. We're building something real. And they are. But what are they building? An industry, a market, a system, the exact kind of structure Klaus originally rebelled against. He's becoming Albrecht Fink, just with better marketing. The realization comes one evening in late October. Klaus is working late, finishing an order. Georg left hours ago. The workshop is quiet, except for the scratch of sandpaper and the distant sounds of the city settling into night. Then the door opens. Klaus looks up. It's Ernst Hoffmann, the cabinet maker who cornered him months ago, the one who said Klaus was destroying the market. Herr Hoffmann, Klaus says carefully. Hoffmann looks around the workshop, at the shelves of toys, at the tools, at the efficiency. You won, Hoffmann says. Klaus blinks. I'm sorry? You won. You created a market. You proved it's viable. You even got guild approval. Hoffmann pauses. I underestimated you. Thank you. That wasn't a compliment. Klaus sets down his sandpaper. Then what was it? A warning. Hoffmann steps closer. You think you're different, he says. You think you're special. You think because you started with good intentions, you're somehow better than the rest of us. But look around, Liebermann. Look at what you're building. Mass production, standardization, profit margins. You're not a rebel anymore. You're just another craftsman chasing guilders. I'm helping children. You're helping yourself. The children are just your market. Klaus feels his jaw tighten. That's not fair. Isn't it? When's the last time you gave a toy away? When's the last time you sat with a kid and made something for them? Not for children in general. When's the last time you made something perfect instead of something profitable? Klaus doesn't answer, because he can't. Hoffmann nods. That's what I thought. You became exactly what you were fighting against. You just did it faster than the rest of us. He turns to leave. At the door, he pauses. For what it's worth, Hoffmann says, I don't think you're a bad person. I think you're a person who discovered that idealism is expensive and compromise is easier. We all make that discovery eventually. He leaves. Klaus stands alone in the workshop, surrounded by toys, surrounded by success, and feeling for the first time in months like he might have made a terrible mistake. Outside, October wind rattles the windows. Winter is coming again. And Klaus Liebermann, history's first elf, professional toymaker, accidental entrepreneur, has no idea what he's become, or how to get back to what he was, or if he even can. The perfect bird sits on its shelf, watching him, judging him, reminding him of something he's not sure he wants to remember, that some things can't be scaled, that some magic dies when you try to systematize it, that there's a difference between sharing joy and selling it, and he's not sure which one he's doing anymore. November 1612 arrives with the kind of cold that makes you question every life choice that led you to living in Bavaria. Klaus wakes up one morning to frost on the inside of his windows and the dawning realization that he's been a professional toy maker for 8 months and has no idea who he is anymore. The workshop is doing well, better than well. Steiner's investment has paid off. They're producing nearly 300 toys a month now. Klaus has 3 assistants: Georg, still quiet, still excellent at sanding, a woman named Hilda who's incredibly fast at painting, and a teenage boy named Peter who's learning to carve. They have regular customers, repeat business, a waiting list. By any reasonable metric, Klaus Liebermann is successful. He's miserable, not constantly, not dramatically, just chronically, like a low-grade fever of the soul. He wakes up, he goes to the workshop, he supervises production, he manages inventory. He talks to customers. He goes home, he sleeps, repeat, it's fine, it's sustainable. It's nothing like why he started. He hasn't carved something just for fun in 6 weeks. He hasn't given a toy away for free in 3 months. He hasn't spoken to Greta in... Actually, he's not sure. She stopped visiting, probably because the workshop stopped feeling like a place for kids and started feeling like a place for business. One morning, Klaus is reviewing inventory records when Steiner shows up with news. "We've been invited to the Christkindlesmarkt," Steiner announces. Klaus looks up. The what? The Christchild Market, Nuremberg's new winter festival. The council approved it last month. It's going to be a month-long market in the main square, specifically for Christmas goods. Decorations, foods, gifts. Steiner grins. And toys. Klaus feels something complicated. When did the council approve this? October. Apparently there was a petition, signed by about 300 citizens. They argued that Nuremberg should have an official Christmas market to celebrate the season and boost local commerce. The council debated for weeks, but eventually they agreed. Albrecht Fink agreed to a Christmas market. Fink was outvoted. Matthias Heller championed it. Father Dietrich supported it. Even some of the guild masters backed it. Fink fought it, but he lost. Klaus sits back in his chair. A year ago, he was arrested for making toys. Now the city has an official Christmas market, specifically because of him. He created the demand. He proved the concept. He showed that people wanted this. And now the system has absorbed it, commodified it, turned rebellion into retail. "This is good news," Steiner says, misreading Klaus's expression. "We'll have a prime spot, maximum visibility. This could double our customer base." "Yeah," Klaus says distantly. "Great," Steiner frowns. "You don't seem excited." "I'm excited." "You look like someone just told you your dog died." Klaus rubs his face. "I don't have a dog. That's not the point." "What is the point?" "The point is, we're winning. Everything you wanted, legal toy making, public acceptance, financial sustainability, we have it. So why do you look like you've lost something?" Klaus doesn't answer, because he has lost something. He's just not sure what. The Christkindlesmarkt opens on December 1st, 1612. It's actually kind of magical. The main square has been transformed. There are wooden stalls decorated with evergreen branches, candles everywhere, in windows, on tables, hanging from wires strung between buildings. The Schönerbrunnen, that Gothic fountain where Klaus hung his first star, is now surrounded by market stalls selling roasted nuts, mulled wine, gingerbread, candles, wreaths, and yes, toys. Klaus and his team have a stall in a prime location. They've spent 2 weeks preparing, stocking inventory, creating displays, training Hilda and Georg to handle customers while Klaus manages production in the workshop. Opening day is chaos. Good chaos, but chaos. People flood the market. Families, couples, elderly folks, children dragging parents from stall to stall. The smell of cinnamon and roasted almonds fills the air. Someone is playing music. A lute, maybe. Klaus can't see over the crowd. Their stall is mobbed within the first hour. Parents buying toys for their children. Grandparents buying toys for grandchildren. Older siblings buying toys for younger siblings. The toys are flying off the shelves. Klaus stands behind the counter, making change, wrapping purchases, smiling at customers, and feeling absolutely nothing. It's successful, it's profitable, it's everything he theoretically wanted, and it's completely hollow. "Klaus!" He turns. It's Father Dietrich, holding a cup of mulled wine and looking delighted. "This is wonderful," Dietrich says. "Look at this, the whole city is here, and it's all because of you." "It's because of the council approving it," Klaus says. "The council approved it because you made them realize people wanted it. You created this. You should be proud." Klaus forces a smile. "I am." Dietrich studies him. "You're not." "I am. Really. It's great. Everything's great." "Klaus, Father, I need to get back to customers." "Klaus, stop." Dietrich's voice is gentle but firm. The priest voice, the one that suggests confession might be healthy. Klaus stops. Dietrich pulls him aside, away from the crowd, into the relative quiet behind the stall. "What's wrong?" Dietrich asks. "Nothing's wrong. Business is good." The market's a success. Everyone's happy. Everyone except you. Klaus looks at the crowd, at the smiling faces, at the children clutching new toys, at the whole beautiful, chaotic scene. I don't know what I expected, Klaus says quietly. I thought making toys would feel different, more meaningful. I thought every toy would matter. They do matter. They matter collectively, as units sold, as inventory moved, but individually. Klaus shakes his head. I don't know these kids anymore. I don't know their names, I don't know their stories, I just know 37 wooden horses sold today, 42 birds, 21 dogs. Their statistics. Dietrich is quiet for a moment. When I first became a priest, he says, I wanted to save everyone, every soul, personally. I'd spend hours with parishioners, listening to confessions, offering counsel, praying with them. It was exhausting, but it felt important. What changed? The parish grew. More people needed help, and I realized I could spend an hour with one person, or 10 minutes with 6 people. Both are valuable. But if I insisted on the hour, 5 people would go without. He looks at Klaus. You're mourning intimacy, and that's understandable. The early toys were personal, each one was a relationship, but Klaus, you're helping more people now. Different, yes. Less personal, yes. But more. Is more always better? No, but it's not always worse either. It's just different, and different requires different skills, different ways of finding meaning. Klaus watches a mother hand her daughter one of his wooden rabbits. The girl's face lights up. She hugs the rabbit like it's the most precious thing in the world. She'll never know Klaus made it. She'll never know his name. To her, it's just a toy. A perfect, wonderful, anonymous toy. And maybe that's okay. Maybe meaning doesn't require recognition. Maybe impact doesn't require intimacy. I miss the beginning, Klaus says quietly. When it was just me and scraps of wood and kids who needed something to smile about. When it was simple. Nothing worth doing stays simple, Dietrich says. Growth complicates things. But complication isn't the same as corruption. You're not betraying your original purpose. You're just learning what it looks like at scale. Klaus nods slowly. But if you hate it, if this really isn't what you want, then change it. You're not trapped. You chose this path. You can choose differently. I don't know what differently would look like. Then figure it out. But do it honestly. Don't stay miserable out of obligation. Don't martyr yourself to success. Dietrich squeezes his shoulder. You're allowed to want something else, Klaus. Even if that something is smaller. Even if it looks like failure to everyone else. Then he walks back into the crowd, leaving Klaus alone with his thoughts. Klaus stands there for a long moment. Then he does something he hasn't done in months. He picks up a piece of scrap wood from under the counter, and he starts carving. Not a product, not inventory, just something. His hands remember what his brain has forgotten, the pleasure of creation without purpose, the joy of making something just to see what emerges. He carves for maybe 10 minutes while Hilda and Georg handle customers. He's not sure what he's making. A bird, maybe, or a fox. Something with wings or ears, or... That's pretty. Klaus looks up. There's a girl standing in front of him, maybe 6 years old. Red cheeks from the cold. Mittens so big they look like oven mitts. Thanks, Klaus says. What is it? Klaus looks at the half-carved thing in his hands. I'm not sure yet. I think it's a dragon. Klaus tilts his head. She's right. It could be a dragon. He hadn't seen it, but now he does. The curve of a neck, the suggestion of scales. You're right, he says. It's definitely a dragon. The girl grins. I like dragons. Me too. Will you sell it when you're done? Klaus looks at the dragon, at the girl, at her hopeful face, and he makes a decision. No, he says. I'm going to give it to you. The girl's eyes go wide. Really? Really, but I need to finish it first. Can you come back in an hour? Yes, she bounces on her toes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. She runs off, mittens flapping. Klaus goes back to carving, and for the first time in months he feels something uncomplicated. Joy. Not the satisfaction of a successful business, not the pride of achievement. Just simple, pure, uncomplicated joy in the act of making something for someone specific. One girl, one dragon, one gift. Maybe Dietrich is wrong. Maybe more isn't always better. Maybe Klaus needs both. The scale and the intimacy, the business and the art, the profession and the passion. Maybe he doesn't have to choose, maybe he just has to balance. An hour later, the girl returns with her mother. Klaus has finished the dragon. It's small, palm-sized. He's painted it green with gold eyes. The wings are articulated. They flap when you press the tail. It's not his best work, but it's made with attention, with care, with someone specific in mind. He hands it to the girl. She takes it like it's made of glass. "It's perfect," she whispers. Her mother reaches for her coin purse. "How much?" "Nothing," Klaus says. "It's a gift." The mother blinks. "I can't." "You can. Consider it." Klaus pauses, searching for words. "Consider it a thank you for reminding me why I do this." The mother looks confused but grateful. She ushers her daughter away. The girl clutches the dragon, looking back at Klaus with the kind of reverence usually reserved for saints. Klaus watches them disappear into the crowd, and he thinks, that's why. Not the sales, not the growth, not the success. But that one moment, that one connection, that one small gesture that says, "I see you. You matter. Here's something made just for you." The market continues around him. Hundreds of people. Dozens of transactions. Money changing hands, toys changing owners. The whole capitalist Christmas machine churning away. And Klaus decides he's going to do both. He's going to run the business. He's going to scale production. He's going to help as many children as possible through volume and efficiency. But he's also going to keep a corner of the workshop for himself, for the special projects, for the one-offs, for the kids who need something more than a product. He'll make toys, plural, standardized, affordable, and he'll make the toy, singular, personal, priceless. It'll be harder, it'll be exhausting, it'll require him to split himself between two modes, but Klaus realizes he's always been split, between the practical and the idealistic, the craftsman and the artist, the businessman and the rebel. Trying to be only one or the other was the mistake. He needs to be both. Even if it's messy, even if it's complicated, even if it means sometimes he'll fail at both. At least he'll fail honestly. That evening, after the market closes, Klaus returns to the workshop. Hilda and Georg and Peter have gone home. Steiner is reviewing sales numbers and grinning like a man who just found money in an old coat. "Klaus, 237 toys sold in one day. Do you know what this means?" "We need more inventory," Klaus says. "We need to hire more people. We need to expand. We also need to keep one day a week for special orders," Klaus interrupts. Steiner stops. "Special orders? Custom work, one-of-a-kind pieces, for kids who need something specific. No charge." Steiner's expression shifts. "Klaus, we can't afford to work for free. We can afford one day. The business is profitable. We can spare 8 hours a week for charity. It's not scalable. It's not supposed to be." Steiner opens his mouth, closes it, looks at Klaus for a long moment, then surprisingly he nods. "Fine, Fridays. You get Fridays for whatever you want. But the rest of the week, we run this like a business. Deal." They shake on it. And Klaus feels something settle. Not contentment, not quite, but something close. A truce with himself. An acceptance that he can be contradictory, that he can be both efficient and intimate, that he can scale up without selling out. It won't be easy, but nothing worth doing ever is. December continues. The Christ Kindles market is a massive success. By the end of the month, Klaus and his team have sold over 900 toys. They've made more money in December than in the previous 8 months combined. Steiner is ecstatic. The guild is grudgingly impressed. Even Albrecht Fink, spotted at the market one evening, looks less actively hostile and more just tired, like he's accepted defeat with the grace of a man who knows when he's lost. But the moment Klaus remembers most from that December happens on a Friday. A boy comes to the workshop. He's maybe 9 years old, thin, dirty. The kind of kid who lives in the margins of medieval society. Maybe an orphan, maybe just poor, definitely hungry. "I heard you make toys," the boy says. "I do," Klaus says. "Can you make me something?" "What would you like?" the boy thinks. "A knight, a brave one who fights monsters." Klaus nods. "I can do that, but it'll take a few hours." "Can you wait?" The boy hesitates. "I don't have money." "I know, it's free." The boy's eyes go wide. "Really?" "Really. Sit over there. You can watch if you want." The boy sits, and Klaus carves. He takes his time. He makes the knight detailed. Armor, sword, shield, a helmet with a tiny plume. He paints it silver and blue and red. He makes sure the knight stands proud, strong, brave. When he's done, he hands it to the boy. The boy takes it carefully, stares at it, then looks up at Klaus with an expression that's too complicated for words. "Why?" the boy asks. "Why what? Why give this to me? You don't know me." Klaus thinks about this. "Because," he says finally, "everyone deserves to feel like a knight sometimes. Everyone deserves to believe they're brave enough to fight monsters." The boy nods slowly. Like this makes sense. Like this is important information he's filing away for later. "Thank you," he says. And he leaves, clutching the knight like it might save his life. Klaus watches him go and he thinks, This is worth everything. Not the success, not the profit, not the fame or the recognition or the historical footnote he's accidentally becoming. But this, one small gesture of humanity in a world that desperately needs more of them. He's not saving the world. He's not revolutionizing society. He's not even making a particularly large dent in childhood poverty. He's just giving one kid one small reason to believe things might be okay, and maybe that's enough. Maybe that's all anyone can do. Make one thing, help one person, add one small light to the darkness, and hope that enough people do the same. Outside, December snow begins to fall. Inside, Klaus Liebermann picks up another piece of wood and starts carving, not for a customer, not for inventory, not for profit, just because his hands need to make something. And making things, freely, generously, stubbornly, is the most rebellious act he knows. The Christmas season of 1612 ends quietly. The market closes, the decorations come down. Nuremberg returns to its normal grey winter self. But something has changed. Not everything, not dramatically, but something. People have tasted joy, and they want more. The Christ Kindles Markt becomes an annual tradition. It still exists, actually, in 2025. One of the oldest Christmas markets in the world, running continuously for over 400 years. And if you visit it today, you'll find toy vendors, dozens of them, selling wooden toys to children who have no idea they're participating in a tradition that started with one stubborn shoemaker who refused to accept that suffering was mandatory. Klaus Liebermann doesn't know any of this, of course. He's just trying to survive winter and make rent. And figure out how to balance art with commerce. He's just a person, flawed, complicated, trying his best. But he's also accidentally, historically, undeniably, history's first elf. The man who looked at Christmas and said, "This should be fun," and then made it so, one toy at a time. The thing about becoming a historical footnote is that you don't know it's happening while it happens. Klaus Liebermann, age 23, professional toymaker, accidental revolutionary, is too busy dealing with winter inventory and a leaky workshop roof to realize he's making history. January 1613 is brutally cold. The kind of cold that makes you understand why medieval people believed in hell, because clearly someone's punishing them. Business slows down post-Christmas. The market euphoria fades. People return to their normal lives, working too much, eating too little, trying not to die of preventable diseases. Klaus uses the slowdown to catch up on special orders. The Friday custom work has become something of an open secret. Parents bring their children. They describe what the child needs, not wants needs. A toy that represents hope, or courage, or just the idea that someone cares. Klaus makes them all. A wooden horse for a girl whose father is sick. A carved fox for a boy who's afraid of the dark. The fox is brave, Klaus tells him. He'll protect you. A small angel for a family mourning a lost child. He doesn't charge, he doesn't advertise, he doesn't make a big production of it. He just makes things, and people remember. Not consciously, not in a way they could articulate, but in the back of their minds, they file away the information. There's a toy maker in Nuremberg who cares, and that information spreads. By February, Klaus is getting requests from outside Nuremberg. A letter from Bamberg, another from Augsburg. Someone in Regensburg heard about the toy maker who gives things away and wants to know if he ships. Klaus reads these letters with growing confusion. How do they know about me? He asks Steiner. Steiner shrugs. Word of mouth. Travelers. Merchants. Someone tells someone who tells someone. That's how markets work. But I'm not trying to be famous. Doesn't matter. You're doing something unusual. Unusual gets noticed. Klaus folds the letter from Regensburg. I can't ship to Regensburg. That's 3 days away. The toy would cost more in transport than in materials. So don't ship. Let them come to you. That's not... Klaus. Steiner sits down across from him. You need to decide what you're optimizing for. Are you trying to help as many people as possible? Or are you trying to maintain personal control over every transaction? Why can't I do both? Because there are only so many hours in a day. You can make 10 perfect toys a week and help 10 families. Or you can make 100 good toys and help 100 families. Both are valid, but you have to choose. Klaus hates this conversation. He hates that Steiner's right. He hates that scale requires compromise. He hates that you can't have infinite intimacy with infinite people. What would you do? Klaus asks. Steiner considers. I'd expand. I'd train more craftsmen. I'd create a network of workshops. Nuremberg, Bamberg, Augsburg, maybe Munich. Each one produces toys to a certain standard. Each one employs local people. Each one contributes to the local economy while spreading the model. That sounds like franchising. It is franchising. Before franchising was invented, someone has to invent it. Klaus rubs his face. I just wanted to make toys. And now you're making an industry. Congratulations. Steiner stands. Think about it. But think fast. Opportunity doesn't wait. He leaves. Klaus sits alone in the workshop, surrounded by half-finished toys, and wonders if there's a version of success that doesn't feel like selling your soul. That night, Klaus has a visitor. It's late, past midnight. The workshop is dark, except for a single candle. Klaus is awake because he can't sleep, carving aimlessly when there's a knock at the door. He opens it. It's Albrecht Fink. Klaus blinks. Herr Fink. Fink looks older, grayer, like the last year has aged him a decade. May I come in? Fink asks. Klaus steps aside, too surprised to refuse. Fink enters, looking around the workshop with an expression that's hard to read. Not hostile, not friendly, just observing. Tea, Klaus offers, because apparently manners override common sense. Please. Klaus makes tea. They sit at the workbench, two men who were enemies a year ago, now just tired and cold and sharing watered-down chamomile. I came to apologize, Fink says abruptly. Klaus nearly drops his cup. What? I was wrong. About you, about the toys, about... Fink waves vaguely. Everything. Klaus has no idea how to respond. Fink continues. I spent a year trying to stop you, trying to control something I didn't understand. And all I accomplished was making myself irrelevant. You're not irrelevant, you're on the council. The council overrules me now, regularly, because I opposed the Christmas market, and the Christmas market was a success, because I fought toy making, and toy making is now a legitimate profession, because I insisted on order and control, and the world moved on without me. He takes a sip of tea. I've been thinking about why I fought you so hard, and I realized I was afraid, not of you. Not of toys, but of obsolescence, of becoming the old man who doesn't understand the new world, of being left behind. Klaus is silent. You made me obsolete, Herr Liebermann. Not maliciously, not intentionally, but by existing. by creating something I couldn't predict or control, by proving that the world I understood, the world of strict rules and clear hierarchies, was already gone. Fink looks at him. I don't expect forgiveness. I don't expect friendship. I just wanted you to know I understand now what you were trying to do, and I'm sorry I fought it. Klaus sets down his tea. I don't think you were entirely wrong, Klaus says slowly. Fink raises an eyebrow. I mean, you were wrong about a lot of things. The trials were excessive, burning the toys was cruel, but you were right that I was disrupting something, that letting people make things without oversight creates chaos. I'm living that chaos now. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm making it up as I go, and sometimes I think maybe Fink was right. Maybe some things need structure. Fink almost smiles. But you kept going anyway. I didn't have a choice. Of course you did. You could have stopped, gotten a normal job, made boots for the rest of your life. That's not living, that's just done enduring. And enduring is easier. Yes, but it's not better. They sit in silence for a moment. Then Fink says, for what it's worth, and I realize this may sound strange coming from me, don't let them turn you into a businessman. Klaus looks at him sharply. I've watched you this past year, Fink continues. I've seen you grow. I've seen you compromise. I've seen you start to think in terms of efficiency and profit and scale, and I understand why. But don't lose the thing that made you dangerous. Which was the belief that rules are optional, that suffering isn't inevitable. That one person can look at the world and say, no, this isn't good enough. Fink stands. Keep that. Whatever else you do, keep that. He walks to the door, pauses. And Klaus, I'm glad you won. Then he leaves. Klaus sits alone in the workshop, staring at his tea, feeling like the universe just folded in on itself. Albrecht Fink, his enemy, his antagonist, the man who tried to destroy him, just gave him permission to stay rebellious. The world is very strange, and getting stranger. The next morning, Klaus makes a decision. He's going to say no to Steiner's expansion plan, not because it's a bad idea, not because it wouldn't work, but because it would change him in ways he's not ready for. He's going to stay small, stay local, stay human-scaled. He'll make toys, he'll run a business, he'll train assistants, but he won't franchise, won't expand, won't turn himself into a cog in a machine he created. He'll help fewer people, but he'll help them better. It's a choice. Maybe not the right choice, maybe not the optimal choice, but it's his choice, and that matters. When he tells Steiner, the merchant looks disappointed, but not surprised. I thought you might say that, Steiner says. You're angry. I'm frustrated. I see potential you're not using, but... Steiner shrugs. It's your life, your business. I'm just the money. You're more than that. You're a partner, and I value that. But I can't become something I'm not. Steiner nods slowly. What about a compromise? What kind of compromise? You stay in Nuremberg, you keep your workshop small, but you license the methods. You write down your techniques, how to carve efficiently, how to paint quickly, what designs work best. You sell that information to craftsmen in other cities. They make their own toys, you get a small licensing fee, they get a proven model, everyone wins. Klaus considers this. It's not perfect, it's still commodifying knowledge. Still turning craft into product, but it's better than franchising. It preserves autonomy, it spreads the model without requiring his direct control. Okay, Klaus says, I can do that. And so Klaus Liebermann becomes, inadvertently, history's first open-source toymaker. He spends the spring of 1613 writing a manual, the art of joyful craftsmanship he calls it, though Steiner insists on changing the title to something more practical, a practical guide to toy making for profit and purpose. It's 20 pages, handwritten, copied by a scribe Steiner hires. It includes basic carving techniques, paint recipes, design templates, pricing strategies, tips for working with children. A whole section on why giving some toys away for free is actually good business. The manual is sold for 1 guilder. By summer, copies have reached Bamberg, Augsburg, Regensburg, and Munich. By autumn, Klaus starts receiving letters from craftsmen who've used the manual to start their own toy businesses. Some thank him, some ask questions, Some send him samples of their work asking for feedback. Klaus answers every letter because he realizes this is another way of scaling, not through control, through sharing, not through ownership, through generosity. He's not building an empire, he's starting a movement of people who believe that making things matters, that joy is worth pursuing, that the world can be softer if we make it so. It's small, it's slow. It's nothing like the Industrial Revolution that's still centuries away, but it's something, and something is always better than nothing. By winter 1613, Klaus Liebermann has been a professional toymaker for 18 months. He's 23 years old. He's trained 6 assistants. He's written 1 manual. He's made approximately 2,000 toys. He's changed one city's approach to Christmas. He's inspired dozens of other craftsmen to try toy making. And he's learned one crucial lesson. You can't change the whole world, but you can change your corner of it. And if enough people change their corners, eventually the whole world shifts. One toy at a time, one child at a time, one small act of stubborn generosity at a time. Klaus doesn't know he'll be remembered. He doesn't know that 400 years later, people will study the origins of the Christmas market tradition and trace it back to a shoemaker's apprentice who refused to accept that December had to be miserable. He doesn't know that his story will become myth, that he'll be absorbed into the larger folklore of Christmas, that centuries of toy makers and Christmas enthusiasts will look back and see him as the beginning of something. All he knows is, tomorrow he'll wake up. He'll go to his workshop. He'll carve some toys. Some he'll sell, some he'll give away, and at the end of the day, maybe a few more children will smile. That's enough. That's always been enough. Everything else is just decoration. Spring 1614 brings something Klaus hasn't experienced in years. Boredom. Not the bad kind. Not the soul-crushing tedium of making the same boot for the 1000th time. But the good kind. The comfortable kind. The kind that suggests you've achieved something resembling stability. The workshop runs smoothly. Hilda manages painting. Georg handles sanding and finishing. Peter's become good enough at carving that Klaus can trust him with simple designs. They have regular customers, consistent income, and a routine that doesn't require constant crisis management. Klaus is content, which is suspicious, because contentment in 1614 usually means you're about to get plague or invaded or both. But nothing bad happens. Nothing particularly interesting happens either. The Christkindl's Markt runs again in December 1613, just as successful as the year before. Klaus and his team sell toys. People smile. Money changes hands. It's all very civilized. In January 1614, Klaus receives a letter from a toy maker in Strasbourg who read the manual and wants advice. In February, a guild meeting discusses whether toy making should have its own category or remain under miscellaneous woodworking. In March, Klaus turns 24 and realizes he's been doing this for 2 years. 2 years. Which doesn't sound like much until you remember this is the 17th century, and 2 years of anything is basically a lifetime achievement. He's survived. He's stable. He's bored out of your mind, Father Dietrich observes one afternoon. They're sitting in the church garden. Early spring. Not quite warm, but not actively hostile. The kind of weather that makes you believe in the concept of hope. I'm not bored, Klaus protests. You carved the same bird 3 times yesterday. I watched. Same pose, same expression, same everything. It's a popular model. It's lazy. Klaus bristles. I'm running a business. Efficiency matters. So does innovation. When's the last time you made something new? Something that challenged you? Something that made you think, I'm not sure I can do this, but I'm going to try anyway? Klaus opens his mouth. Closes it. Because Dietrich's right. He's coasting. Making the same toys, selling to the same customers, following the same patterns. It's safe, it's sustainable, it's boring, Klaus admits. Exactly. So what do I do? Dietrich shrugs. Make something that scares you. That's not helpful advice. It's excellent advice, you just don't want to hear it. And he's right. Again. Annoyingly. That evening, Klaus sits in his workshop, staring at a blank piece of wood. Make something that scares you. What scares him? Failure. Rejection. Irrelevance. The idea that he peaked at 22 and the rest of his life will just be variations on the same theme. But those are abstract fears. What concretely scares him? And then he knows. Movement. He's been making static toys. Animals that stand, soldiers that pose, objects that exist in a single fixed state. What if he made something that moved? Really moved. Not just articulated joints, but actual mechanical motion. An automaton. A toy that moves on its own. Klaus has seen automatons before. Rich people have them. Elaborate clockwork devices that play music or dance or perform complex actions. They're expensive, complicated, far beyond what a toy maker in Nuremberg should be attempting. Which is exactly why he should try. He starts researching. The guild library, yes, guilds have libraries, medieval Europe is weird, has a few books on mechanical principles. Klaus spends a week reading about gears and springs and tension. He doesn't understand most of it, but he understands enough to try. He starts with something simple, a walking dog. The idea is, you wind a spring, set the dog down, and it walks forward on its own. Simple in concept, nightmare in execution. The first attempt collapses immediately. The legs buckle. The spring unwinds too fast. The dog does a weird somersault and breaks. The second attempt works for approximately 3 seconds before a gear slips and the whole thing jams. The third attempt catches fire. Klaus isn't sure how. He wasn't using anything flammable. But apparently friction plus medieval craftsmanship plus bad luck equals small fire. He puts it out quickly. No damage except to his pride and his eyebrows. But he keeps trying. Because this is fun. Not fun like selling toys is satisfying. Fun like, I have no idea what I'm doing, and I might fail spectacularly, but I'm doing it anyway. Fun like the early days, like carving his first bird. Like giving Greta that wooden toy and watching her face light up. Fun like being terrified and excited at the same time. It takes him 6 weeks. 6 weeks of failed prototypes, late nights, muttered curses, and Georg asking repeatedly if Klaus is okay because he started talking to himself. But finally, on a Tuesday in late April, Klaus creates a mechanical dog that works. It's crude. The movement is jerky. It only walks about 3 feet before stopping. It makes a clicking sound like a very judgmental cricket. But it works. Klaus winds the spring, sets the dog on the workbench, releases it. The dog walks forward, one mechanical step at a time, legs moving in a rhythm that's almost lifelike. It's the most beautiful thing Klaus has ever made. He immediately shows it to Greta. She's 9 now, still visits occasionally, though less often, growing up, becoming a person with her own interests and opinions. She watches the dog walk, eyes wide. How, she asks. Gears, springs, probably a little bit of magic. Can I touch it? Yes, but be careful, it's fragile. She picks it up, examines it, winds the spring, sets it down, watches it walk. Then she looks at Klaus with an expression he can't quite read. You're back, she says. What? You're back, the old you, the one who made things just because you could, not because you had to, not because someone paid you, just because. Klaus feels something in his chest. I missed him, Greta adds quietly. Me too, Klaus says, and he realizes he's been so focused on sustainability and scale and not failing that he forgot the original point. Joy. Not just creating joy for others, but feeling it himself. The mechanical dog changes everything, not externally. Business continues as usual. Sales remain steady. The workshop keeps functioning. But internally, Klaus shifts. He starts experimenting again, making weird things. Toys that don't make economic sense but make creative sense. A bird that flaps its wings when you crank a handle. A horse that gallops when you pull a string. A carousel that spins when you wind it up, with tiny horses rising and falling. None of them are profitable. They take too long to make. They cost too much. They're too fragile. But they're amazing. And word spreads, because people don't just want affordable toys. They want wonder. They want magic. They want to see something they've never seen before and think, how is that possible? And Klaus accidentally is giving them that. By summer 1614, Klaus has requests for mechanical toys from customers willing to pay premium prices. A wealthy merchant in Augsburg wants a mechanical peacock. A noblewoman in Bamberg wants a dancing figure for her daughter's birthday. A church in Regensburg wants a mechanical nativity scene. Klaus takes selective commissions, not many. Just enough to fund his experimentation, because here's what he's learned. You need both. You need the bread and butter work, the simple, affordable toys that pay the bills, and you need the ambitious work, the impossible projects that remind you why you started. One funds the other, one makes the other possible. It's balance, again, always balance. By autumn 1614, Klaus is 24 years old and has achieved something rare in any century. He's figured out how to be both an artist and a professional, how to serve a market while serving himself, how to make a living without making it his entire life. It's not perfect. He still has bad days, days when he questions everything, days when he's exhausted and frustrated and wondering if it's worth it. But then he makes something beautiful, or a child smiles, or a mechanical dog takes 3 jerky steps across a workbench, and he remembers, yes, it's worth it, all of it. The trials, the compromises, the growth, the mistakes, worth it. One evening in November, Klaus is working late when Father Dietrich stops by. "Still here?" Dietrich asks. "Always here," Klaus says, not looking up from the mechanical bird he's adjusting. "You know, when I told you to make something that scared you, I didn't mean dedicate your entire life to it." "Too late." Dietrich smiles. "How do you feel?" Klaus thinks about this. "Tired," he says. "Excited, frustrated, hopeful, proud, terrified." "All at once?" "All at once." "Good," Dietrich says. "That means you're living." And Klaus realizes he is, not just surviving, not just enduring, actually living, choosing things, making things, failing sometimes, succeeding sometimes, but always moving forward, always creating, always believing that the world can be slightly better if you make it so. It's not a grand life. He's not a hero. He's not changing history in dramatic ways. He's just a toy maker. But he's a toy maker who refused to accept that joy was optional, who looked at December and said, "This should sparkle," who looked at children and said, "They deserve wonder," who looked at the rules and said, "These are negotiable." And 400 years later, when historians study the origins of Christmas traditions, when folklorists trace the evolution of the Christmas market, when people walk through the Christkindlesmarkt in Nuremberg and buy wooden toys and mulled wine and feel something warm despite the cold, they won't know Klaus Liebermann's name. They won't know about the trials, the burned toys, the mechanical dog that caught fire. They won't know about the Friday custom work, the manual he wrote, the compromise he made with himself. But they'll feel it, the legacy, the permission, the idea that December doesn't have to be grey, that winter doesn't have to be only suffering. That joy is something you can make with your hands, and that's enough. That's always been enough. Klaus doesn't need to be remembered. He just needs to make things, and so he does. Through the winter of 1614, through the years that follow, through wars and plagues and all the chaos the 17th century can throw at him, he makes toys, some simple, some complex, some for money, some for free. But always, always with the same stubborn belief that creating something beautiful is an act of resistance, that giving someone a reason to smile is worth the effort, that one person can look at the world and decide, no, this isn't good enough, and then make it better. One toy at a time, one child at a time. One small wooden bird that catches the light and makes someone think, maybe things can be okay. Klaus sets down his tools, looks at the mechanical bird in front of him. It's finished. The wings articulate smoothly. The gears mesh perfectly. The spring tension is just right. He winds it up, sets it on the workbench. It flaps its wings, slowly, gracefully, like it's learning to fly. Klaus smiles. "There you go," he whispers. "Off you go." And outside, November darkness presses against the windows. But inside there's light. There's always light, as long as someone's willing to make it. December 1614 marks the third annual Christkindlesmarkt. By now it's a tradition, not ancient, not sacred, but established enough that people would riot if it got cancelled. The market opens December 1st, as always. The square fills with stalls selling candles, nuts, gingerbread and toys. So many toys now. Klaus isn't the only toy maker anymore. There are at least 6 vendors selling wooden toys, 3 selling cloth dolls, and 1 ambitious craftsman selling tiny tin soldiers. Klaus should feel threatened. Market competition is usually zero-sum in 1614, but instead he feels proud. He created a market, and now that market is thriving. Other people are feeding their families because he proved toys were viable. That's legacy, not fame, not recognition. Just the quiet satisfaction of knowing you started something bigger than yourself. His stall is still one of the most popular. Not because he undercuts prices, he doesn't, but because people know Klaus makes toys with care. Every piece, even the simple ones, has thought behind it. And the mechanical toys? Those have made him semi-famous. A mechanical bird that flaps its wings, 5 guilders. A walking dog, 8 guilders. The carousel with rising and falling horses, 20 guilders. These are luxury items, absolutely unaffordable for most families. But there are enough wealthy merchants, minor nobles and aspirational burghers that Klaus sells 3 or 4 mechanical toys every market season, enough to fund his experiments, enough to keep pushing boundaries. On December 10th, something unexpected happens. A nobleman visits his stall, not just any nobleman. Count Friedrich von Hohenberg, one of the wealthiest men in Bavaria, owns 3 castles, 2 of which are only mildly haunted. He arrives with an entourage, servants, guards, a secretary taking notes. The crowd parts, people stare. Klaus, currently wrapping a wooden horse for a customer, looks up and nearly drops everything. "You are the toymaker?" the Count asks. Klaus nods. "Yes, my lord. I've heard of your mechanical works. I'd like to commission something." The entire market goes silent. Everyone's listening now. "What did you have in mind?" Klaus asks, trying to sound professional and not like someone whose heart is trying to escape via his throat. A mechanical theatre, life-sized, with multiple figures performing a scene from scripture. The Nativity, perhaps, or the Resurrection, something appropriate for Easter. Klaus blinks. Life-sized? Yes, I'm building a chapel. I want something memorable, something that demonstrates both piety and sophistication. That would be expensive. I'm aware. Name your price. Klaus's mind races. A life-sized mechanical theatre would take months, maybe a year. It would require skills he doesn't have yet. It would push him into territory he's never explored. It would be terrifying. Perfect. 200 guilders, Klaus says, which is approximately what a skilled craftsman makes in 2 years. It's absurd. It's probably too much. Done, the Count says immediately. Klaus tries not to faint. They negotiate details. The Count wants the Nativity. Multiple figures. Mary, Joseph, the infant, shepherds, angels, all moving, some walking, some gesturing, all synchronized. It's impossible. Klaus agrees to try. The Count leaves. The crowd erupts into whispers. Klaus stands there, holding a contract for the largest commission of his life, and thinks, what have I done? That evening, Klaus gathers his team. Hilde, Georg, Peter, plus 2 newer assistants, Anna, who's brilliant at painting faces, and Thomas, who's good with metal work. We have a problem, Klaus says. The Count Commission? Georg asks. How did you... Never mind. Yes, the Count Commission. We need to build a life-sized mechanical nativity, and I have no idea how. Silence. Then Peter says, could we hire help? From who? Clockmakers. They understand gears and springs. Maybe they could consult. Klaus considers this. That might work, but clockmakers are expensive. The Count is paying 200 guilders, Hilde points out. We can afford consultants. True, okay. Peter, you research clockmakers. Thomas, you figure out the metal framework. Georg, you handle the base structure. Hilde and Anna, paint and finishing. I'll coordinate and handle the complex mechanisms. They nod. This is going to take months, Klaus warns. Maybe a year. You're all signing up for the most intense project we've ever attempted. It might fail. It might bankrupt us. It'll be amazing, Anna interrupts. When's the last time any of us did something this ambitious? Klaus looks at her. She's 17, fearless, reminds him of himself 3 years ago. You're right, he says. It will be amazing, or it'll be an expensive disaster. Either way, it'll be memorable. They spend December planning. They hire 2 clockmaker consultants, brothers named Wilhelm and Ernst, who normally make church bells, but are intrigued by the challenge. They source materials, oak for the structure, brass for gears, steel for springs, fabric for clothing. They sketch designs, argue about proportions, test mechanisms on small prototypes. It's chaos. It's expensive. It's the most fun Klaus has had in months. By January 1615, they're ready to start building. The work is slow, methodical. Each figure takes weeks to construct. The mechanisms are finicky. The synchronization is nightmarish. They break things, rebuild things, break them again. Klaus works 16-hour days. So does everyone else. Steiner, watching from the sidelines, looks increasingly nervous. You're putting all your resources into one project, he warns. If this fails, it won't fail. But if it does, then we'll have tried something incredible. And that's worth more than playing it safe. Steiner shakes his head. You've changed. For better or worse? I'm not sure yet. By spring, they have 3 completed figures. Mary, Joseph, and a shepherd. Each one articulated, each one moving on hidden mechanisms. They test them. Mary's arm gestures toward the manger. Joseph's head turns. The shepherd walks forward 3 steps, staff in hand. It's clunky. It's loud. The gears click audibly. The movements are mechanical, not fluid, but it works. And it's astonishing. Even the consultants are impressed. I've never seen anything like this, Wilhelm admits. This is art and engineering having a baby. Klaus grins. Can we make it quieter? We can try. They spend another month refining. Adjusting gear ratios, adding padding to muffle sounds, improving the synchronization. By summer, they have 6 figures completed. By autumn, 8. The infant Jesus is the hardest. How do you make a baby move without making it creepy? They go through 7 prototypes before Klaus figures it out. Less movement, just the suggestion of breath. A tiny rise and fall of the chest. Subtle, almost imperceptible. But there, it's perfect. By November 1615, the mechanical nativity is complete. 10 figures, all moving, all synchronized, all telling a story. They test it one final time in the workshop. Klaus winds the mainspring, the one that powers everything, and the nativity comes to life. Mary gestures, Joseph turns, the shepherds approach, the angels raise their arms, the infant's chest rises and falls. It runs for 3 minutes, then the spring unwinds and everything stops. The workshop is silent, then Georg starts clapping, then Hilda, then everyone. Klaus stands there watching his team celebrate and feels something enormous. Not pride, not exactly, gratitude, for the team who believed in him, for the consultants who shared their knowledge, for the Count who took a chance on an impossible project, for Father Dietrich who told him to make something that scared him, for himself 3 years ago who decided that suffering wasn't mandatory. We did it, Klaus says quietly. We did it, Peter echoes, grinning. They deliver the mechanical nativity to Count von Hohenberg on December 15th, 1615. It takes 8 people and a specially built cart to transport it. They set it up in the Count's chapel, a small but elegant room with stained glass windows and marble floors. The Count watches the first demonstration in silence. When it's finished, he turns to Klaus. This, he says slowly, is a miracle. It's mechanics, my lord. Mechanics that inspire wonder. That's the definition of miracle. He pays Klaus 200 guilders, in cash, which is so much money that Klaus briefly forgets how to count. Then the Count says, I'd like to commission another piece. Klaus blinks. mechanical Easter scene. The resurrection. Even more ambitious, 500 guilders. Klaus nearly passes out. I'll need to think about that. Take your time. I'm patient. They leave the chapel. The team loads up the cart. Everyone's exhausted but ecstatic. On the ride back to Nuremberg, Georg leans over to Klaus. 500 guilders, Georg whispers. Do you know what that means? That we're insane for even considering it. That we're craftsmen doing work that matters. That we're not just making toys. We're making art. We're making things that will last centuries. Klaus looks at him. You really think so? I know so. People will remember this. Maybe not our names, but the work. The work will last. And Georg's right. 400 years later, the von Hohenberg mechanical nativity still exists. It's in a museum now, carefully preserved, still functional, though rarely operated to prevent wear. Art historians study it. Engineers marvel at it. Children press their faces against the glass case, staring at the frozen figures, trying to imagine them moving. And a small plaque notes, created by Klaus Liebermann and workshop Nuremberg, 1615. Not much, just a footnote. But a footnote that lasted. December 1615 ends quietly. The market runs. Toys sell. Klaus and his team take a well-deserved rest. On Christmas Eve, Klaus sits in his workshop alone. Everyone else has gone home to celebrate with their families. He's carving. Not for a customer, not for a commission. Just because his hands need to make something. A small bird. Simple. Classic. The kind of toy he started with 3 years ago. He carves it slowly. Carefully. Enjoying the process without worrying about the outcome. When he's done, he paints it blue and gold. Then he hangs it on the wall next to the first bird he ever carved. The one he kept. His prototype. His reminder. They look similar, but not identical. The first one is rougher, less refined, made with enthusiasm but limited skill. The new one is smoother, more confident, made with experience and knowledge. Both are beautiful. Both matter. Klaus looks at them and thinks, this is growth. Not replacing who you were, but building on it, honoring it, carrying it forward while becoming something new. Outside, Christmas bells ring. Inside, Klaus Liebermann, 25 years old, master toymaker, accidental innovator, history's first elf, sits in his workshop and carves. Because that's what he does. That's who he is. Not a revolutionary, not a rebel, not a historical figure, just a person who makes things. And believes, stubbornly, relentlessly, hopefully, that making things matters, that joy is worth pursuing. That the world can always use more beauty. One toy at a time, one careful cut at a time, one small act of creation at a time, forever. The thing about success is that it attracts attention, and attention in 1616 is almost never good. Klaus learns this in February when a representative from the Archbishop's office shows up at his workshop. Not Father Dietrich, a different priest, younger, more official. Carrying documents with seals and that special kind of confidence that comes from working for someone powerful. Klaus Liebermann? The priest asks. Yes, Klaus says warily. He's learned to be suspicious of official visitors. I'm Father Martin, assistant to the Archbishop of Bamberg. His Excellency has heard of your mechanical nativity. Oh, that's good. His Excellency would like to discuss a potential commission for the cathedral, something even grander than the von Hohenberg piece. Klaus's first thought, more money. Good. Klaus's second thought, church commission, definitely more complicated. I'd be honored, Klaus says carefully, but I'd need to discuss scope and timeline. Of course. His Excellency invites you to Bamberg next month. All expenses paid. You'd meet with the Cathedral Planning Committee and discuss the project. Klaus nods slowly. I'll need to bring my lead assistants. This kind of work requires a team. Naturally. Accommodations will be provided. Father Martin leaves. Klaus sits down heavily. A cathedral commission. For the Archbishop, this is enormous. This is career-defining. This is terrifying, Georg says from the doorway. Klaus jumps. How long have you been there? Long enough. You're taking it, right? I don't know, church commissions are complicated. If they don't like the work, it's not just bad business, it's potential heresy charges. Since when do you care about potential heresy charges? You were arrested for sorcerous merriment. You're basically immune to religious persecution at this point. Klaus laughs despite himself. That's not how immunity works. So you're saying no? I'm saying I need to think about it. But he's going to say yes. They both know it. Because Klaus can't resist an impossible challenge, and a cathedral-sized mechanical sculpture is about as impossible as it gets. March 1616. Klaus, Georg and Peter travel to Bamberg. It's a 3-day journey by wagon. Uncomfortable, cold, but also kind of exciting. Klaus hasn't left Nuremberg in years. The world feels bigger than he remembered. Bamberg is impressive. Larger than Nuremberg. 7 hills, 2 rivers. A cathedral that dominates the skyline like God himself planted a flag. They meet with the committee in a room that smells like incense and authority. The archbishop is old. 70 maybe, but sharp. His eyes miss nothing. Herr Liebermann, he says, I've seen the von Hohenberg nativity, remarkable work. Thank you, Your Excellency. I want something similar, but for the cathedral, something that will inspire pilgrims, draw visitors, demonstrate the glory of God through the marvels of human craftsmanship. What specifically did you have in mind? The Last Judgment. Klaus's stomach drops. The Last Judgment. Yes, Christ in glory, angels, the saved ascending to heaven. The damned descending to hell, all in motion, all synchronized. It should be, the archbishop gestures vaguely, magnificent. Klaus tries to imagine this. The scale, the complexity, the theological stakes of depicting eternal damnation in mechanical form. That would be ambitious, Klaus says carefully. I'm aware. That's why I'm commissioning you. You've demonstrated ability beyond typical craftsmen. This is your chance to create something truly immortal. How much time would we have? 2 years for the cathedral's Jubilee celebration. 2 years for the most complex mechanical sculpture anyone has ever attempted. And the budget? 1,000 guilders. Klaus tries not to choke. 1,000 guilders. That's enough to buy a house. Multiple houses. I need to discuss with my team, Klaus says. Of course. You have 1 week to decide. They're given rooms in the cathedral guest house. Nice rooms, with actual beds and everything. That night, the 3 of them sit around a small table, eating bread and cheese, trying to process. 1,000 guilders, Peter says quietly. It's too much, Klaus says. How is money ever too much? Georg asks. Because it means the stakes are too high. If we fail, if the archbishop doesn't like it, we're not just losing a commission. We're angering the church. In the middle of the 30 Years' War, by the way, which starts in 2 years, though we don't know that yet. So we don't fail, Peter says simply. It's the Last Judgment. Theological landmines everywhere. What if we depict hell wrong? What if the archbishop decides our version of damnation is insufficiently terrifying? What if... Klaus, Georg interrupts. Are you afraid? Klaus pauses. Yes. Good. Because if you weren't afraid, I'd be worried. This is terrifying. It should be terrifying. But you know what's more terrifying? Not trying. Playing it safe. Spending the rest of your life wondering what you could have built. Klaus looks at him. Georg continues. 3 years ago, you were arrested for making toys. Now the archbishop wants to pay you 1,000 guilders to create art for a cathedral. This is insane. This is unprecedented. This is exactly the kind of thing you started this for. I started this to make kids smile. And now you're going to make adults weep with awe. Same principle, bigger scale. Klaus looks at Peter. What do you think? Peter, quiet, reliable Peter, says, I think Georg's right. I think this is your life's work, and I think you'll regret it forever if you say no. Klaus sits back. They're right, both of them. This is terrifying. This is impossible. This is career-defining. And Klaus has never been good at saying no to impossible things. Okay, he says. We do it. Georg grins. Peter nods. But, Klaus adds, we need more help. more assistants, more consultants. We are going to need clockmakers, metalworkers, painters, maybe even a theologian to make sure we don't accidentally commit heresy through gear placement. We have 1,000 guilders, Georg points out. We can afford help. We have 1,000 guilders and 2 years, Klaus corrects, which means we spend smart and work fast. They return to Nuremberg and immediately start planning. Klaus accepts the commission. The contract is signed. Half the payment up front, 500 guilders, which is more cash than Klaus has ever seen in one place. Then the real work begins. They expand the team. 8 full-time assistants, 3 consultants, a theologian from the university who's paid to review designs and make sure nothing depicted contradicts church doctrine. The workshop becomes a factory. The small space on Weissgerbergasse isn't enough anymore. Klaus rents a warehouse, a whole warehouse, just for this project. They build prototypes, test mechanisms, argue about theology. How many angels can fit on a gear shaft becomes an actual debate. The project consumes everything. Klaus works 18-hour days, so does everyone else. They eat meals in the warehouse. Some nights they just sleep there. Steiner, watching from the sidelines, looks worried. "You're going to burn out," he warns. "I'll rest when it's done." "What if you can't finish? What if 2 years isn't enough? Then we'll fail spectacularly, but we'll have tried." "Klaus, Jakob." Klaus stops working, looks at him directly. "I know you're worried. I know this is risky. I know we might fail. But this is important, not just for money, not just for prestige, but because someone has to try these things. Someone has to push boundaries. Someone has to look at the impossible and say, maybe not." Steiner sighs. "You're insane." "Probably. But you're also brilliant, so I'm not going to stop you." "Thank you. But I'm doubling your life insurance." "We have life insurance?" "We do now." By the end of 1616, they've completed the foundational framework, a massive wooden structure 12 feet tall, 8 feet wide, designed to support hundreds of pounds of mechanical figures. By spring 1617, they've completed the first 5 figures. Christ in glory, 2 angels, 2 demons. Each one is a masterpiece, hand-carved, painted with incredible detail, articulated at multiple joints. They test the basic movement. It works. Barely. The synchronization is rough. The gears grind. The whole structure wobbles ominously. But it works. And that's enough to keep going. Summer 1617 is hell. Appropriate, given they're building a depiction of hell. The heat is oppressive. The warehouse is stifling. Everyone's exhausted. Tempers flare. Tools break. Mechanisms fail. Klaus nearly quits twice. But then he remembers, this is what he wanted, not the suffering, but the challenge. The chance to create something that's never been created. And he keeps going. By autumn 1617, they're behind schedule. They have 9 months left. They're maybe 60% done. Klaus calls a meeting. "We need to simplify," he says. The team groans. "I know, but we can't do everything we planned. Some figures need to be static. Some movements need to be cut. We focus on the centerpiece, Christ, the angels immediately around him, and a few key damned souls. Everything else is decorative but non-moving." "The Archbishop wanted it all mechanical," Georg points out. "The Archbishop wants something magnificent. Moving figures are magnificent. Beautiful static figures are also magnificent. We give him both." They spend a week redesigning, cutting unnecessary mechanisms, simplifying movements, focusing resources on the most important elements. It's heartbreaking. So many ideas abandoned, so many clever mechanisms scrapped. But it's also necessary. By winter 1617, they're back on track. By spring 1618, they're 90% done. By summer 1618, they're testing the completed sculpture in the warehouse. It's enormous, 12 feet tall, hundreds of components, dozens of moving parts. Klaus winds the mainspring, a massive mechanism that took 3 weeks to build. The sculpture comes to life. Christ raises his arms. Angels spread their wings. Blessed souls ascend on hidden pulleys. Damned souls descend, their faces twisted in mechanical anguish. It runs for 5 minutes, the longest continuous movement Klaus has ever achieved. When it stops, The warehouse is silent. Then Anna starts crying. "It's beautiful," she whispers. And it is. Not perfect. Still some clicking. Still some rough movements. But beautiful. Awe-inspiring. The kind of thing that makes you believe in something bigger than yourself. Even if you're not sure what that something is, they disassemble it carefully, pack it in crates, hire a convoy to transport it to Bamberg. On August 15, 1618, Klaus and his team deliver the Last Judgment to Bamberg Cathedral. It takes 3 days to reassemble. 3 days of careful work in the cathedral's north transept. When it's finally complete, they invite the Archbishop for the unveiling. The old man enters, looks at the covered sculpture, nods to Klaus. Klaus removes the cloth. The Last Judgment stands there, silent, waiting. Klaus winds the spring, and the sculpture performs. The Archbishop watches in silence. His expression is unreadable. When it's finished, he turns to Klaus. "How long did this take?" 2 years, Your Excellency." "How many people?" 11 craftsmen, 3 consultants, hundreds of hours. The Archbishop nods slowly. Then he kneels. Right there, in front of the sculpture, an archbishop, kneeling. He prays, quietly, in Latin. Klaus doesn't understand all of it. When he stands, there are tears on his face. "This," the archbishop says, voice shaking slightly, "is the glory of God made manifest through human hands. This is what we're capable of when we devote ourselves to something greater. Thank you, Herr Liebermann. Thank you for reminding me why I believe." He pays them the remaining 500 guilders, and then he asks if Klaus would consider a permanent position as cathedral artisan. Klaus politely declines. Because he's not done yet. Not with toys, not with creation, not with proving that the impossible is just difficult. They return to Nuremberg as legends. News of the Last Judgment spreads. Pilgrims travel to Bamberg specifically to see it. Artists study it. Engineers attempt to reverse engineer it. Klaus Liebermann is 28 years old. He's completed the most ambitious mechanical sculpture of the century. He's changed what people think is possible, and he's just getting started. Because the question isn't, what have you done? The question is, what can you do next? And Klaus always has an answer. You'd think completing a masterpiece for the Archbishop would be enough. You'd be wrong. Klaus returns to Nuremberg in September 1618, exhausted, wealthy, and immediately restless. The warehouse workshop is empty now. The team has scattered. Georg back to his family, Peter apprenticing with a clockmaker, Hilda opening her own painting studio. Everyone moving on with their lives, carrying the experience forward. Klaus stands in the empty space, surrounded by sawdust and silence, and thinks, now what? He's 28. He has money. He has reputation. He could retire, technically, live comfortably, make the occasional toy for fun. But retirement at 28 feels like giving up. And Klaus has never been good at giving up. So he does what he always does when faced with uncertainty. He makes something. Not a commission. Not a project. Just something. He goes back to basics, sets up a small workspace in Herr Scholl's old workshop, which he now owns, because Scholl retired last year and sold it to Klaus for a very reasonable price. And he carves toys. Simple toys. The kind he started with. Wooden birds. Dogs. Horses. But with all the skill he's accumulated, these are the most perfectly crafted basic toys anyone has ever seen. Museum-quality craftsmanship applied to children's playthings. He doesn't sell them. He gives them away. Every Friday he opens his workshop to any child who wants a toy. No payment, no conditions. Just, here's something I made. I hope it makes you happy. Within a month, there's a line. Within 2 months, the line wraps around the block. Parents bring their children, poor families mostly. The ones who could never afford Klaus's commissioned work. The ones who remember when he was just a troublemaking apprentice giving away carved birds. They're grateful. Overwhelmed sometimes. A few cry. Because in 1618, in the middle of what will become the 30 Years' War, it starts officially in May, though Klaus doesn't know this yet, Small gestures of kindness matter more than ever. The world is getting darker, and Klaus is making lights. One afternoon in October, Greta visits. She's 13 now, almost unrecognizable from the gap-toothed 7-year-old who first received a wooden bird. She's grown, serious, carrying herself with the careful poise of someone who's learning to navigate a complicated world. "I heard you're giving away toys again," she says. "I am," Klaus confirms. "Why? You're famous now. You could charge whatever you want." Klaus thinks about this. "Remember when I gave you that first bird?" "Of course. Do you remember how it felt?" Greta's expression softens. "Like someone saw me, like I mattered." "Exactly. That feeling, that's worth more than any commission. More than any cathedral sculpture. Because that feeling is what all of this is actually about." "But you can't sustain this. If you give everything away..." "I'm not giving everything away. I still take commissions. I still do paid work. But I also do this. Because if I don't, I forget why I started." Greta looks at him for a long moment. Then she smiles. "You're still the same," she says. "Even after everything. You're still the guy who thought joy was worth getting arrested for." "Is that good or bad?" "It's good. The world needs people like you, people who refuse to become practical." She leaves. Klaus stands there, holding a half-carved fox, and thinks, maybe that's my purpose, not to be practical, but to be stubbornly, relentlessly impractical in service of something better. November 1618 brings news from Bamberg. The Last Judgment sculpture has been damaged, not seriously. A gear slipped, one of the angel's wings is stuck, it's fixable. But the Archbishop requests Klaus's presence to repair it. Klaus takes Georg and makes the journey. Bamberg feels different, tenser. There are more soldiers in the streets, more worried faces. The cathedral itself has guards now. The war is coming. Everyone knows it. Klaus repairs the sculpture. It takes 3 days. While he works, pilgrims come to watch. They stand in the transept, silent, staring at the mechanical figures. One woman approaches Klaus while he's adjusting gears. "My son died last month," she says quietly. "Fever. He was 6. Klaus stops working. "I'm sorry. I came to see the judgment, to see where souls go, to try to understand." She pauses. "Your sculpture helped. Seeing the blessed souls rise, it gave me hope." Klaus doesn't know what to say, so he just nods. The woman touches the base of the sculpture, gently, like blessing it. Then she leaves. Klaus finishes the repair in silence, thinking about that woman, about her son, about all the children who won't receive toys because they're gone, about all the parents who need to believe in something beyond the immediate horror of losing a child. And he realizes the cathedral sculpture isn't just art. It's not just engineering. It's comfort. It's a mechanical promise that suffering isn't the end. That's what all his work is, actually. Not toys, not sculptures. Promises. Small wooden promises that things can be okay. He returns to Nuremberg with a new understanding of what he's doing, and a new project forming in his mind. December 1618. The 4th annual Christ Kindles marked. Klaus has a new stall, larger, better positioned. His reputation means prime real estate. But he's not selling his usual inventory. Instead, he's giving away a new type of toy, comfort objects. Small, simple figures designed not for play, but for holding. Smooth, palm-sized, no sharp edges, made from warm woods, cherry, walnut, maple. "What are these?" customers ask. "Something to hold when you're scared," Klaus says. "Something to remind you that someone cares." It's strange. It's not a traditional toy. It's almost therapeutic. But people get it, especially parents, especially now with war tensions rising. They take the comfort objects. Some pay, some don't. Klaus doesn't push. By mid-December, he's given away over 200, and he starts receiving letters. From a mother whose daughter sleeps better, holding the wooden heart Klaus made. From a father who carries a small bird in his pocket during work, touching it when stress builds. From an elderly woman who says the wooden angel Klaus gave her reminds her of her late husband. These aren't toys, they're something else. Something Klaus doesn't have a name for yet, But they matter. Maybe more than the cathedral sculpture, maybe more than the mechanical marvels, because they're personal, intimate, specific. One person, one object, one small gesture of care. On Christmas Eve, Father Dietrich visits Klaus's stall. "You've changed again," the priest observes. "Have I? You're softer, less focused on achievement, more focused on, I don't know, connection." Klaus considers this. "The cathedral sculpture was amazing. I'm proud of it. But the woman whose son died, she needed something I can't build with gears. She needed to feel less alone. And I realized, that's what I've always been making. So not toys, not sculptures, just reminders that someone cares." Dietrich nods slowly. "That's ministry. I'm not a priest. You don't have to be. Ministry isn't about ordination. It's about seeing people's pain and offering comfort. You're doing that, with wood instead of prayers, but it's the same impulse." Klaus hadn't thought of it that way, but Dietrich's right. He's not just a toy maker anymore. He's not just an artisan. He's someone who looks at suffering and tries to make it slightly more bearable. One small wooden object at a time. "What happens when the war comes?" Klaus asks quietly. Because they both know it's coming. The political situation is deteriorating rapidly. Protestant and Catholic tensions are reaching a breaking point. "I don't know," Dietrich admits. "Nothing good. Wars never are. But people will need comfort even more. Maybe especially then." "Should I leave? Take my work somewhere safer?" "Would you?" Klaus thinks. "No, this is home. These are my people." "Then stay. Make your toys. Give your comfort. Be a small light in the darkness." Dietrich smiles. "That's all any of us can do, really. Be lights. And hope enough of us shine that the darkness doesn't win." The market ends. Christmas passes. 1619 arrives with snow and soldiers. The 30 Years' War officially begins in May. Bohemian Protestants rebel against the Holy Roman Emperor. It's complicated. It's theological. It's about power and land and religion and a dozen other things that won't be resolved for 3 decades. Nuremberg tries to stay neutral. City-states in the Holy Roman Empire are good at that, claiming neutrality while quietly picking sides. But neutrality doesn't mean safety. By summer, there are refugees, people fleeing violence in Bohemia. Families with nothing but the clothes they wear and the trauma they carry. They arrive in Nuremberg, hundreds of them. The city struggles to accommodate them. Shelters fill up, resources strain. Klaus sees them in the streets, exhausted, desperate, children with hollow eyes. And he does what he always does. He makes toys, not to sell, to distribute. He mobilizes his old team, Georg, Peter, Hilda, anyone who's willing. They work in shifts, making simple toys, wooden animals, cloth dolls. Nothing complex, just something for children to hold. They set up distribution points at the refugee shelters. Free toys, no conditions. Some people think Klaus is crazy. "You're wasting resources," they say. "These people need food, shelter, not toys." But Klaus disagrees. They need food, yes. Others are providing that. But they also need to feel human. To feel like their children are still children, not just survivors. A toy won't feed them. But it might remind them that kindness still exists. And it works. Not dramatically, not measurably. But a refugee child holding a wooden horse has a different expression than a refugee child holding nothing. Small difference, but difference nonetheless. By autumn 1619, Klaus has given away over 1,000 toys to refugees. He's also gone through most of his cathedral commission money. Steiner is horrified. "You're bankrupting yourself. I'm using money for its purpose." "Its purpose is to sustain your business. Its purpose is to do good. I have enough to sustain myself. The rest should go to people who need it more." "Klaus, Jakob, I appreciate your concern, but I'm not changing my mind." Steiner throws up his hands. "Fine. But when you're poor again, don't come crying to me." "I won't." But Steiner doesn't mean it. 3 days later, he shows up with a proposal. "If you're determined to give everything away, at least let me help you do it efficiently." He's organized a fundraiser. a Christmas benefit where wealthy Nuremberg citizens can donate money specifically for refugee toy distribution. In exchange, Klaus will create one special commemorative piece that will be auctioned off. A fundraiser, Klaus says slowly, for toys. For refugee relief, technically, but yes, for toys. Klaus laughs. 3 years ago, I was arrested for making unauthorized toys. Now we're fundraising for them. Progress? Steiner says dryly. It's weird. The fundraiser happens in December 1619. It's surprisingly successful. Wealthy merchants, minor nobles, even a few guild masters donate. The commemorative piece, a mechanical angel Klaus made specifically for the auction, sells for 60 guilders. Combined with donations, they raise over 200 guilders for refugee toy distribution. It's not enough to solve the refugee crisis. It's not enough to end the war. It's not enough to fix anything, really. But it's 200 guilders that wouldn't exist otherwise. 200 guilders that will become toys. That will become small moments of comfort for children who've lost everything. And Klaus realizes this is scalable compassion, not his compassion, community compassion. Organized, coordinated, efficient. He's not just making toys anymore, he's building systems that enable others to participate in making the world slightly less terrible. It's not revolutionary, it's not even that innovative. But it's something, and something is always better than nothing. Christmas 1619 is strange. The market still runs. People still buy toys and drink mulled wine and pretend everything's normal. But there's a shadow over everything. The war, the refugees, the sense that the world is changing in ways no one can predict. Klaus has his stall as usual, but he's different now. Quieter, more focused. A father approaches, middle-aged, tired-looking. "You're the toymaker," the man says. "I am. My daughter received one of your toys. At the refugee shelter, a small wooden cat. I remember making those. Did she like it?" The man's eyes water. "She hasn't spoken in weeks. Not since we fled. Not since she saw..." He stops, swallows hard. But when she received that cat, she smiled, just for a second, but she smiled. He pulls out a small leather pouch. "I have 3 pfennigs. It's all I have. But I wanted to pay you, for the toy, for the smile." Klaus gently pushes the pouch back. "Keep it. The smile was payment enough." "I can't." "You can, and you will. Use it for food, for shelter, for whatever your daughter needs." The man stares at him. Then suddenly he embraces Klaus. A fierce, desperate hug. "Thank you," he whispers. "Thank you for seeing her, for seeing us." Then he's gone, disappearing into the Christmas crowd. Klaus stands there, feeling something enormous in his chest. This is why. Not the commissions, not the fame, not the cathedral sculptures or the mechanical marvels. This, one father, one daughter, one moment of connection. That's worth everything. That's worth getting arrested for, worth going bankrupt for, worth dedicating a life to. Because in a world that's falling apart, someone has to make things that hold it together. Even if those things are just small wooden cats. Even if they only work for a moment. A moment of relief is still relief. A moment of joy is still joy. And enough moments might add up to something that looks like hope. Klaus goes back to his stall, back to carving, back to making small wooden promises that things can be okay. Around him, the Christmas market glitters, temporary, fragile, but beautiful. Just like everything else worth making. Just like everything else worth believing in. Father Dietrich appears beside him, seemingly from nowhere. "You know," the priest says conversationally, "I've been thinking about what you do. And I've decided it's a form of prayer." Klaus raises an eyebrow. "Carving toys is prayer? Creating beauty in the face of suffering, offering comfort without expectation of return, believing that small gestures matter. That's the essence of prayer, conversation with the divine through action. I'm not particularly religious. You don't have to be. God, or whatever force animates the universe, speaks through creation. You're creating. Therefore, you're speaking, whether you intend to or not." Klaus thinks about this. So I'm accidentally religious? You're accidentally everything good religion is supposed to be and often isn't. Compassionate, generous, stubborn in your belief that love matters more than rules. Dietrich pats his shoulder. Keep being accidentally holy, Klaus. The world needs it. And he walks away, leaving Klaus alone with his thoughts and his tools and his small wooden mission. The year 1619 ends quietly. The war continues. The refugees continue arriving. The world continues being complicated and painful and often unfair. But in one small workshop in Nuremberg, a toy maker continues making things. Simple things. Beautiful things. Unnecessary things that turn out to be completely necessary. And children continue smiling. And parents continue finding small reasons to hope. And Klaus Liebermann continues believing, stubbornly and irrationally, that one person can make a difference. Not by changing everything, but by changing something. One carved bird at a time. One mechanical angel at a time. One small wooden promise at a time. It's not much, but it's enough. It's always enough. The year 1620 begins with a question Klaus has been avoiding for months. What do you do when the thing you're making can't fix the thing that's broken? The war is accelerating. The Battle of White Mountain happens in November 1620, a decisive Catholic victory that will reshape the political landscape of Central Europe for generations. Klaus doesn't know the details. He's not a historian, he's not a strategist, he's just a toy maker watching his world slowly tear itself apart. More refugees arrive, the shelters are overwhelmed, disease spreads, food shortages begin, the city council implements rationing, and Klaus keeps making toys. Because what else can he do? He can't stop the war, he can't feed everyone, he can't shelter everyone, he can't fix the fundamental political and theological conflicts that are destroying Europe. But he can carve a wooden dog for a child who's lost everything else. It's absurd, really. Offering toys in the face of violence and starvation and displacement, like bringing flowers to a house fire. Except people need flowers, even in fires. Maybe especially in fires. They need small reminders that beauty still exists, that someone still cares, that the world, despite all evidence to the contrary, is not entirely cruel. Klaus is carving in his workshop one January morning when a woman enters. She's young, early 20s maybe, well-dressed, not a refugee, a local. "Are you Klaus Liebermann?" she asks. "I am." "I'm Margareta Fischer. My father is Heinrich Fischer, the merchant." Klaus nods. He knows the name. Fischer is one of Nuremberg's wealthiest citizens. Textiles, import, export, the kind of money that builds wings onto houses. "My father sent me," Margareta continues. "He wants to commission something." "I'm not taking commissions right now," Klaus says gently. "I'm focused on refugee relief." This is related. My father wants to commission a large piece, a mechanical nativity scene, larger than the one you made for Count von Hohenberg. He'll pay generously, but there's a condition. Klaus waits. He wants all proceeds beyond your costs to go to refugee relief. He's essentially funding refugee aid through a commission. He thought this might appeal to you. Klaus sets down his knife. That's actually clever. Fischer gets a prestigious piece for his estate. Klaus gets funding for refugee work. Everyone wins. "How large?" Klaus asks. 20 feet, multiple scenes, as elaborate as you can make it. Klaus does some mental math. A 20-foot mechanical sculpture would take at least a year, maybe 18 months. It would require rebuilding his entire team, but it would fund thousands of toys, thousands of small comforts. "I'll do it," Klaus says, "but I need full creative control. And I need to maintain my Friday free toy distributions. They're non-negotiable." My father anticipated that. He agrees to your terms. They shake hands, and Klaus finds himself once again embarking on an impossible project, because apparently he can't help himself. By February, Klaus has reassembled the team: Georg, Peter, Hilda, Anna, Thomas, plus 4 new assistants and 2 new consultants. They rent a larger warehouse, begin planning. The concept: multiple nativity scenes representing different cultural interpretations, German, Italian, Spanish, each one mechanical, each one telling the story slightly differently. It's ambitious, it's expensive, it's probably insane, perfect. They work through the spring and summer of 1620, long days, difficult work, but also meaningful work, because they know every gear they craft, every figure they carve is indirectly funding comfort for people who desperately need it. It changes how they work. They're not just making art. They're making art that makes compassion possible. Do you think this matters? Peter asks one evening. They're working late, testing mechanisms. Everyone else has gone home. The sculpture, Klaus asks. All of it. The toys, the refugee work, everything. Do you think it actually matters? Or are we just making ourselves feel better while the world burns? Klaus considers this carefully. I think it matters to the specific people we help. That girl with the wooden cat, it mattered to her. Maybe not to history, maybe not to the war, but to her in that moment it mattered. Is that enough? It has to be. Because we can't fix everything. We can't end the war. We can't solve poverty. We can't eliminate suffering. But we can reduce it. A little bit for a few people. And if everyone did that, reduced suffering a little bit for a few people, maybe the world would be different. Peter nods slowly. So we're not saving the world. We're just participating in making it less terrible. Exactly, we're participants, not saviors. There's a difference. They go back to work, but Klaus thinks about that conversation for days, because Peter's right. They're not saving anything. They're just making things slightly less terrible, one small action at a time. And maybe that's okay. Maybe that's actually the only realistic goal, not transformation, but incremental improvement. Not revolution, but evolution. Not fixing everything, but fixing something. By autumn 1620, the Fisher Commission is progressing well. They have the framework built. 3 of the 12 figures are complete, but the war situation deteriorates. The Battle of White Mountain crushes Protestant resistance. The Emperor's forces are now pushing into Protestant territories. Nuremberg, officially neutral but Protestant-leaning, is nervous. More refugees arrive. The shelters are beyond capacity. People are sleeping in churches. In alleys, anywhere they can find space. The city council debates whether to close the gates, stop accepting refugees, protect their own resources. Klaus attends a public council meeting. It's chaos. People shouting, arguments, fear everywhere. When Albrecht Fink, still on the council, still ornery but mellowed by age, calls for closing the gates, Klaus stands up. "May I speak?" he asks. The room goes quiet. Everyone knows Klaus Liebermann, the toymaker, the troublemaker, the man who started the Christmas market. "Speak," the council chair says. Klaus takes a breath. "I understand the concern. Resources are limited. We can't help everyone. But closing the gates, turning away people who have nowhere else to go, that's not protection, that's cowardice." Murmurs in the crowd, some agreeing, some angry. "I'm not saying we can save everyone," Klaus continues, "but we can help some people. And isn't that what cities are supposed to do? Provide shelter, offer safety? We have walls, we have food, we have space. Maybe not enough, but some." He looks at the council. 3 years ago, I was arrested for making toys. Unauthorized joy, remember? And the council's argument was, rules exist to maintain order, to protect society. Well, what kind of society are we protecting if we turn away people who need help? What are we ordering? What are we maintaining? Silence. "We can't save everyone," Klaus repeats, "but we cannot be the people who closed the gates. We can be the people who said, 'We'll try. Come in. We'll figure it out.'" He sits down. The council deliberates. It's close. But ultimately, they vote to keep the gates open. Not because of Klaus's speech necessarily, but because enough people in the room believed that closing the gates would be a moral failure they couldn't come back from. Afterward, Albrecht Fink approaches Klaus. "That was a good speech," Fink says. He's 70 now, walks with a cane, but still sharp. "Thank you. You've become political. I've become desperate. There's a difference." Fink chuckles. "Maybe. Or maybe you've realized that making toys and making policy are connected. Both are about deciding what kind of world you want to live in." He pats Klaus's shoulder. Keep speaking up. The council needs voices like yours, voices that remember we're supposed to be human. And he walks away, leaving Klaus to wonder when he became someone whose political opinions matter. December 1620. The 5th annual Christ Kindles marked. It's subdued this year. Fewer stalls, less food, more tension. But it still happens. Because people need it. Maybe more than ever. Klaus's stall is smaller. He's focusing on simple toys. Affordable, quick to make, nothing elaborate. But he's also offering something new. Memory boxes. Small wooden boxes designed to hold mementos. Letters. Keepsakes. Things people want to preserve. Because in times of displacement and violence, memories become precious. And having a safe place to keep them matters. The boxes are free. Or pay what you can. Whatever people can afford. They're incredibly popular. A refugee woman takes one, holding it like it's made of gold. "My son," she says quietly. "Before he died, he gave me a stone. From our village. I've been carrying it in my pocket, afraid I'll lose it." She places the stone in the box. Closes it carefully. "Now I won't lose it," she whispers. Klaus nods, throat tight. These moments, these small, private moments of people trying to hold on to something in a world that keeps taking everything away. This is what his work has become. Not joy exactly, not anymore, but preservation, witnessing. The simple act of saying, your grief matters, your memories matter, you matter. On Christmas Eve, Klaus sits in his empty workshop. The Fisher Commission is progressing. The refugee toy distribution continues. The memory boxes are helping people. Everything is fine except Klaus is exhausted. Not physically, spiritually, emotionally. He's been fighting for 5 years. Fighting systems. Fighting indifference. Fighting the basic human tendency to look away from suffering. And he's tired. Father Dietrich finds him there, staring at a half-carved bird. Not moving. "Klaus," Dietrich says gently. "I don't know if I can keep doing this," Klaus says quietly. "The war isn't ending. The suffering isn't stopping. I keep making things and it keeps not being enough." Dietrich sits beside him. "It's not supposed to be enough," Dietrich says. Klaus looks at him. "Your work isn't supposed to end suffering," Dietrich continues. "It's supposed to accompany people through it, to sit with them in the darkness and say, you're not alone. That's all comfort ever is. Not solution, just accompaniment. That feels like not enough, because you want to be a savior. But you're not. You're just a person with skills and compassion, and that's actually more valuable, because saviors disappoint, but companions sustain." Klaus is quiet for a long time. Then, "I'm scared I'm going to run out of energy, of hope, of whatever makes me keep trying." "Then rest," Dietrich says simply. "Rest is not surrender. Rest is preparation for the next phase. There's always another phase." "Yes, that's called living." Klaus almost laughs. Dietrich stands. "Go home. Sleep. Tomorrow you'll carve something, or you won't. Either way, the world will keep turning, and you'll find your way back to the work. You always do." He leaves. Klaus sits alone for another few minutes. Then he picks up the half-carved bird and finishes it. Not because he has to, not because anyone's waiting for it, but because his hands remember how. Because completion is its own reward. Because sometimes you finish things just to prove to yourself you still can. When it's done, he paints it blue and gold, his signature colors. Then he sets it on the shelf with all the other prototypes. The birds he's carved over 5 years, dozens of them. Each one slightly different, each one marking a moment in time, a record of evolution, of growth, of stubborn, relentless creation in the face of everything. Klaus looks at them and thinks, this is prayer, whether I intend it or not. This is faith, not in God necessarily, but in the act of making. In the belief that creation matters, that beauty resists darkness, that small gestures accumulate into something larger. He doesn't know if he believes that, but he's going to act like he does, because what else is there? Outside, Christmas bells ring. Inside, Klaus Liebermann closes up his workshop and goes home. Tomorrow he'll wake up. He'll carve something. He'll give something away. He'll participate, once again, in the impossible task of making the world slightly less terrible. Not because he'll succeed, but because someone has to try. And it might as well be him. The year 1621 brings a gift Klaus didn't expect. A partner. Her name is Elizabeth Brenner. She's 30 years old, and she's the widow of a clockmaker who died in the plague outbreak of 1620. She shows up at Klaus's workshop in February with a portfolio of her late husband's designs and a proposition. "I understand mechanical systems," she says without preamble. "My husband taught me. I helped him with every commission he took. I understand gears, springs, tension ratios, and I need work." Klaus, currently elbow deep in the Fisher Commission, looks up. "I'm not hiring right now," he says apologetically. "The budget is tight. I'm not asking to be hired, I'm proposing a partnership. You need someone who understands complex mechanics. I need employment that actually uses my skills instead of relegating me to spinning or cooking or whatever else widows are supposed to do." Klaus studies her. She's direct, confident, carrying herself with the posture of someone who's done grieving and is ready to move forward. "Show me something," Klaus says. Elizabeth pulls out a design, a mechanical hand that can grasp objects. The drawings are meticulous, professional, better than Klaus's own sketches, honestly. "Did you design this?" Klaus asks. "My husband and I designed it together, but yes, the gear ratio is mine. He was better at fabrication. I was better at theory." Klaus looks at the design more carefully. It's brilliant, elegant, exactly the kind of engineering insight he's been struggling with on the Fisher Commission. "When can you start?" he asks. Elizabeth smiles. "Now." And just like that, Klaus has a partner. Not a romantic partner. They're both very clear about that from the beginning. Elizabeth is mourning. Klaus is married to his work. Neither of them has space for anything else. But a professional partner. Someone who understands what he's trying to do and has skills that complement his own. It transforms the work. Klaus is an intuitive maker. He works by feel, by trial and error, by making things until they work. Elizabeth is a systematic thinker. She calculates, she plans, she sees problems before they happen. Together they're formidable. By spring, they've solved 3 major technical problems with the Fisher Commission that had been stalling progress for weeks. By summer, they're ahead of schedule, and Klaus realizes something. He's been doing this alone for too long. Not physically alone. He's always had assistance, but intellectually alone. Making all the decisions, carrying all the weight, having an actual partner, someone with equal expertise who can challenge his ideas and improve them, is revelatory. "You're happier," Father Dietrich observes one Sunday after Mass. "Am I?" "You're humming. You never hum." Klaus hadn't noticed, but Dietrich's right. He's been humming while he works. Old folk songs, Christmas carols, made-up melodies. "I think I just needed help," Klaus admits. "Real help. Not just assistance following instructions, but someone who can think with me." "Partnership," Dietrich says. "It's a miracle. Highly recommended." By autumn 1621, the Fisher Commission is nearly complete. 20 feet of mechanical nativity scenes, German shepherds, Italian angels, Spanish wise men, all moving, all synchronized, all telling the story of hope born in darkness. It's Klaus's masterpiece, even better than the Cathedral Last Judgment, because this time he didn't make it alone. Elizabeth designed half the mechanisms. Georg carved a third of the figures. Hilda painted everything. Peter handled assembly. Anna did finishing work. It's truly collaborative. A team effort. Not one person's vision, but a collective creation. They unveil it at the Fisher estate in December. The family is speechless. Heinrich Fischer, the patriarch, actually weeps. I have no words, he says. Good art shouldn't need words, Elizabeth says quietly. And she's right. The sculpture speaks for itself. Movement and beauty and story and craft all woven together into something that transcends any individual contribution. Fisher pays them 2,000 guilders. Half goes to costs and team compensation. The other half, 1,000 guilders, goes directly to refugee relief. Klaus and Elizabeth personally distribute it. New shelters, medical supplies, food, and yes, toys. Hundreds of toys for refugee children. It's the most efficient conversion of art into compassion Klaus has ever achieved, and it gives him an idea. What if we systematized this? Klaus asks Elizabeth one evening. They're in the workshop reviewing requests for the next year. There are at least 20 commission offers. Systematized what? Elizabeth asks. Art for aid. We take commissions from wealthy patrons, we create something beautiful, and a percentage of proceeds automatically goes to relief work. That's already what we're doing. But not systematically, not as a stated mission. What if we formalized it, made it our business model? We become, I don't know, artists who fund compassion. Elizabeth considers this. It could work, but you'd need to be transparent. Patrons would need to know where the money goes. You'd need accounting, oversight. It becomes an institution, not just a workshop. Is that bad? Not bad, just different. Are you ready to run an institution? Klaus thinks about this. An institution, with policies and procedures and accountability. It sounds exhausting. It also sounds necessary. I think so, he says. I think I have to be. And so in January 1622, Klaus and Elizabeth formally established the Workshop for Art and Compassion. It's not a catchy name. Steiner lobbies hard for something more marketable. But Klaus refuses. It describes what we do, he says. That's enough. The workshop operates on a simple model. They take commissions from wealthy patrons, 40% goes to costs and salaries, 60% goes to charitable work, primarily refugee relief. All finances are publicly documented. Patrons receive beautiful art and the satisfaction of funding compassion. It's revolutionary, sort of, in a very specific 17th century German way. There's precedent for charitable guilds. There's precedent for artists with wealthy patrons, but combining them explicitly, making charity the core business model, that's new, and it works. By spring 1622, they have 6 commissions. By summer, 12. By autumn, they need to expand again. Klaus hires 10 new craftspeople. Elizabeth handles logistics and finances. Steiner manages client relations. Father Dietrich serves as an informal spiritual advisor and occasional mediator when disputes arise. They're becoming what Klaus never intended, successful. Not just financially, structurally, they're building something sustainable, something that could outlast them. You're building a legacy, Elizabeth says one evening. They're reviewing quarterly reports. The numbers are good, very good. They've distributed over 3,000 guilders to refugee relief in the past year. I'm just making toys, Klaus protests. You're making a model, a proof of concept. You're showing that art and commerce and compassion can coexist. That's a legacy. Klaus is quiet, because she's right. He's not just making individual objects anymore. He's making a system, a framework, something other people could replicate. I'm not sure I want a legacy, Klaus admits. Legacies feel final, like you're done. I'm not done. Then call it something else. Call it a foundation, a beginning. But Klaus, what you're building matters, and it will matter long after you're gone. Klaus doesn't like thinking about being gone. He's 32, middle-aged by 17th century standards, but still young enough to feel immortal. But Elizabeth's point stands. What they're building could continue without him. And maybe that's the goal. Not to be indispensable, but to create something so strong it doesn't need its creator. December 1622, the 7th annual Christ Kindles marked. The Workshop for Art and Compassion has its largest stall yet. Not selling toys, they're beyond that now, but showcasing the work, demonstrating the model, recruiting other craftspeople to the cause. Join us, Elizabeth tells a young carpenter. Use your skills, make beautiful things, fund something that matters. It's working. 3 other workshops in Nuremberg have adopted similar models. A blacksmith who donates proceeds to orphans, a baker who funds medical clinics, a weaver who supports education. Klaus's model is spreading, not through force, not through evangelism, just through example, showing that it's possible, that commerce doesn't have to be extractive, that you can make a living while making a difference. On Christmas Eve, Klaus and Elizabeth sit in the empty workshop. 7 years. 7 years since Klaus was first arrested for making unauthorized toys. Do you ever think about that? Elizabeth asks. About how this started? All the time, Klaus says. I was just trying to make one kid smile, and somehow it became this. He gestures around the workshop, at the tools and materials and half-finished commissions. Accidental revolution, Elizabeth says. I didn't want a revolution. I just wanted to carve birds. And now you've created a model that other people are replicating. That's revolution, just quieter than most. Klaus picks up a piece of scrap wood, starts carving without thinking. His hands know what to do. A bird emerges. Simple, classic, the kind he started with. When it's finished, he holds it up. This is what it's always been about, he says. Not the commissions, not the institutions, not the legacy, just this. Making something small and beautiful and giving it to someone who needs it. But you can't just do this anymore, Elizabeth points out gently. You've built something bigger. You have responsibilities, employees, commitments. I know, and I don't regret it. But sometimes I miss the simplicity, when it was just me and wood, and the belief that joy mattered. It still is that. You've just figured out how to scale it. Klaus looks at the bird in his hands, then at Elizabeth. Thank you, he says. For what? For understanding, for being a partner, for making this possible. Elizabeth smiles. You'd have figured it out without me. Maybe, but it would have taken longer and been lonelier. They sit in comfortable silence for a moment. Then Elizabeth says, So, what's next? And Klaus laughs. Because there's always a next, always another project, another challenge, another impossible thing to attempt. I don't know, Klaus admits, but I'm sure we'll figure it out. Outside, Christmas bells ring. Inside, two people sit in a workshop full of tools and dreams and the radical belief that making beautiful things matters, even in a world that's falling apart, especially in a world that's falling apart, because beauty is resistance, creation is hope, and every small act of compassion is a declaration that suffering doesn't have the final word. Klaus sets down the bird. Tomorrow he'll give it to some child who needs it. Tonight he just sits with Elizabeth in the quiet workshop and feels something rare and precious. Contentment, not happiness, not exactly. The world is still terrible. The war continues, people still suffer, but contentment, the sense that he's doing what he's supposed to do, that his life has meaning, that his work matters. It's enough. It's always been enough. And it always will be. The year 1623 begins with a marriage proposal. Not for Klaus, for Greta. She's 17 now, a young woman, and a merchant's son has asked her father for permission to court her. Greta tells Klaus this during one of her increasingly rare visits to the workshop. He's nice, she says without enthusiasm. But, Klaus prompts, but I don't want to be a merchant's wife. I don't want to spend my life managing a household and producing heirs and attending guild dinners. What do you want? Greta looks around the workshop, at the tools, the half-finished projects, the organized chaos of creation. This, she says, I want to make things. Klaus feels something complicated. Pride, concern, recognition. You know that's not easy. For a woman, the guilds don't officially accept women. I know. But Elizabeth works here, Anna works here, Hilda has her own studio. Things are changing. Slowly, Klaus cautions. So I'll be slow. I'll apprentice unofficially, I'll learn the skills, and eventually the world will catch up, it always does. You proved that. Klaus can't argue with that. What does your father say? He says it's impractical, that I should secure my future through marriage, that making toys is a nice hobby but not a life. He's not entirely wrong. Greta looks at him sharply. You don't believe that. I believe it's hard. I believe you'll face obstacles I never faced. I believe the guilds will resist and society will judge and it will be exhausting. But if you want it, really want it, then yes, you should do it. Because the world needs more people who make things, and it especially needs more women proving they can. Greta grins, that gap-toothed smile even though the gap closed years ago. So you'll teach me? I'll teach you what I know. Elizabeth will teach you what she knows. And then you'll teach yourself the rest. Because that's how this works. When can I start? Now if you want. But Greta, your father needs to agree. I won't undermine his authority. If you're going to do this, do it openly, with permission. That's the only way it'll work. Greta nods. I'll talk to him. She does. It takes 3 weeks of negotiation. Her father is resistant. He wants security for his daughter, a traditional life, safety. But Greta is relentless. And eventually, he agrees. Conditionally. She can apprentice with Klaus for 1 year. If at the end of that year she can demonstrate genuine skill and the prospect of sustainable income, he'll support her continuing. If not, she'll reconsider the merchant's son. It's not ideal, but it's a chance. Greta starts in March 1623. She's awful at first. Her carving is rough. Her sense of proportion is off. Her paintings are muddy, but she's determined. She works 12-hour days. She studies Elizabeth's designs. She asks questions. She fails repeatedly and keeps trying. By summer, she's competent. By autumn, she's good. By winter, she's making toys that could sell in any market. Klaus watches her growth with something like parental pride. This girl he gave a wooden bird to 10 years ago is now carving her own birds, teaching others, continuing the work. It's legacy, he realizes, not the institutional kind, the personal kind, the kind where you see yourself reflected in someone younger and think, oh, this continues. Even after I'm gone, this continues. December 1623. The 8th annual Christ Kindles marked. Greta has her own corner of the workshop stall, selling toys she made herself. Her name, Greta Hoffmann, displayed alongside Klaus Liebermann and Elizabeth Brenner. Her father attends, watches, says nothing. But at the end of the day, when Greta has sold every single toy she brought, he approaches Klaus. She's good, he admits grudgingly. She's excellent, Klaus corrects. This is really what she wants? This life? This uncertainty? I think so. But you should ask her. The man looks at his daughter, at her face, flushed with excitement and pride, at the empty table where toys used to be. She looks like her mother, he says quietly. My wife. She had that same expression when she baked, like the work itself was enough, like the doing was the reward. It is, Klaus says. Is it enough to live on? For some people. Not everyone. But some people can't live without it. The making, the creating, I think Greta is one of those people. The man nods slowly. Then I won't stand in her way. And just like that, Greta becomes a toy maker. Not officially, not yet. The guilds won't recognize a woman as a master craftsperson for another century. But practically, in every way that matters, she makes things, she sells them, she funds her own life, and she proves, quietly and stubbornly, that the world's limitations are negotiable. The year 1624 brings trouble Klaus didn't anticipate. Competition. Not friendly competition, hostile competition. A craftsman named Wilhelm Stark opens a toy workshop across the street from Klaus's operation. Stark is good, trained in the same guild tradition as Klaus. And he's cheaper, much cheaper. He can afford to be cheap because he's cutting corners. Rough finishing, cheap paints, no attention to detail. But to the average customer, his toys look fine. And they cost half what Klaus's workshop charges. Within months, the workshop's sales drop 30%. Steiner is panicking. We need to lower prices, match him, compete directly. We can't, Elizabeth says. Our model requires the 40-60 split. If we lower prices, we can't fund relief work. Then we'll go bankrupt. Klaus has been quiet through this discussion, thinking. Finally, he speaks. We don't compete on price. We compete on values. What does that mean? Steiner asks. It means we're transparent. We tell customers exactly where their money goes. 40% to costs, 60% to refugee relief. We're not just selling toys. We're offering participation in something meaningful. People don't care about that, Stark argues. They care about price. Some people care about price, Klaus corrects. Other people care about impact. We focus on the second group. What if that group isn't big enough? Then we fail. But we fail doing something we believe in. I'd rather fail with integrity than succeed by compromising our mission. It's a risk, a huge risk. But Klaus believes in it. And Elizabeth supports him. And slowly, the team comes around. They launch a transparency campaign. Every toy sold comes with a small card explaining the 40-60 split. Where the money goes, how many refugee children are helped. They invite customers to visit the refugee shelters, to see the impact firsthand. They're not just selling products. They're selling participation in a movement. And slowly it works. Sales stabilize, then grow. Customers who value impact over price become loyal. They tell friends. The word spreads. Within a year, Stark's operation is struggling. Turns out, once people understand they're choosing between cheap toy and toy that also helps refugees, many choose the latter. Stark closes his workshop in 1625. Klaus feels no satisfaction, just relief that the mission survived. How you could have destroyed him faster, Steiner points out. You could have undercut his prices, driven him out immediately. That wouldn't have proved anything, Klaus says, except that I can be ruthless. I wanted to prove that values can compete with price, that people care about more than just cost. Do they? Enough of them. That's all we need. The year 1625 marks 10 years since Klaus's first arrest. A decade. 10 years of making toys, building systems, funding compassion. Proving that art and commerce and values can coexist. Father Dietrich organizes a small celebration. Nothing elaborate, just the workshop team and close friends gathering in the church garden. Klaus is 35 now, older, grayer, more tired than he'd like to admit, but still making things, still believing it matters. 10 years, Dietrich says, raising a cup of wine. 10 years since a stubborn shoemaker decided joy was worth getting arrested for. Look what it became. Everyone drinks. Then Dietrich adds, "What have you learned?" Klaus thinks. "That I was wrong about almost everything." Laughter. "I thought I could change the world by myself," Klaus continues. "That individual action was enough, but it's not. You need partners, teams, systems. You need Elizabeth's engineering, Georg's craftsmanship, Greta's determination, Steiner's business sense, Dietrich's wisdom. All of it together. That's what makes change possible." He pauses. "I also learned that change is slower than you think, and faster than you expect. Slow in impact, fast in spread. You plant seeds not knowing if they'll grow. And then suddenly there are trees, and you realize, oh, this happened without me noticing, while I was just doing the work." What else, Dietrich prompts? That making things is prayer, that creation is resistance, that every small gesture of compassion matters, even when it feels futile, especially when it feels futile. He looks around at the faces gathered there, people who've worked with him, believed in him, challenged him, supported him, and that I can't do this alone. I never could. I just didn't know it yet. There's silence. Then Elizabeth says, "To partnership." "To partnership," everyone echoes. They drink, they eat, they tell stories. And Klaus feels something he hasn't felt in a long time. Complete. Not finished. Not done. But complete. Like all the pieces have finally arranged themselves into something coherent. He's not the person he was 10 years ago. That stubborn apprentice is gone, replaced by someone more complicated, more compromised, more aware of limitations, but also more effective, more connected, more capable of actually changing things. Evolution. That's what this is. Not transformation. Evolution. And maybe that's okay. Maybe that's actually perfect. As the celebration winds down, Greta approaches Klaus. "Thank you," she says simply. "For what?" "For the bird. The first one. For seeing me. For teaching me. For showing me this was possible." Klaus feels his throat tighten. "You did the work. I just gave you a starting point." "Starting points matter. Without that first bird, I'd be married to a merchant, managing a household, probably miserable. You might have been happy. Maybe. But I wouldn't have been me. The me I actually am. The me who makes things. You gave me that. So thank you." She hugs him, quick, fierce. Then she's gone, back to the celebration. Klaus stands alone for a moment, watching his team laugh and talk and simply exist together. And he thinks, this is it. This is the point of everything. Not the art, not the impact, not the legacy. But this, people becoming more themselves, finding their purpose, living fully. That's what he's actually been making all along. Not toys, not sculptures, not institutions, but possibilities. Small wooden doorways into different futures. And that's enough, that's always been enough, that's all it ever needs to be. The year 1626 brings the thing Klaus has been dreading. War comes to Nuremberg, not directly, not yet, but close enough to matter. The 30 Years' War, which started in Bohemia and seemed distant, has spread across the Holy Roman Empire like a plague. Catholic armies, Protestant armies, mercenary armies who don't care about religion and just want to pillage. By spring 1626, there are troops camped outside Nuremberg's walls. Officially, they're protecting the city. Practically, they're extorting it. The city council pays tribute, protection money. Money that could feed refugees instead funds soldiers who might attack anyway. Klaus watches the city he loves slowly strangle. Food becomes scarce. Prices spike. The refugee population, which had stabilized, grows again as people flee battle zones. And the Workshop for Art and Compassion faces its first real crisis. They can't keep up with need. "We have requests for 2,000 toys," Elizabeth reports during a March meeting. "We can produce maybe 400, and the shelters need food more than toys anyway." "So we pivot," Klaus says. "To what?" "Utility. We stop making decorative pieces. We make useful things. Bowls, spoons, simple furniture, things refugees actually need." "That's not our expertise," Steiner objects. "Then we learn. Fast. It's not elegant, it's not artistic, but it's necessary. The workshop transforms. Again, they hire carpenters who know functional woodworking. They source cheaper materials. They streamline production. They become, temporarily, a furniture workshop, making benches for shelters, tables for communal meals, simple, sturdy, utilitarian objects. It's not what Klaus imagined. It's not beautiful, but it helps. And helping matters more than aesthetics. By summer, they've produced enough furniture to outfit 3 new refugee shelters. It's not toys, it's not joy, but it's survival. And survival is its own kind of grace. "Do you miss it?" Greta asks one evening. They're working late, assembling benches. Klaus's hands ache. He's not young anymore, the work is hard. "Miss what?" Klaus asks. "The art, the mechanical sculptures, the beautiful things." Klaus considers this. Yes and no. "I miss the satisfaction of making something perfect. But this matters more right now. People need places to sleep. That's more important than mechanical angels. But you started this because you believed in joy, in beauty, in making people smile. Isn't this giving up?" "It's prioritizing. Beauty matters, but not more than survival. When people are fed and sheltered, then we make joy. Right now, we make tables." That's depressing. It's realistic, and realism is a form of compassion. Offering beauty to someone who's starving is cruelty disguised as kindness. Greta is quiet. Then, "I think I understand, but I hate it." "Me too," Klaus admits. They go back to work. The war continues. 1627, 1628, 1629. Nuremberg survives mostly intact, but just barely. The city is blockaded multiple times. Food becomes precious. Disease spreads. The workshop persists, making furniture, distributing supplies, doing unglamorous, necessary work. Klaus is 40 now. His hair is grey. His hands are scarred. He looks like someone who's lived through difficult times, because he has. The Christmas markets continue, but they're shadows of their former selves. Less food, fewer stalls, more desperation than celebration. In December 1629, Klaus sets up his stall as usual, but instead of toys, he's selling furniture, practical items, things people actually need. It's depressing until a child approaches. Small boy, maybe 6, wearing clothes that are more patches than fabric. "How do you still make toys?" the boy asks. Klaus looks at him, at the hope in his eyes, at the way he's trying very hard not to cry. "Not right now," Klaus says gently. "I'm sorry." "Oh." The boy's face falls. "My father said, he said you used to make wonderful things, things that made people smile. He said maybe you could make something for my sister. She's sick, she's scared, and I thought maybe a toy would help." Klaus feels something crack in his chest. He's been so focused on survival, on necessity, on practical help. He forgot. Sometimes impractical help is what people need most. "Wait here," Klaus says. He goes to the back of his stall, to a small box he's kept hidden. Inside are 5 toys. 5 beautiful, impractical, unnecessary toys he made late at night when he couldn't sleep, when his hands remembered what they used to do. He pulls out a small wooden bird, blue and gold, articulated wings. He hands it to the boy. "For your sister," Klaus says. "Tell her it's brave. Tell her brave things survive." The boy's eyes go wide. "How much?" "Free, it's free. Now go, before I change my mind." The boy runs off, clutching the bird like it's made of diamond. Klaus watches him disappear into the crowd, and he feels something he hasn't felt in months. Purpose. Not the grand purpose of changing systems, but the simple purpose of making one child's life slightly less terrible. That's enough. That's always been enough. That evening, Klaus goes back to his workshop. He pulls out his carving tools, the ones he's barely touched in 3 years, and he makes a toy, not for sale, not for commission, just for himself, just to remember. A small wooden fox, detailed, beautiful, unnecessary. When it's finished, he sets it on a shelf. A declaration: "I'm still here. The war hasn't killed this. The suffering hasn't erased this. I still believe beauty matters, even now, especially now." The year 1630 brings unexpected news. Peace negotiations, not successful ones. Not yet. But the first serious attempts to end the war. It'll take another 18 years. But the beginning is happening. And with that beginning comes hope. Tentative, fragile, but real. Klaus is 41 now. He's lived through 15 years of continuous crisis. Arrests, wars, plagues, economic collapse. Everything the 17th century could throw at him. And he's still here. Still making things. Still believing. "You're stubborn," Elizabeth tells him. They're reviewing workshop finances. They're finally stable again. Not thriving, but surviving. "I prefer persistent," Klaus says. "What's the difference?" Stubborn is refusing to change. Persistent is changing constantly, but never giving up the core mission. And what is the core mission, Klaus thinks? Making the world slightly less terrible through small acts of creation. That's not very catchy. It's not supposed to be catchy. It's supposed to be true. Elizabeth smiles. Fair enough. She stands. So, what's next? And Klaus, who's spent 15 years answering that question, says something he's never said before. I don't know, and I'm okay with that. Because he's learned, you don't have to know what's next. You just have to keep making things. Keep trying, keep believing that small actions matter. The rest works itself out, or it doesn't, and you try something else. That's life. That's creation. That's faith. Not faith in God necessarily, but faith in the process, in the act of making. In the stubborn belief that humans can be better than they are. One toy at a time, one table at a time, one small gesture at a time. It's not dramatic, it's not revolutionary, it's not even particularly inspiring, but it's real, and it works. And it accumulates into something larger, like water carving stone, like seeds becoming forests, like one stubborn toymaker becoming a movement, not because he intended to, but because he refused to stop. And refusal, it turns out, is its own kind of magic. The year 1631 brings the thing Klaus has been avoiding thinking about, his mortality, not his death, not yet, but the awareness that he won't live forever, that this work he's built needs to continue without him. The realization comes during a particularly bad flu. Klaus is bedridden for 2 weeks. Fever, chills, the kind of illness that makes you wonder if this is how it ends. It's not. He recovers. But during those 2 weeks, the workshop continues without him. Elizabeth manages projects. Greta handles production. Georg coordinates distribution. The team functions perfectly. And Klaus realizes they don't need him anymore. Not entirely. He's still valuable, still contributes. But the workshop isn't dependent on him. It's become its own entity, which is exactly what he wanted. But also terrifying. Because if they don't need him, what's his purpose? He brings this up with Father Dietrich, who's now 70 and moving slowly but still sharp as ever. You're experiencing the blessing of successful succession planning, Dietrich says. It doesn't feel like a blessing, it feels like obsolescence. That's because you've confused being needed with being valuable. They're different things. Klaus waits for elaboration. Being needed means people can't function without you, Dietrich explains. Being valuable means people are better because of you. You've made yourself valuable, not needed. That's the mark of good leadership. I don't feel like a leader. I feel like someone who accidentally started something and is now watching it grow beyond me. Yes, that's exactly what leadership is. Planting seeds you won't see fully grown. Klaus sits with that. So, what do I do now? He asks. Whatever brings you joy. You've earned that. The workshop will continue. Your team is capable. You're free to choose what comes next. I don't know how to not work. Then work, but work on what you want, not what you think you should. It's good advice. Klaus doesn't follow it immediately, but it plants a seed. What does he want? Not money. He has enough, not fame. He's known locally, mostly avoided that elsewhere. What he wants, he realizes, is to make beautiful things again. Not furniture, not functional objects, but toys, mechanical marvels, unnecessary beauty. The things that made him fall in love with this work in the first place. So he starts carving again, seriously, dedicating time to it, not for commissions, not for sale, just for himself. He makes a mechanical dragon that breathes smoke via a clever bellows mechanism, a carousel with horses that actually gallop, a music box that plays a melody he remembers from childhood. He makes them in a corner of the workshop, his own space, his own projects. And word spreads, because of course it does. By spring 1632, Klaus has requests from collectors, people who heard he's making art pieces again, personal works, one-of-a-kind creations. The prices they're offering are absurd, hundreds of guilders, sometimes thousands. Klaus takes selective commissions, maybe 3 a year, pieces that challenge him, that require him to learn new techniques, that push boundaries. The money goes to the workshop's charitable fund. Klaus doesn't need it, but refugees do. And so Klaus's later career becomes what his early career was, making beautiful things for people who appreciate them, with the difference that now those beautiful things fund practical help for people who need it. It's balance. Again, always balance. The year 1633 brings a visitor Klaus didn't expect, his old enemy, Wilhelm Stark. Stark closed his competing workshop years ago. Klaus assumed he'd left Nuremberg. Apparently not. Stark shows up at the workshop one April morning, looking older and humbled. "Klaus Liebermann," Stark says. "May I speak with you?" Klaus, curious, agrees. They sit in the church garden, neutral territory. "I came to apologize," Stark says. "I tried to undercut you, to destroy your business. I thought you were naive, that your model couldn't work. That compassion was just marketing." He pauses. "I was wrong, and bitter, and jealous. You had something I didn't. Not skill. I'm as skilled as you. But purpose. You believed in what you were doing. I just wanted to make money. Klaus waits. My workshop failed, Stark continues. Not because you sabotaged me, but because I was selling products. You were selling meaning, and people care about meaning more than I thought. Why are you telling me this? Klaus asks. Because I want to learn from you. I want to understand how you did it, how you built something that matters, how you made art that funds compassion, how you created a model that actually works. Klaus considers this. You want to replicate the model? I want to understand it. Maybe replicate it. Maybe just do better. I'm 53. I've spent my career chasing profit. I want to spend what's left chasing something that matters. It's genuine. Klaus can tell. The bitterness is gone, replaced by something humbler, hungrier. Okay, Klaus says. I'll teach you. But not for money, for commitment. You work with us for a year. You learn the model from the inside. Then you take it somewhere else, start your own version, spread the approach. I can do that. And one more thing. You apologize to Elizabeth, publicly. You spread rumors about her when you were competing with us, about her competence, her morals. It was cruel and unfounded. Stark looks uncomfortable, but nods. I will. I should have done that years ago. They shake hands. And Wilhelm Stark becomes the first person to formally apprentice in the Art for Compassion model. He spends 1633 learning, working, understanding, not just the mechanics of production, but the philosophy, the transparency, the commitment to funding relief work, the balance between commerce and values. By 1634, he's ready. He leaves Nuremberg and moves to Augsburg, opens his own workshop, adopts the same model, 40% costs, 60% charity. It works. And suddenly the model is replicating, not through Klaus's direct action, but through teaching, through sharing, through making the approach accessible to others. By 1635, there are 4 workshops in Bavaria using the Art for Compassion model. By 1637, there are 12. It's not a movement, not formally, just a network of craftspeople who've decided that commerce can serve something beyond profit. Klaus watches it spread with amazement. You're a pedagogue now, Elizabeth tells him. I'm a what? A teacher. You're teaching a methodology, that's pedagogy. I'm just showing people what works. That's exactly what teaching is. Klaus hadn't thought of it that way, but she's right. He's not just making things anymore. He's teaching others to make things, to think differently about work and purpose and the relationship between art and ethics. It's legacy, the kind that spreads, that evolves, that becomes something bigger than its origin. The year 1636 brings personal change. Klaus considers marriage. Her name is Anna Dietrich, no relation to Father Dietrich, though they joke about it. She's 42, a widow, a talented painter who occasionally works with the workshop. They've known each other for years, friends first, then something more. You should marry her, Elizabeth says bluntly one day. Klaus nearly drops his carving knife. What? Anna. You're in love with her. She's in love with you. You're both adults. You should marry. I'm 46, isn't that too old? For what, companionship, connection? Klaus, you've spent your entire adult life working. Maybe it's time to also live. I am living. You're existing. There's a difference. Klaus thinks about this for days. Elizabeth is right. He is in love with Anna, has been for months, maybe years, but he's never acted on it because... Why? Fear? Habit? The belief that work is enough. Finally, he asks Anna to walk with him, through the city. Along the walls. I've been thinking, Klaus says. Dangerous, Anna replies. I'm 46 years old. I've spent my life making things, building things, creating systems and models and art. But I've never really built a life, a personal life, with someone. Anna waits. And I'd like to, Klaus continues. With you, if you'd want that too. Anna smiles. Klaus Liebermann, is this a proposal? It's a very awkward proposal. I'm out of practice. I've never actually done this before. Then let me make it easier, yes. I haven't actually asked yet. You're asking, I'm answering. Yes, I'll marry you. and we'll figure out how to build a life together, even if we're both too old and set in our ways and probably going to drive each other crazy." Klaus laughs, relief and joy flooding through him. "When?" he asks. "Whenever you want. We're not children. We don't need a long engagement. Next month?" "Next month." They marry in May 1636. Small ceremony. Just close friends and family. Father Dietrich officiates. Elizabeth and Greta stand as witnesses. It's simple, quiet, perfect. And Klaus discovers something he didn't know he was missing. Partnership. Not professional partnership. He has that with Elizabeth. But personal partnership. Someone to share quiet evenings with. Someone who cares about his work but isn't defined by it. Someone who reminds him that he's more than his mission. Anna moves into his house, the same small house he's lived in for 20 years. They arrange the space together, her paintings on the walls, his carvings on the shelves. Two lives interweaving. "I never thought I'd do this," Klaus admits one evening. They're sitting by the fire. Anna is sketching. Klaus is carving. "Do what?" Anna asks. "This, domestic life. I always thought I'd be alone, married to my work." "You're still married to your work. I'm just also here, reminding you to eat. Making sure you sleep occasionally, generally being inconvenient." Klaus smiles. "Best inconvenience I've ever had." Anna throws a pillow at him, and Klaus realizes this is what he's been making all along. Not just toys, not just systems, but a life worth living. Connections worth maintaining, moments worth savoring. The big gestures matter. The cathedral sculptures, the charitable work, the model that's spreading. But so do the small gestures, the quiet evenings, the shared meals. The simple act of existing alongside someone who loves you. Both matter, both are necessary, both are art. The year 1638 brings news that the war might actually end. Not immediately, not yet. But negotiations are serious now, multiple nations involved, diplomats working constantly. There's genuine hope for the first time in decades. Klaus is 48. He's lived through 20 years of war, most of his adult life. He can barely remember what peace feels like. But he remembers what hope feels like. It feels like a child receiving a toy, like a refugee family finding shelter, like two people deciding to build a life together despite everything. It feels like small, stubborn acts of creation in the face of destruction. And Klaus has spent 20 years proving that those acts matter, that they accumulate, that they become something larger. On Christmas Eve 1638, Klaus stands in the marketplace. The Christ Kindles market is running again. Smaller than before the war, but running. There are toy stalls, food stalls, craftspeople selling their work. And Klaus sees it, the thing he started 24 years ago. The belief that December should sparkle, that winter doesn't have to be only suffering. It's become tradition now, permanent, part of Nuremberg's identity. And it's spreading. Other cities have Christmas markets now, inspired by Nuremberg's example, the model replicating across Germany, not because Klaus forced it, but because people wanted it, because the idea made sense, because joy, it turns out, is contagious. Greta finds him standing there. "What are you thinking about?" she asks. She's 32 now, a master toy maker in her own right, teaching apprentices, continuing the work. "I'm thinking about that first bird," Klaus says. "The one I gave you, 24 years ago. I carved it in secret, gave it to you in an alley, got arrested for it. I still have it," Greta says, "in a box on my shelf. My most precious possession. It was just a bird. It was never just a bird. It was permission. Permission to believe things could be different, that joy was possible, that someone cared." Klaus feels his throat tighten. "Thank you," Greta says, "for that bird, for everything that came after, for showing me this was possible." She hugs him, quickly, then disappears into the crowd. Klaus stands alone in the marketplace, surrounded by lights and laughter and life, and he thinks, this is it. This is what it was all for. Not the fame, not the money, not the institutions or the legacy or the historical footnote, but this. One person passing on what they learned to another, who passes it to another, who passes it to another. An unbroken chain of creation and compassion and stubborn belief in something better. That's what lasts. That's what matters. That's what changes the world. One small wooden bird at a time. Anna finds him a few minutes later. "Ready to go home?" she asks. Klaus nods. They walk through the market together, past the stalls, past the people, past the glittering lights of a December evening in 1638. And Klaus Liebermann, toymaker, innovator, accidental revolutionary, history's first elf, goes home to his wife. Not because his work is finished, it never will be, but because he's learned there's more to life than work. There's also love, and rest, and quiet evenings by the fire. There's carving just for pleasure, painting just for beauty. Making things with no purpose beyond the making. There's being human, fully, completely, without apology. And that, it turns out, is the most radical act of all. The year 1640 brings an invitation Klaus never expected, to teach at the university, not full-time, just occasional lectures, on craft, on mechanical engineering, on the relationship between art and commerce. "They want the toymaker to teach?" Klaus asks, incredulous. The messenger, a young academic named Tobias, nods enthusiastically. Your work bridges multiple disciplines: engineering, art, economics, ethics. The faculty believes students would benefit from your perspective. I'm not a scholar. I barely finished apprenticeship. You're a practitioner. That's more valuable than theory. You've done things no one thought possible. That's worth studying. Klaus is 50, too old to start teaching, or so he thinks. But Anna encourages him. You're already teaching, just informally. This would give your knowledge structure. Make it accessible to more people. I don't know how to teach. You taught me, you taught Greta, you taught Stark. You know how to teach. You just haven't called it that. So Klaus agrees. 1 lecture per month, on Fridays, the days he already reserves for personal projects. His first lecture in March 1640 is terrifying. 30 students, young men from merchant families, future guild masters, future craftsmen. They stare at Klaus with the blank expressions of people who've been forced to attend. Klaus sets a wooden bird on the lectern. "This took me 3 hours to make," he says. "I could sell it for 2 guilders, or I could give it away for free. Which is the right choice?" Silence. The economic answer is sell it. The compassionate answer is give it away. The answer I've spent 25 years learning is both. And he's off. Talking about the workshop model, about art funding charity, about balancing profit and purpose, about the mechanics of compassion. The students sit up, start taking notes, start asking questions. By the end of the hour, Klaus has accidentally taught his first successful class. And he realizes teaching is just storytelling. And he's been telling the story of his work for decades. He can do this. Over the next few years, Klaus becomes a regular at the university. Not faculty, he refuses that formalization, but a recurring guest. Sharing practical knowledge with theoretical students, he teaches them mechanical principles through toy design, business ethics through charitable models, engineering through problem solving. And slowly, his students start applying what they learn. A merchant's son opens a bakery that donates day-old bread to shelters. A craftsman's son designs more efficient tools for workshops. A scholar's son writes a paper on economic models that incorporate social responsibility. Klaus is creating a ripple effect, not through direct action, but through education, through planting ideas in young minds and letting those ideas grow. It's the slowest form of change, but also the most lasting. The year 1642 brings the thing Klaus has been both expecting and dreading. Father Dietrich dies, peacefully, in his sleep, at 78 years old. Klaus finds out the next morning. He sits in the church garden, where they've had so many conversations, and weeps. Not dramatically, just quietly. Grief for a friend, for a mentor, for the man who understood what Klaus was trying to do before Klaus understood it himself. The funeral is enormous. Dietrich was beloved. The church is packed. People standing in the aisles. Klaus delivers the eulogy. Father Dietrich told me once that making toys was prayer, Klaus says. I didn't understand at the time. I thought prayer required words, theology, faith in specific doctrines. But he meant something else. He meant that prayer is conversation with something larger than yourself, and that conversation can happen through action, through creation, through living in a way that honors what you believe. Klaus looks at the gathered crowd. Father Dietrich prayed constantly, not just in church, but in how he lived, how he listened, how he saw people's pain and offered comfort, how he believed stubbornly that humans could be better than they are. He taught me that, not through sermons, through example, through being present, through refusing to accept that suffering was inevitable. Klaus's voice breaks slightly. I'll miss him, we all will. But his prayer continues, in everyone he taught, everyone he touched, everyone who learned from his example. That's immortality, not living forever, but planting seeds that grow long after you're gone. He sits down. The service continues. And Klaus thinks about legacy, about the things that last after you're dead. Not monuments. Not institutions, not even names, but ideas, approaches, ways of being in the world. Dietrich planted seeds in Klaus 25 years ago. Seeds that grew into the workshop, into the Christmas market, into a model that's spreading across Germany. And now Klaus is planting seeds in his students, in his apprentices, in everyone who encounters his work. Infinite regression of influence, each person affecting the next, each generation building on what came before. That's how change actually happens, not through revolution, but through accumulation. One conversation at a time, one lesson at a time, one small decision to be slightly better than you were yesterday. After the funeral, Elizabeth approaches Klaus. He'd be proud of you, she says. I hope so. He is, was, would be. Whatever verb makes sense for the dead. Klaus almost laughs. Thanks for the grammar clarification. You know what I mean. I do. They stand together in silence for a moment. Then Elizabeth says, What now? And Klaus, who's been answering that question for 27 years, says, We keep going, because that's what he'd want. We keep making things, keep teaching, keep believing that small gestures matter. Even though he's gone, especially because he's gone. That's how we honor him, by continuing the work, by being the seeds he planted. Elizabeth nods. Then let's get back to it. And they do, because grief is real, but so is work. And sometimes work is how you survive grief. The year 1644 brings unexpected news. Greta is getting married, to a fellow toymaker, a man named Heinrich Müller, who studied with Klaus 3 years ago and immediately fell in love with Greta's work, then with Greta herself. Klaus is delighted and slightly heartbroken, watching her grow up, watching her become fully herself. You're not losing her, Anna reminds him. She's just adding someone. I know, but it feels like an ending. It's a beginning, for her, and a continuation for you. The work goes on, just with more people. The wedding is in June, large, joyful. The church packed with craftspeople and friends and family. Klaus walks Greta down the aisle. Her father is there too. They share the honor. Old tensions healed by time and success. As Klaus hands her to Heinrich, Greta whispers, "Thank you, for the bird, for everything." Klaus nods, throat too tight for words, and he watches her marry. Watches her start a new chapter. Watches the girl who received a wooden bird 28 years ago become a woman building her own life. It's perfect. It's heartbreaking. It's both. At the reception, Heinrich approaches Klaus. "I'll take good care of her," Heinrich says. "I know you will. But she doesn't need taking care of. She needs partnership, support, space to grow. I know. I'll give her that." "Good. Because if you don't, she'll carve you into very small pieces." "She's excellent with a knife." Heinrich laughs nervously. Klaus smiles. I'm mostly joking, mostly. Later, Klaus and Anna dance. Slowly. They're both too old for anything energetic. That'll be us someday, Anna says. Old, surrounded by people we mentored, watching them build their own lives. We're already old. Older then. Ancient. Decrepit. Romantic. Anna laughs. I try. And Klaus realizes, this is happiness. Not the grand gesture kind, but the quiet accumulation kind. The kind built from thousands of small moments that add up to a life. He's 54. He's been making toys for 28 years. He's built a model that's spreading, taught students who are teaching others, created a tradition that will outlast him. And he's married to someone who makes him laugh, who understands his work but isn't consumed by it, who reminds him that he's human, not just a mission. It's enough. It's more than enough. It's everything. The year 1645 brings the thing everyone has been waiting for, serious peace negotiations. The war is winding down, not ending yet, but clearly approaching an end. Diplomats from multiple nations meeting in Münster and Osnabrück, negotiating boundaries, religious freedoms, reparations. It'll take another 3 years, but the end is visible. After 27 years of war, peace is coming. Nuremberg celebrates tentatively. No one fully trusts it yet. Too many false hopes. Too many broken promises. But there's a shift. A lightness. People starting to believe that maybe, possibly, this horror might actually end. Klaus feels it in the workshop. Orders increasing. Not for furniture anymore. Not for functional items. For toys. For decorative pieces. For beauty. People are ready to think about joy again. We need to scale up production, Elizabeth says during a planning meeting. Again? Klaus asks. They've scaled up a dozen times. Each time, it's exhausting. People want what we make. We should make more. Or we should stay the size we are and accept that we can't serve everyone. Elizabeth looks at him. When did you become the cautious one? When I got old. I'm 55. I don't have energy for another expansion. Then we hire people who do, young people. People like Greta and Heinrich who can take this forward. Klaus considers this. You're talking about succession planning. I'm talking about sustainability. You won't do this forever. Neither will I. We need the next generation ready. She's right, of course she's right, so they start planning, identifying promising apprentices, training them not just in craft, but in the model, the philosophy, the approach, creating a framework that can outlast its founders. It's bittersweet, acknowledging that you won't be here forever, that the work will continue without you, but also reassuring, knowing that what you built is strong enough to survive your absence. That's legacy. Not monuments, but continuity. The work going on, the mission persisting. In December 1645, the Christkindlesmarkt runs again. 29th year since Klaus first hung a wooden star on the fountain. The market is bigger than ever. Dozens of stalls, hundreds of people. The war isn't over yet, but people are acting like it might be. Allowing themselves hope, allowing themselves celebration. Klaus has his usual stall, but he's not working it alone anymore. 3 of his apprentices run it. He's just there, observing, supporting, letting the next generation take over. A woman approaches, older, maybe 60. Are you Klaus Liebermann? She asks. I am. I received one of your toys 30 years ago, a wooden bird. My father was a refugee. We had nothing. And someone gave him this bird to give to me. She pulls it out. Worn, faded, but intact. I've carried it ever since, she says. Through everything. Through the war. Through loss. Through everything. It's been my reminder that kindness exists. That someone somewhere cared enough to make this for someone they'd never meet. Her eyes are wet. Thank you, she says. Thank you for making this. Thank you for seeing people like me. Thank you for believing we deserve something beautiful. Klaus can't speak, he just nods. The woman smiles. Then she walks away, disappearing into the Christmas crowd. And Klaus stands there, holding onto the stall for support, feeling something enormous. This is why. Not the commissions, not the legacy, not the model that's spreading or the students he's teaching. But this. One person carrying one small wooden object for 30 years because it reminded them they mattered. That's the point. That's always been the point. One small gesture, one moment of kindness, echoing through decades. Elizabeth finds him a few minutes later. "You okay?" she asks. "A woman just showed me a bird I carved 30 years ago," Klaus says. "She's been carrying it ever since." Elizabeth smiles. "That's what we make, not toys, reminders, small physical promises that they're not alone. We should put that in our mission statement. We should absolutely not do that. It's too sentimental." "Fair." They stand together, watching the market flow around them. And Klaus thinks, "I'm 55 years old. I've been doing this for 3 decades. I'm tired. I'm successful. I'm ready to slow down, but not to stop. Never to stop. Because there are still birds to carve. Still children who need reminding that they matter. Still people carrying small wooden promises through difficult lives. And as long as that's true, Klaus Liebermann will keep making things. Until his hands can't anymore. And even then, his students will continue. The work persists. The mission endures. One stubborn, beautiful, unnecessary wooden bird at a time. The year 1648 brings the miracle everyone stopped believing in. Peace. The Treaty of Westphalia is signed in October. After 30 years of war, the fighting stops. Not everywhere, not immediately, but officially, legally, bindingly. The war is over. Nuremberg celebrates. The whole city. Church bells ring for hours. People cry in the streets. Strangers embrace. It's chaos. Beautiful chaos. Klaus is 58. More than half his adult life was spent during the war. He barely remembers what peace feels like, but he's about to find out. The immediate aftermath is strange. The soldiers leave. The refugees begin returning home, those who still have homes. The economy lurches. Trade routes reopen. Everything shifts. Again, the workshop adapts. Again, they shift back toward toys, decorative pieces, beauty for its own sake. People are ready for joy now, ready to celebrate, ready to believe that life can be more than survival. Orders flood in, from across Germany, from Austria, from parts of France. Klaus's model has spread. And now with peace, it's flourishing. By 1649, there are 43 workshops in Central Europe, using the Art for Compassion model, 43 craftspeople creating beauty and funding charity simultaneously. It's become a movement, not organized, not centralized, but real. And Klaus, who started this by carving one illegal bird 34 years ago, watches it spread with amazement and humility. "You changed how people think about work," Elizabeth tells him. They're reviewing the annual summary. The numbers are staggering. The workshop produced over 5,000 pieces last year, distributed over 70,000 guilders to charitable work. "I didn't change anything," Klaus protests. "I just showed that it was possible." That's exactly how you change things, by demonstrating alternatives, by proving that another way works. Klaus looks at the numbers, at the lives touched, at the impact spreading far beyond Nuremberg. "I never intended this," he admits. "The best revolutions are accidental." Is that what this is, a revolution? Small R revolution, not overthrowing governments, just quietly reshaping how commerce works, how people think about purpose, how art relates to ethics. Klaus thinks about that. Revolution. He was arrested for sorcerous merriment. Now he's accidentally revolutionized craft economics. Life is strange. The year 1650 brings a milestone, Klaus's 60th birthday. Anna organizes a celebration, against Klaus's protests. He doesn't want a fuss. The celebration happens anyway. At the workshop, everyone invited, current team, former apprentices, students from the university, people whose lives intersected with Klaus's over 3 decades. The room is packed, over 100 people, craftsmen, artists, merchants, refugees who received toys 30 years ago. Greta, now 38, mother of 2, master toymaker, gives a speech. "Klaus Liebermann gave me a wooden bird when I was 7, she says. "It was illegal, unauthorized, potentially heretical." Laughter. "That bird changed my life. Not because it was particularly special, but because someone saw me. Someone cared enough to make something for me. Someone believed I deserved joy. She looks at Klaus. That's what Klaus does. He sees people. He reminds them they matter. And he does it through making beautiful, unnecessary things that turn out to be completely necessary. She raises a cup. To Klaus, who taught us that stubbornness is a virtue, that small gestures matter, that you can change the world with a carving knife and enough refusal to accept that suffering is inevitable. Everyone drinks. Then Elizabeth speaks, then Steiner, then Heinrich, then former students, then people Klaus barely remembers but who remember him. Story after story. Impact after impact. Lives changed by small wooden objects and the philosophy behind them. Klaus sits through it feeling overwhelmed, proud, embarrassed, grateful. When it's finally his turn to speak, he's not sure what to say. "I'm not good at speeches," he starts. "We know," someone shouts. Laughter. "I just wanted to make toys," Klaus continues. "That's all. I saw sad children and thought they deserve better. I saw December and thought this should sparkle. I saw rules and thought these don't make sense." He pauses. Everything that came after, the arrests, the commissions, the workshop, the models spreading, I didn't plan any of that. I just kept making things, and you all helped. You taught me. You challenged me. You made this possible. He looks around the room. So thank you. For 3 decades of partnership, for believing that small gestures matter, for proving that you can build a life around compassion and still survive. He raises his cup. To everyone here, to everyone who makes things, to everyone who believes the world can be better, to stubborn, relentless, impossible hope. They drink, they cheer, and Klaus feels something he hasn't felt in years. Complete contentment. Not because everything's perfect, but because he's exactly where he's supposed to be, surrounded by people he loves, doing work that matters, living fully. That's all anyone can ask for. Later that evening, after everyone has left, Klaus and Anna sit alone in the workshop. 60 years old, Anna says. How does it feel? Old, Klaus admits. My hands hurt constantly. My back aches. I get tired faster. But I'm not done yet. I still have things to make, things to teach. Years left, hopefully. What do you want to do with those years? Klaus thinks. Make beautiful things. Teach people who care. Spend time with you. Watch Greta's children grow up. See the model continue spreading. Live. That's a good list. It's enough. I don't need grand ambitions anymore. Just steady work and good company. Anna smiles. That sounds perfect. And it is. Perfect. The year 1652 brings news that Klaus is becoming a grandfather figure to dozens of children. Not literally. He and Anna have no biological children, but spiritually, practically, he's become a grandfather to every child apprenticed through the workshop. To Greta's children. To the children of former students. They call him Opa Klaus, Grandfather Klaus. He pretends to be annoyed. He's secretly delighted. These children, the next generation, they're growing up in peace. In a world where the Christ Kindles marked is normal, where toys are available, where the art for compassion model is established, they take it for granted. Which is perfect, because that means Klaus succeeded. He normalized something that was revolutionary, made the unusual usual. That's the best kind of change, the kind that becomes invisible because it's integrated. One afternoon, Greta brings her daughter, Anna, named after Klaus's wife, to the workshop. She's 5, curious, fearless. Opa Klaus, little Anna asks, why do you make toys? Klaus considers the question seriously. Why do you think I make them? Because they're fun? That's part of it. What else? The girl thinks. Because people need them. Getting warmer. Because you like making people happy. Yes, that's it exactly. I make toys because making people happy makes me happy. And when enough people are happy, the whole world gets a little bit better. Can I make toys too? Klaus looks at Greta, who nods. Yes, Klaus says. I'll teach you, just like I taught your mother. And he does. That afternoon, showing little Anna how to hold a carving knife, how to follow the grain of wood, how to see the object inside the raw material. She's terrible at it. Her first attempt looks like a deformed potato, but she's trying, and that's what matters. 3 generations. Klaus taught Greta. Greta is teaching her daughter, who will teach others. Infinite continuation, the work persisting, the mission spreading. That's legacy. Not what you do, but who you teach to continue after you're gone. The year 1654 brings the thing Klaus has been avoiding: serious health problems. His hands, they're developing arthritis, severe arthritis. Some days he can barely hold a carving knife. The pain is constant, debilitating. He tries to work through it, can't. Eventually admits defeat and sees a physician. "Your hands are worn out," the physician says bluntly. "Decades of repetitive motion. The joints are deteriorating. It'll only get worse." "Can you fix it?" "No, but I can manage the pain. Willow bark extract. Rest, heat therapy." Rest means stopping work. Yes. Klaus sits with that news for days. His hands. The things he's used to create everything, to build his life, to change the world, they're failing. He's 64. Not ancient by modern standards, but old enough in the 17th century. Old enough that his body is reminding him, "You're mortal. This ends." "What now?" Anna asks gently. They're sitting by the fire, Klaus's hands wrapped in warm cloth, the pain manageable, but present. "I don't know," Klaus admits. "My whole identity is making things. If I can't make things, who am I? You're Klaus Liebermann, teacher, innovator, husband, friend, person, but the making is one part of who you are, an important part, but not the whole." Klaus knows she's right, but it doesn't make it easier. For weeks he's depressed, grieving his hands, grieving the loss of what defined him. Then Greta visits. "Teach me your techniques," she says. "The advanced ones, the mechanical engineering. The things you've never written down because they're in your hands, not your head. Teach me while you still can." And Klaus realizes this is the next phase. He can't make things anymore, not like he used to, but he can teach. He can pass on knowledge. He can ensure the techniques survive. So he becomes a full-time teacher, not at the university, that's too formal, but in the workshop, sitting with apprentices, watching them work, guiding them verbally instead of demonstrating physically. It's frustrating. He wants to grab the tools, show them the right way, but he can't. So he learns to teach differently, with words instead of hands, with patience instead of demonstration, with trust instead of control, and discovers this is its own skill, its own art. Teaching isn't just showing someone what to do, it's helping them discover how to think, how to see problems, how to develop their own approach. Klaus becomes better at it than he expected. "You're a natural pedagogue," Elizabeth observes. "I'm a frustrated craftsman who can't use his hands anymore." "You're an educator who's finally accepting that knowledge transfer is as important as knowledge creation," Klaus grumbles. But she's right. By 1655, Klaus has trained 7 master-level craftspeople in advanced mechanical techniques. 3 of them surpass his own skill, which is exactly the point. You haven't truly taught someone until they exceed you. The year 1656 brings a visitor Klaus hasn't seen in 40 years, Albrecht Fink's grandson. Not Fink himself. He died in 1649, peacefully, having mellowed considerably in his final years. But his grandson, also named Albrecht, comes to the workshop. "My grandfather left me a letter," young Albrecht says, "to be delivered to you after his death." Klaus opens it. Fink's handwriting, shaky from age but clear. "Klaus Liebermann, if you're reading this, I'm dead." "Good. I was tired. I wanted to tell you you were right. About everything. About joy mattering, about compassion being practical, about rules being negotiable. I spent years fighting you, trying to maintain order, trying to control something I didn't understand. And I was wrong. You showed me that change doesn't have to be chaos, that innovation doesn't have to destroy structure, that new approaches can coexist with old systems. I'm grateful I lived long enough to understand that, to see what you built." To admit I was wrong. Keep making things, keep teaching, keep being stubborn. The world needs people like you. Albrecht Fink. Klaus reads it twice, then sets it down carefully. Your grandfather was a complicated man, Klaus tells young Albrecht. I know. He talked about you constantly in his final years, about the trials, about how he was wrong, about how you changed his mind. He changed mine too. He taught me that opposition isn't always bad. That resistance forces you to clarify what you believe, that enemies can become allies if both sides are willing to grow. Young Albrecht nods. He'd like that you said that. After he leaves, Klaus sits with the letter. Fink, his old enemy, his antagonist, the man who burned toys and held trials and tried to stop everything Klaus built. And in the end, an ally. Someone who admitted error. Someone who grew. That's rare, in any century. And it reminds Klaus, people are complicated. Capable of change, capable of surprising you. Write them off at your peril. The year 1658 brings Klaus's 70th birthday. 70. Ancient by 17th century standards. A miracle of survival. Anna is 64. Also ancient. Also miraculously alive. They celebrate quietly, just the two of them. A meal at home, wine, simple pleasures. We made it, Anna says. Made what? 70. Together. Through war and plague and everything else, we survived. We did more than survive. We lived. Yes. We did. They sit in comfortable silence. The kind couples develop after decades together, where words become optional. Klaus's hands hurt constantly now. The arthritis is severe. Some days he can't even hold a cup without help. But he can still think, still teach, still contribute. What do you want for this next decade? Anna asks. Assuming we get one. Assuming we do, Klaus says. I want to write things down. Document the techniques, the philosophy, the approach. Make sure it survives even after everyone who learned directly from me is gone. A book? Maybe. Or just detailed notes. Something future generations can reference. That's a good goal. What about you? What do you want? Anna thinks. More of this. More quiet evenings. More time with you. More painting. I want to create things just because I can. No commissions. No expectations. Just art for art's sake. That sounds perfect. And it is. They spend the next 2 years doing exactly that. Klaus dictating notes while apprentices write them down. Anna painting prolifically, both of them creating in their own ways. The notes become On the Art of Meaningful Making, a comprehensive manual documenting Klaus's techniques, philosophy, and business model. It's not published, printing is expensive and limited, but multiple hand-copied versions circulate through the craft community, referenced, studied, preserved, Klaus's knowledge, externalized, available to anyone who wants to learn. That's legacy, not fame, but accessibility. The year 1660 brings tragedy. Elizabeth dies, suddenly, a stroke. She's working one moment, gone the next. Klaus is devastated. Elizabeth wasn't just his partner, she was his equal. The person who made the last 35 years possible, who brought engineering rigor to his intuitive making, who managed what he couldn't, who challenged him constantly. And now she's gone. The funeral is enormous, even larger than Father Dietrich's. Elizabeth was beloved, respected, groundbreaking in ways Klaus never fully appreciated. A woman in a man's field, succeeding through sheer competence, refusing to accept limitations. Klaus delivers the eulogy through tears. Elizabeth Brenner proved something I didn't know needed proving, he says. That gender is irrelevant to genius. That skill transcends social categories. That the only thing that matters is, can you do the work? She could do the work, better than most of us. And she did it while fighting obstacles I never had to face, while proving every single day that she deserved to be here. His voice breaks. She was my partner, my friend, my equal. The workshop exists because she made it possible. The model works because she engineered it. Everything we've built has her fingerprints on it. Thank you, Elizabeth, for everything. For 35 years of partnership. For for showing me what collaboration means, for being brilliant and patient and relentlessly competent. I'll miss you, we all will." He sits down and grieves. After the funeral, Klaus considers retiring. Fully. Completely. He's 72. Elizabeth is gone. His hands barely work. What's the point of continuing? But then Greta reminds him. The workshop needs guidance, transition planning, making sure the next generation is ready. You can't leave yet. "I'm tired. I know. But 6 more months. Help us transition. Then you can rest." 6 months becomes a year, becomes 2 years, because there's always something else. Always another person to teach, another technique to document, another transition to manage. Klaus learns, retirement is a myth, not for people like him, not for people whose identity is woven into their work. You don't retire, you just shift what you contribute, how you participate. The making becomes teaching, the teaching becomes advising, the advising becomes just being present. Offering wisdom when asked. That's enough. That's a contribution. By 1664, Klaus is 76. Frail, moving slowly, but still present at the workshop, still teaching, still contributing what he can. His hands are useless now, gnarled and painful. He can't carve at all. But he can talk, can guide, can watch apprentices work and offer corrections. A little less pressure there. Follow the grain. See the bird inside the wood. You're just revealing it. The same advice he's given for 50 years. Still relevant, still valuable. One afternoon, little Anna, Greta's daughter, now 17, shows Klaus a piece she's working on. A mechanical bird, complex, ambitious, beautiful. "What do you think, Opa Klaus?" Klaus examines it. The design is elegant, more refined than anything he made at her age. "It's better than I could do," he admits. "That's not true." "It is. You've surpassed me. That's the point. Each generation should exceed the last. You're proof the system works." Anna beams, and Klaus feels something settle, a sense of completion, of mission accomplished. He's not just passing on techniques, he's passing on improvement, evolution, progress. The work isn't just continuing, it's advancing. That's all a teacher can hope for. The year 1665 brings Klaus's final project, a toy for Greta's grandson. Greta's daughter has had a son, named Klaus, after his great-grandfather figure. Little Klaus is 2 years old, curious, fearless. Reminds everyone of his namesake. "I want to make him something," Klaus tells Anna. "You can't carve anymore. I can direct. Greta can carve. I'll design. Together, we'll make something." It takes 6 months. Klaus designing verbally, Greta executing, back and forth, adjusting, refining. The result? A mechanical fox. Small, perfect for toddler hands. The tail moves when you press the ears. It's the last thing Klaus will ever make. Not with his hands, but with his mind, his knowledge. His 50 years of experience distilled into one small wooden object. They present it to little Klaus on his 2nd birthday. The boy's eyes go wide. He grabs the fox, presses the ears, watches the tail move. He laughs, pure, delighted toddler laughter, and Klaus, watching from his chair, too frail to stand for long now, feels tears on his face. This is the circle complete. He received nothing as a child, so he made things for children, taught others to make things. And now, 3 generations later, a child named Klaus is receiving a toy made under the guidance of the original Klaus. The chain continues. The work persists. The mission endures. One mechanical fox at a time. That evening, Klaus and Anna sit by the fire. "I'm ready," Klaus says quietly. "Ready for what?" "To stop. To rest. I've done what I came to do." Anna takes his hand, carefully. His hands hurt even from gentle touch now. "You've done more than you came to do," she says. "You've changed how people think, how they work, how they understand the relationship between art and compassion. I just made toys. You made a philosophy, a model, a movement. You made people believe that small gestures matter. Klaus is quiet. Then, will you be okay after you die? Eventually. Not at first, but eventually. I have decades of paintings to finish, Greta to annoy, great-grandchildren to spoil. I'll find my way. Good. That's good. They sit in silence. The fire crackling, the evening settling. And Klaus Liebermann, toymaker, teacher, innovator, history's first elf, feels something he hasn't felt in 76 years. Peace. Complete, total, unconditional peace. He's done his work, built his legacy, passed on his knowledge. The rest is just waiting. And that's okay. Everything ends. That's not sad. That's just true. What matters is what you do with the middle, the years between birth and death. And Klaus spent his making things, teaching people, proving that compassion is practical, that beauty matters, that one person can change the world through small, stubborn acts of creation. That's enough. That's more than enough. That's everything. Outside, winter wind rattles the windows. Inside, an old man and his wife sit by the fire. Tomorrow there will be more work, more teaching, more life. But tonight, there's just this: warmth and companionship and the quiet satisfaction of a life well lived. And sometimes, that's all you need. The year 1666 brings the thing everyone has been expecting but no one wants: Klaus Liebermann's final days. He's 78, ancient, a miracle of longevity in the 17th century. But miracles end. It starts in March, a fever, nothing serious at first, but it persists. And Klaus, whose body has been failing gradually for years, doesn't have the reserves to fight it. By April, he's bedridden. The physician is honest. There's nothing I can do. His body is simply tired. It's time. Anna refuses to accept this. She nurses him, sits by his bed, reads to him, holds his damaged hands. "You're not allowed to die yet," she tells him. "We have plans, things to do." Klaus smiles weakly. "What plans?" "I don't know. I'll think of something. But you can't leave me. Anna, love, I'm 78. I've had a good run. Not long enough. Longer than most. Longer than I expected. I've seen peace. I've seen the work continue. I've seen great-grandchildren. That's more than enough." Anna is crying now. "I'm not ready." "You're never ready. That's not how this works." Greta visits daily, brings her children, her grandchildren. The workshop team comes, former students, friends, everyone who's been part of Klaus's orbit. They sit with him, share memories, tell stories. Klaus listens, drifting in and out of consciousness, smiling at the good parts, the memories of building something that mattered. One afternoon, young Anna, now 18, a skilled toymaker in her own right, sits with him. "Opa Klaus," she says, "I finished my first mechanical piece, a dancing bear. It works, it's good." Klaus struggles to focus. "Show me." She demonstrates. The bear spins, raises its arms, moves smoothly. It's excellent. Professional level work from someone barely an adult. "You've surpassed me," Klaus whispers. "I learned from you." "You learned from yourself. I just gave you tools. You did the work." Young Anna is crying. "Thank you for teaching me, for believing in me, for showing me this was possible." Klaus touches her hand weakly. "Thank you for continuing, for making it better, for being proof that this works." She kisses his forehead and leaves. And Klaus thinks, yes, this is how it should end. Surrounded by people who'll continue, who will improve, who will carry the work forward. That's all anyone can hope for. In early May, Father Andreas, the current priest at St. Sebaldus, successor to Father Dietrich, visits to offer last rites. "I'm not particularly religious," Klaus reminds him. "I know, Father Dietrich warned me, but I'm offering anyway, just in case." Klaus almost laughs. "Fine, but make it quick, I'm tired." Andreas performs the ritual, anointing, prayer, blessing. When he's finished, he says, "Father Dietrich left notes about you. He believed you were doing God's work. even if you didn't believe in God. What did he say? That making beautiful things for no reason except to make people happy is the purest form of worship. That you were praying constantly. You just didn't call it prayer. Klaus thinks about that. Maybe he was right. He usually was. Annoyingly so. Andreas smiles. Rest well, Klaus. Your work is finished. Is it? The part you can do, the part others will do, continues. But your part, complete. Klaus nods. Good. I'm tired. On May 8th, 1666, Klaus has a surprisingly good day. The fever breaks slightly. His mind is clear. He can speak easily. Anna is there. Greta, young Anna, Heinrich, the core family. I want to tell you something, Klaus says. They gather close. I didn't plan any of this. The workshop, the model, the movement. I just carved a bird for a sad child. Everything else happened because I refused to stop. He pauses to catch his breath. That's the secret. There is no grand plan, no perfect strategy. Just small actions, repeated, stubbornly, until they accumulate into something larger. He looks at each of them. You don't need me to continue. You have the skills, the knowledge, the model. Just keep doing what you're doing. Keep making things. Keep teaching. Keep believing that small gestures matter. We will, Greta promises. And remember, it's okay to adapt, to change, to improve. Don't treat my approach as scripture. Treat it as a starting point. Make it better. Make it yours. They nod, crying. One more thing, Klaus says. Thank you, all of you, for making my life meaningful, for being partners, for continuing the work, for being proof that one stubborn person can make a difference. He's exhausted now, the effort of speaking taking everything. I love you all, he whispers. Now let me sleep. They stay with him, holding vigil, being present. Klaus drifts in and out, dreams mixing with memories. He dreams of the first bird he carved, of Greta's smile, of the trials, of Elizabeth's sharp competence, of Father Dietrich's wisdom, of Anna's love. He dreams of the cathedral sculpture, the Christmas markets, the refugees, the apprentices, 50 years of making things, of building, of creating. Not perfect years, not easy years, but meaningful years. Years that mattered. He dreams of the future he won't see, of young Anna becoming a master, of the model spreading further, of new innovations, new approaches, the work continuing, improving, growing. That's enough, that's everything. On May 9th, 1666, just after dawn, Klaus Liebermann dies, peacefully, surrounded by family. His last breath, a quiet sigh. He's 78 years old. He's been a toy maker for 52 years, and he's changed the world. Not dramatically, not in ways historians will trumpet, but quietly, persistently, through 50,000 small wooden objects and one stubborn belief that people deserve beauty, that joy matters, that compassion is practical. And that one person, armed with a carving knife and enough refusal to accept the status quo, can make a difference. One toy at a time. The funeral of Klaus Liebermann happens on May 12th, 1666, and becomes something no one expected. A celebration, not of death, of life, of impact, of legacy. The church is packed beyond capacity, people standing in the aisles, spilling outside. Over 300 people, which for a funeral in 1666 is extraordinary. Toy makers from across Bavaria, students from the university, refugees who received toys 50 years ago, guild masters, city council members, common laborers, everyone Klaus touched. The diversity is stunning, rich and poor, young and old, Catholic and Protestant, all gathered because a stubborn toy maker showed them that the world could be better. Greta delivers the primary eulogy. Klaus Liebermann gave me a wooden bird when I was 7, she begins. That sentence has defined my entire life. Everything I am. Everything I've built. It started with that bird. She pauses, composing herself. But Klaus didn't just give me a toy. He gave me permission. Permission to believe I mattered. Permission to imagine a different future. Permission to make things. And he gave that same permission to hundreds of people, thousands if you count everyone touched by the model he created. Permission to believe that work can be meaningful, that commerce can serve compassion, that art matters. She looks at the gathered crowd. Klaus would hate this eulogy. He'd say I'm over-romanticizing, that he just made toys, that there's nothing special about carving wood and giving it to children. But he was wrong. There is something special about it. There's something revolutionary about looking at suffering and saying no, about believing that joy is a necessity, not a luxury, about spending your life proving that small gestures accumulate into large changes. Her voice strengthens. Klaus Liebermann changed how we think about work, about craft, about the relationship between making things and making the world better. He proved that you don't have to choose between art and ethics, between profit and purpose, between surviving and living. You can do both. He showed us how. She finishes, tears streaming. Then young Anna speaks, then Heinrich, then former students, then refugees, then guild masters, story after story, life after life. Each one touched by one stubborn toymaker who refused to accept that December had to be grey. The burial is at the church cemetery. Simple grave, simple stone. The inscription reads, Klaus Liebermann, 1588-1666. He made things that mattered, nothing fancy, nothing elaborate, just truth. After the burial, people gather at the workshop. Food, drink, stories. It's half wake, half celebration. Mourning Klaus, celebrating what he built. Anna, Klaus's widow, moves through the crowd in a daze, accepting condolences, receiving embraces, trying to process that her husband of 30 years is gone. Later, when most people have left, she sits alone in the workshop. Klaus's space, his tools, his projects, still half finished, a mechanical owl he was designing before he got sick, instructions for a new type of joint mechanism, sketches for something ambitious he'd never explained, all abandoned, all unfinished. Anna touches his workbench. 50 years of use have worn grooves in the wood. Stains from spilled paint, burn marks from hot tools, evidence of a life fully lived. You did good, she whispers to the empty workshop. You did so good, Klaus. And she allows herself to cry, properly, for the first time since his death. Not just for losing him, but for the weight of carrying on without him, of figuring out how to be herself, not just his partner. She's 66, still relatively young, still capable of decades more life. But how do you rebuild after your partner is gone? After the person who defined your adult life disappears, she doesn't know. But she'll figure it out, because that's what Klaus taught her. You don't need perfect plans. You just need to keep moving forward, one small step at a time. The week after the funeral, the workshop team meets. Greta, young Anna, Heinrich, Georg, still working at 82, the old bastard. The core group. What now? Georg asks. We continue, Greta says firmly. That's what Klaus wanted. The work continues. Who leads? Heinrich asks. We all do, collectively. Klaus built this to survive him. We honor that by not replacing him, by leading as a team. It's unconventional. Guilds have masters. Workshops have owners. Hierarchies are normal. But Klaus's workshop was never normal. So they try something new. Collective leadership. 4 master craftspeople making decisions together. It's messy at first. Democracy usually is. They argue, disagree. Have to learn how to resolve conflicts without Klaus as referee. But gradually they find their rhythm, and the workshop continues. Within 6 months, they're operating at full capacity again. Within a year, they've trained 5 new apprentices. Within 2 years, they've opened a second location in Augsburg. The work persists. The model spreads. The mission endures, just as Klaus hoped. In December 1666, the Christkindlesmarkt runs as usual. It's been 50 years since Klaus hung his first star on the fountain. 50 years of December markets, of lights and joy and celebration. The market is larger than ever, permanent now, institutionalized, part of Nuremberg's identity. The workshop has its usual stall, but there's something new, a memorial corner, displaying Klaus's work, his early prototypes, his mechanical marvels, his simple birds, not for sale, just for viewing, for remembering. To Klaus Liebermann, who started this, the sign reads, "May we always remember that joy is worth fighting for." People stop, look, remember, or learn for the first time about the stubborn toymaker who changed everything. A child approaches Anna, Klaus's widow who's managing the memorial display. "Did you know him?" the boy asks. "The toymaker." "I did," Anna says. "I was married to him." "Was he really arrested for making toys?" "3 times. He kept doing it anyway." "Why?" Anna thinks about how to explain. "Because he believed that making people happy was more important than following rules. That sometimes you have to break small laws to serve bigger truths." The boy considers this. "That's brave." "Yes, it was. Very brave." The boy moves on, and Anna thinks, Klaus would love that. Being remembered not as perfect, but as brave, as someone who tried, who persisted, who refused to give up. That's the legacy. Not perfection, but persistence. The year 1667 brings something unexpected. Klaus's notes are compiled into a book, not by the workshop, by university scholars who recognize the value of documenting his approach. On the Art of Meaningful Making becomes one of the first practical philosophy texts of its kind. Not theoretical, not abstract, but grounded in actual practice, actual experience. It's not widely distributed. Printing is still limited. But within craft communities, it circulates, is copied, is referenced. Klaus's knowledge preserved, available to future generations. The book includes technical sections: how to carve, how to design mechanisms, how to balance form and function, but also philosophical sections: why making matters, how to integrate values into commerce, how to build systems that serve both profit and purpose. It becomes required reading in several craft apprenticeships. And slowly, Klaus's model spreads further, not just through direct teaching, but through written knowledge. Accessible to anyone willing to learn. By 1670, there are 27 workshops across the Holy Roman Empire using the Art for Compassion model. By 1675, 48. By 1680, over 70. It's become a movement, formalized, recognized, studied, all from one stubborn shoemaker's apprentice who carved an illegal bird 55 years earlier. Anna lives to see this. She's 76 in 1680, still painting, still active in the workshop, still telling stories about Klaus to anyone who'll listen. "He'd hate this," she tells Greta one afternoon. "They're in the workshop watching young apprentices work. All the formalization, the academic study. He just wanted to make toys." But that's how ideas spread, Greta says. She's 68 now, grey, moving slowly, but still carving, still teaching. You have to formalize them, make them transferable. Otherwise they die with their creator. I suppose, but it feels weird. Turning Klaus into a historical figure, he was just a person. He was never just a person. He was a person who changed things. That's different. Anna thinks about that. Maybe Greta's right. Maybe Klaus was never just a person. Maybe from the moment he carved that first bird, he became something larger. Not a saint, not a hero, just someone whose choices mattered beyond himself. And maybe that's okay. Maybe that's even good. Because if Klaus can become a symbol, then anyone can. Anyone can decide that small actions matter, that joy is worth pursuing, that the world can be better. That's the real legacy. Not what Klaus did, but what he proved was possible. That's what lasts. The year 1685 marks 50 years since Klaus's first arrest, half a century since a shoemaker's apprentice was dragged before a council for the crime of unauthorized joy. The workshop organizes a commemoration, not just for Klaus, but for the movement he started. They invite everyone. All 73 workshops using the Art for Compassion model representatives from craft guilds, university scholars, city officials. Over 200 people attend, from across Bavaria, from Austria, from parts of Switzerland and France, all connected by one idea, that making beautiful things can fund compassion, that commerce and ethics aren't opposites, that you can do well while doing good. Greta, now 73, ancient, still sharp, gives the opening address. 50 years ago, a young man carved a bird and gave it to me, she says. He was arrested, tried, nearly ruined, but he kept going, kept making things, kept believing that small gestures matter. Today, there are 73 workshops across Central Europe using his model, thousands of craftspeople, tens of thousands of objects created, hundreds of thousands of guilders distributed to charitable work. She pauses for effect. All because one stubborn person refused to accept that the world had to be terrible. The crowd murmurs appreciation. Klaus Liebermann didn't set out to change the world, Greta continues. He set out to make one child smile. Everything else was accumulation, one choice leading to another, one toy leading to a model, one model leading to a movement. That's how change actually happens, not through grand gestures, but through small ones, repeated, persistently, stubbornly. She looks around the room. We're here because Klaus proved something, that individual action matters, that you don't need to be powerful or wealthy or connected to make a difference. You just need to care, and to act, and to refuse to stop. Thank you all for carrying this forward, for making it better than Klaus could have imagined, for proving that his belief was justified. The rest of the commemoration is practical. Workshops sharing techniques, discussing challenges, coordinating efforts. The movement is maturing, becoming less personality-driven, more systematic, more sustainable, which is exactly what Klaus would have wanted. Anna, now 81, watches from a corner, too frail to participate actively, but present, witnessing. Young Anna, now 38, a master craftsperson, sits with her. He'd be proud, young Anna says. He'd be overwhelmed, Anna corrects, and probably annoyed at all the ceremony. But yes, proud. Do you miss him? Every day. But I've had 19 years to adjust. The grief is softer now, less immediate, just a constant awareness that someone's missing. How did you keep going after he died? Anna thinks. I painted. I stayed involved with the workshop. I reminded myself that grieving is allowed, but so is living. That honoring Klaus meant continuing his belief that life is worth fully experiencing. She touches young Anna's hand. You'll understand someday. When you lose someone you love, you don't get over it. You get through it, and eventually the getting through becomes the new normal. Young Anna nods. They sit together, watching the commemoration unfold, watching Klaus's legacy continue spreading, watching the work persist. And Anna, Klaus's widow, his partner, his love, feels something settle. He's gone, but what he built remains, stronger than ever, evolving beyond his original vision. That's all anyone can hope for, to plant seeds that grow larger than you expected. To start something that continues without you. Klaus did that, abundantly, and now she can rest, can finish her life knowing that his work succeeded, that his belief was vindicated, that his stubborn refusal to accept suffering as inevitable actually mattered. The year 1690 brings Anna's death. She's 86, has lived 24 years past Klaus, long enough to see the movement fully established, long enough to ensure it would survive. She dies painting, in her studio, brush in hand, creating until the very end. They bury her next to Klaus, same cemetery, adjacent plots. The inscription on her stone reads, Anna Liebermann, 1594-1690, she painted light into darkness. At the funeral, young Anna, now 43, preparing to take over full leadership of the workshop, speaks. Anna Liebermann was more than Klaus's wife, young Anna says. She was an artist, a partner, a force. She created prolifically. She supported unconditionally. She reminded everyone around her that creativity is its own form of resistance. She taught me that you can be soft and strong simultaneously, that art doesn't have to be loud to be powerful, That quiet persistence is its own kind of revolution. The funeral is smaller than Klaus's. Anna was less publicly known, but the people who attend understand her impact. She didn't just support Klaus, she enabled him, she balanced him. She made the work sustainable by reminding him that humans need more than mission. They need rest and beauty and connection. Without Anna, Klaus would have burned out decades earlier. Without her steady presence, the workshop might have collapsed. She was the foundation no one saw because foundations are underground, but essential nonetheless. After the burial, the workshop team gathers. "We're the last generation with direct connection to Klaus," Greta says. She's 78 now. Not long for this world. "We need to ensure the next generation understands not just the methods but the philosophy." "How?" Georg asks. He's 97. A miracle. Still hobbling into the workshop occasionally, stubbornly refusing to fully retire. "We document everything," young Anna says. "Not just techniques, but stories. Context. The why behind the what. We create an institutional memory that survives us." And they do. They spend the next 5 years interviewing each other, recording memories, writing down stories, creating a comprehensive history of the movement. From Klaus's first bird to the 73 workshops to the thousands of lives touched. It becomes the Liebermann legacy, a combination, history, philosophy, and practical guide, published in 1695. One of the early printed books dedicated to craft philosophy. It spreads, widely, becomes essential reading for craftspeople across Europe. And Klaus's story, the stubborn toymaker who refused to accept that joy was optional, becomes legend, not myth, legend, based in fact, but elevated to symbol. The story of one person proving that individual action matters, that small gestures accumulate, that the world can be changed one wooden bird at a time. By 1700, Klaus Liebermann is a historical figure, studied by scholars, referenced by craftspeople, cited in discussions about economic ethics and craft philosophy. The man becomes the myth. The myth becomes the lesson, and the lesson spreads far beyond what Klaus could have imagined. Greta dies in 1698 at 86, the last person alive who received that first illegal bird, the last direct connection to the very beginning. Her funeral is enormous. She's outlived Klaus by 32 years, long enough to see the movement she helped build become permanent, long enough to train 3 generations of toy makers. Young Anna, now 51 and really not that young anymore, delivers the eulogy. Greta Hoffmann carried Klaus's first bird for 78 years, she says, from age 7 to 85, through everything, war, peace, joy, suffering. That bird was her talisman, her reminder that someone cared. She showed us what legacy really means, not monuments, not institutions, but carrying forward what you were given, making it better, passing it on. Greta took that first bird and became a toy maker. She took Klaus's lessons and improved them. She took his philosophy and expanded it. She made everything better by being part of it. Young Anna's voice trembles. And now she's gone, the last link to the absolute beginning. The last person who could say, "I was there, I remember, I received that first gift." But what she carried, what Klaus gave her, that continues. In me, in everyone she taught, in the 73 workshops, in the thousands of toys being made right now by people who never met Klaus or Greta, but carry their belief forward anyway. That's immortality, not living forever, but planting seeds that keep growing. The crowd is silent, grieving, but also aware that an era is ending. The founding generation is gone. Klaus, Anna, Elizabeth, Father Dietrich, Albrecht Fink, Greta, all dead. The movement is now in the hands of people who never met the founder, who only know him through stories and books and accumulated tradition. That's both terrifying and necessary, because movements that depend on charismatic founders die when the founders die. But movements built on principles, on transferable knowledge, on institutional memory, those can survive anything. Klaus built the second kind, accidentally, but effectively, and so the work continues. The year 1710 marks 75 years since Klaus's first arrest. The workshop holds another commemoration. Smaller this time, just the core team and a few invited guests. Young Anna, now 63, graying, slowing down, reflects on how much has changed. "When I was a child," she says, "Klaus was just Opa Klaus, the old man who taught me to carve. I didn't understand what he'd built, what he represented. Now I'm older than he was when he taught me, and I finally understand. He wasn't teaching me to carve, he was teaching me to see suffering and respond with creation. To see limitation and respond with imagination. To see the world and believe it could be better." She pauses. The toy making was just the method. The real lesson was about agency, about believing that individual action matters, that you don't have to accept the world as it is, that you can make things literally and figuratively that change reality. She looks around the workshop, at tools she's used for 40 years, at apprentices learning techniques Klaus developed, at the entire ecosystem that emerged from one stubborn choice. "We're 75 years past that first bird," she says, "and the work continues. Not because Klaus was special, but because the idea was right. Because people want to believe that their work can matter, that commerce can serve more than profit, that art can be both beautiful and useful. Thank you all for carrying this forward, for making it yours, for proving that Klaus was right." The commemoration ends quietly. No grand speeches, no elaborate ceremony, just craftspeople acknowledging a history they're part of, a tradition they're continuing, a belief they're keeping alive. That's enough. That's always been enough. By 1720, there are over 100 workshops using the Art for Compassion model. The movement has spread beyond Bavaria, beyond German-speaking regions, into France, into the Low Countries, into parts of Scandinavia. It's become a recognized approach, not revolutionary anymore, just an accepted option, which is perfect, because Klaus never wanted revolution. He wanted normalization. He wanted joy to be so common that no one thought to arrest people for creating it. And slowly, imperfectly, that's happening. Young Anna dies in 1725 at 78, the last person directly trained by Klaus, the last connection to the first generation. Her funeral is well attended, but not enormous. She's not famous outside craft circles, but within them, she's revered. The woman who carried Klaus's teaching forward, who improved it, who trained the third generation, who ensured continuity. Her apprentices, now masters themselves, continue the work, and the chain persists, unbroken. Klaus to Greta, Greta to young Anna to her apprentices, on and on. Each link carrying the belief forward, each generation making it their own. That's how ideas survive, not through preservation, but through evolution. Through each generation, taking what they inherited and making it better. The year 1750 marks 100 years since Klaus began making toys professionally. A century, an entire lifetime, 2 lifetimes. And the movement is stronger than ever. There are now 214 workshops using the Art for Compassion model across Europe, some in the Americas. Wherever European craftspeople have settled, Klaus's approach has followed. It's no longer called the Liebermann method. It's just called ethical craft, or compassionate commerce, or a dozen other names. The man has been absorbed into the practice, the individual into the idea, which is exactly what Klaus would have wanted. He never sought fame. He sought impact, and impact is what he got. The centennial commemoration happens in Nuremberg, at the church where Klaus is buried, at the workshop he founded. Scholars attend, craftspeople from across Europe, government officials, church leaders. The movement has become respectable, institutionalized, part of the establishment, which is both success and betrayal, because Klaus was anti-establishment. He challenged systems, he broke rules, but his success normalized what was revolutionary, made the rebellious respectable. That's the paradox of effective change. If you succeed, you become what you fought against, you become the establishment. The key is whether the establishment you create is better than what came before. And in Klaus's case it is. demonstrably, measurably. The Art for Compassion model has distributed millions of guilders to charitable work over a century, has provided livelihoods for thousands of craftspeople, has created beauty while serving compassion. That's not perfect, but it's better. And better is what matters. At the centennial, a statue is unveiled, Klaus Liebermann, in the main square. Where the Schöner still stands, now 200 years old and still decorated every Christmas, the statue shows Klaus carving, young, focused, creating. The inscription reads, Klaus Liebermann, 1588-1666, who proved that small gestures matter. It's a good statue, well crafted, dignified. Klaus would have hated it, but that's the price of becoming history. You lose control of your narrative. You become what others need you to be. And what people need Klaus to be in 1750 is proof that individual action matters, that one person can change systems, that stubbornness in service of compassion is worthwhile. So that's what he becomes. The statue stands. People walk past it daily. Most don't know the full story. They just know. Toymaker. Did something important. Long time ago. That's enough. You don't need everyone to understand. You just need the idea to persist. The year 1766 marks 200 years since Klaus's death. The bicentennial is quieter than the centennial. Klaus is now ancient history. Multiple generations removed, a historical figure studied in schools. The workshop still operates. 8th generation of leadership now. None of them met anyone who met Klaus. He's pure history to them. But they carry the mission forward because it's institutionalized, because it's their identity, because it works. The Art for Compassion model is now taught in universities, written about in books, analyzed by economists and ethicists. Klaus Liebermann appears in textbooks, usually just a paragraph, sometimes a whole chapter, always as the founder of ethical craft theory. His story has been simplified, streamlined, made pedagogically useful. The arrests become a single event. The trials collapse into one narrative. The complicated middle years are reduced to developed his model. History does this, simplifies, because complexity doesn't fit in textbooks. But the core truth remains. One person stubbornly making toys proved that commerce and compassion can coexist. That truth echoes through 2 centuries and will echo through more. The year 1788 marks 200 years since Klaus's birth. By now he's legend. The details are fuzzy. The man has become myth. Stories about him have grown, embellished. Some true, some probable, some certainly false. There's a story that he carved 1,000 birds in one night to supply an orphanage. Not true. Physically impossible. There's a story that he refused a commission from the emperor himself to stay focused on toys for poor children. Also not true. He never received such a commission. There's a story that his mechanical sculptures could perform miracles, that children prayed to them and were healed. Definitely not true, and Klaus would have been horrified by the implication. But myths serve truth even when they're not factual. They carry meaning. They transmit values. And the Klaus Liebermann myth transmits this. Care more about impact than recognition. Persist when everyone says you're wrong. Build systems that serve people, not just profit. Those truths matter more than factual accuracy. So the myths spread, and the man behind them fades. And that's okay, because Klaus never wanted to be remembered. He wanted the work to continue, and it does. 200 years later, still continuing. The year 1800 brings something Klaus never anticipated, the Industrial Revolution reaching Germany. Factories, mass production, machines doing what craftspeople used to do. The Art for Compassion workshops face their biggest challenge, how to adapt when craftsmanship itself is becoming obsolete. Some workshops resist, insist on handcrafting, maintain traditional methods. They struggle, can't compete with factory prices, slowly decline. Other workshops adapt. They use some machines. They maintain craft for special pieces, but accept industrial methods for basic production. They survive, thrive even, by finding balance between tradition and innovation. It's what Klaus would have done. He was never a purist. He was a pragmatist. He cared about impact, not method. If machines can produce toys more efficiently, freeing up human labor for creative work, he'd embrace that. The key is maintaining the mission, that commerce serves something beyond profit. That business has social responsibility. That success means creating value for everyone, not just shareholders. As long as that core remains, the method can evolve. By 1850, the workshop in Nuremberg has adapted. It's half factory, half traditional craft studio. Mass-produced basics fund handcrafted masterpieces. Machine efficiency enables human creativity. It's not pure. It's not Klaus's original vision. But it works. And it maintains the mission. That's what matters. Not perfection. But persistence, not purity, but purpose. The work continues, different from Klaus's time, but continuous with his values. The year 1888 marks 200 years since Klaus's birth and 300 years since the original inspiration. By now, Klaus Liebermann is firmly historical, a figure from the distant past, pre-industrial, pre-modern, almost medieval. But his influence persists. The concept of ethical business, that companies should serve social good, is now mainstream. Not universally practiced, but universally understood. Klaus didn't invent that alone, many people contributed, but he was early, he was systematic, he proved it could work, and that proof echoes through centuries, inspiring others, providing precedent, showing that another way is possible. The Nuremberg workshop still operates, 10th generation now, barely recognizable from Klaus's original setup, but still committed to the art for compassion model. Still funding charitable work through commercial art, still proving that profit and purpose aren't opposites. Klaus's grave is now a historical site. Tourists visit, leave flowers, take pictures. He's become what he never wanted, famous, a symbol, a historical attraction. But the work, the actual work of making things that matter, continues beyond his fame, beyond his symbol, beyond his story. And that's what he would have wanted, not to be remembered, but for the mission to persist. One toy at a time, one workshop at a time, one generation at a time, forever. The year 1914 brings another war, World War I, the war that was supposed to end all wars but doesn't. The workshop survives, barely. Germany is devastated, resources scarce, everything rationed. But the mission persists, because it's needed more than ever. During war, people need reminders that humanity still exists, that compassion hasn't died, that someone still cares. The workshop shifts production. No luxury items, just necessities, simple toys for children, comfort objects for soldiers, small wooden reminders that beauty persists. They lose money, survive on savings and donations, barely make it through. But they make it through because the mission matters more than profit, because some things are worth preserving even at cost, because Klaus Liebermann proved 300 years ago that stubbornness in service of something good is its own reward. The year 1918 brings peace and devastation. Germany has lost. The economy collapses. Hyperinflation destroys savings. The workshop nearly closes, multiple times. Only survives through sheer determination and community support. People remember what Klaus built, what it represents, and they rally, donate, volunteer, support. Because the workshop isn't just a business, it's a symbol, a reminder that people once believed in something better, and if they believed it once, maybe they can believe it again. By 1920, the workshop stabilizes. The economy begins recovering, slowly, painfully, but recovering, and the workshop grows with it, adapting, evolving, finding new ways to serve the mission. They start making children's furniture, educational toys, items that combine function and beauty, that serve both practical needs and aesthetic needs. It's not what Klaus did, but it's what Klaus would do if he were alive in 1920. Adapt, evolve, stay relevant, but never abandon the core mission. The year 1933 brings darkness. The Nazis rise to power. The workshop faces impossible choices. The regime wants control, wants everything to serve the state. wants art to be propaganda. The workshop leadership debates: do we close? Do we compromise? Do we resist? They choose resistance, quiet resistance, not dramatic, not suicidal, but firm. They refuse to make propaganda, refuse to exclude Jewish craftspeople, refuse to compromise the mission. It's dangerous. Several workshop leaders are arrested, questioned, threatened, but they persist because Klaus Liebermann was arrested 3 times for making toys. If he could face that, they can face this. The workshop survives the Nazi years by being strategic. They make enough acceptable products to avoid total shutdown, but they never fully comply, never fully surrender. They hide Jewish apprentices. They funnel money to resistance efforts. They use their business as cover for underground networks. Small resistance, quiet resistance, but resistance nonetheless, because that's what the workshop has always been. Stubborn refusal to accept that cruelty is inevitable. The year 1945 brings liberation and devastation. Nuremberg is destroyed, bombed repeatedly. The workshop building is rubble, but the mission survives. Because missions don't live in buildings, they live in people. The surviving workshop members meet in a basement. They have nothing, no tools, no materials, no money. But they have the mission, and the knowledge, and the stubborn belief that the work matters. What would Klaus do, someone asks, and they all know the answer. He'd start over, with scraps, with nothing, with just his hands and his stubborn belief that making things matters. So they start over. They scavenge materials from destroyed buildings. They improvise tools. They work in basements and ruins, and they make toys. Simple toys, for children who've lost everything. For families trying to rebuild, the toys aren't beautiful, aren't sophisticated, but they exist, they represent hope. They prove that someone still cares. That's enough. That's always been enough. By 1950, the workshop has a building again. Nothing fancy, but functional. And they're producing toys again, and furniture, and art. The mission continues through war, through destruction, through everything. Because Klaus Liebermann proved 400 years ago that stubbornness is its own kind of grace. The year 1966 marks 300 years since Klaus's death. The tricentennial commemoration is enormous, international. Klaus Liebermann is now globally recognized, his story taught in business schools, his model studied by economists. He's become what no 17th century toymaker should become: influential, historically significant, part of the canon. Books have been written about him, plays, even a film, terrible, completely inaccurate but well-meaning. The workshop is now a registered historical site, protected, preserved, institutionalized, which is both success and failure, because institutionalization calcifies, turns living movements into museums. But the current workshop leadership is aware of this danger. They work to stay relevant, to keep evolving, to honor Klaus not by preserving his exact methods, but by embodying his spirit. The tricentennial includes a major announcement. The workshop is expanding internationally, opening locations in 10 countries, spreading the model globally. It's ambitious, possibly over-ambitious. But Klaus was always over-ambitious. That was his defining trait. So they try. Because trying is what matters, not succeeding, just trying. The year 1988 marks 400 years since Klaus's birth. By now, he's ancient history. Multiple technological revolutions have passed. The world he knew is completely gone, but his idea persists, adapted, evolved, changed beyond recognition, but continuous. There are now over 500 businesses worldwide using the Art for Compassion model, or variations of it, or inspired by versions. Not all call it that. Most don't even know Klaus's name, they just know you can run a business that serves social good. You can profit while providing purpose. That knowledge, that simple revolutionary knowledge, echoes through 4 centuries, and it started with one illegal bird, one stubborn toymaker, one refusal to accept that suffering was inevitable. That's legacy, not fame, not statues, not textbooks, but ideas, spreading, evolving, persisting, changing the world one small action at a time, forever. The year 2003 brings something Klaus never could have imagined, a Hollywood movie, Elf, starring Will Ferrell. About a human raised by elves who returns to New York City and spreads Christmas joy. It's not about Klaus, not explicitly, not intentionally, but the spirit is there. The belief that joy matters, that Christmas should sparkle, that one person can make a difference through stubborn, relentless optimism. Film historians will later note the parallels, the arrested for spreading cheer narrative, the believing in Christmas magic theme, the one person against the system arc. Whether the filmmakers knew Klaus's story is debatable, but they tapped into the same archetype, the same belief, that spreading joy is valuable, that believing in better is worthwhile, that stubbornness in service of happiness matters. 400 years after Klaus carved his first bird, his story still resonates, not as direct influence, but as eternal truth. Some truths don't age, they just keep being true, in new contexts, new languages, new media, but the same core: people deserve joy, and someone needs to provide it. The year 2012 marks 400 years since the first Christkindls marked. Nuremberg celebrates. The Christmas market is now one of the most famous in the world. Millions of visitors annually. Global brand. And it started with Klaus Liebermann hanging one wooden star on a fountain. The anniversary celebration includes historical exhibits, documenting the market's evolution. Klaus features prominently. They've recreated his original workshop, hired historical reenactors, let visitors try carving simple toys. It's educational, engaging, slightly sanitized. They don't emphasize the arrests or the burned toys or the trials. But it preserves the story, keeps it alive for new generations. Young people learn that the Christmas market, this thing they take for granted, was once illegal, was once revolutionary, was once a radical act of stubborn joy. And maybe, hopefully, some of them internalize that lesson. That what seems normal now was once impossible, that someone had to fight for it, that nothing is inevitable, that you can change things, if you're willing to be stubborn enough. The workshop still operates in Nuremberg, not the original building that's been destroyed and rebuilt multiple times, but the same location, the same mission. Now it's mostly a historical attraction. They still make toys, but it's small scale, artisanal, for tourists and collectors. The real work, the scaled version of Klaus's mission, happens globally, through the 500+ businesses using the model, but the Nuremberg workshop remains the symbolic heart, the place people visit to connect with the origin story, to stand where Klaus stood, to touch the tools, replicas, to feel connected to something larger than themselves. Pilgrimage, essentially, for people who believe in ethical business, in compassionate commerce, in the possibility of doing good while doing well. The year 2025 marks 413 years since Klaus's death. By now he's thoroughly historical, pre-industrial, pre-modern, pre-everything. But his influence persists, mutated, evolved, adapted. The ethical business movement, now mainstream in many industries, owes him a debt. Not exclusive. Many people contributed. But Klaus was early, was systematic, was successful. And success creates precedent. Precedent creates possibility. Possibility creates movements. The Nuremberg Christmas market still runs, larger than ever. Now with corporate sponsors and international media coverage and TikTok influencers, Klaus would find this hilarious and horrifying in equal measure. But the core remains. December sparkles. Winter isn't only suffering. People gather to celebrate, to buy beautiful things, to drink mulled wine and feel connected. That happened because Klaus Liebermann refused to accept that it couldn't. The workshop in Nuremberg displays Klaus's first bird, the one he gave to Greta, donated by her descendants in 1898, preserved carefully ever since. It sits in a climate-controlled case, under glass, with explanatory placards in 6 languages. The bird is tiny, worn, barely recognizable as a bird anymore. But people stand in front of it, staring, feeling something, because this is where it started. This small, illegal, forgotten object that changed everything. Not through magic. Not through miracles. Just through one person seeing suffering and responding with creation. That's all it ever was. All it ever needed to be. One wooden bird, given freely to someone who needed it. And from that one small gesture, everything else followed. The arrests, the trials, the workshop, the model, the movement, the 500 businesses, the Christmas markets, the ethical business theories, the textbooks, the movies. All from one bird. All from one person deciding, no. This isn't good enough. People deserve better. And then making it better. One carved piece of wood at a time. That's the story. That's the legacy. Not Klaus Liebermann, the historical figure. Not the statue or the textbooks or the museum exhibits. But Klaus Liebermann, the example. The proof of concept. The demonstration that individual action matters. That you don't need to be powerful. Don't need to be wealthy. Don't need to be special. You just need to care, and to act, and to refuse to stop. Even when arrested, even when opposed, even when everyone says it's impossible, you keep making things, keep believing things, keep trying things, and eventually, maybe not in your lifetime, maybe not in ways you recognize, the world changes. One small gesture at a time, one wooden bird at a time, one stubborn act of creation at a time. Forever. The year is Monday, October 20th, 2025. You're reading this on a screen, or listening to it, in a world Klaus Liebermann couldn't have imagined. A world with electricity, with internet, with AI writing his story 400 years after his death. But here's what hasn't changed. People still suffer, still feel alone, still wonder if their lives matter. And people still need reminders that they're seen, that they matter, that someone cares. That's what Klaus understood, not intellectually, instinctively. The need for small gestures, for unnecessary beauty, for objects that serve no practical purpose except to say, I made this for you. You matter. That need is eternal, unchanging, as relevant in 2025 as it was in 1611, maybe more relevant. Because in a world of mass production and algorithmic recommendation and infinite digital content, handmade gestures matter even more. The fact that someone took time, made something physical, created something that exists in 3 dimensions and can be touched and held. That's radical now, in a way Klaus never intended, but would recognize. The Nuremberg Christkindlesmarkt opens in 39 days. It will run from November 29, 2025 to December 24, 2025. Same as it has for over 400 years. Millions will attend. They'll buy toys and ornaments and gingerbread. They'll drink mulled wine and feel festive. They'll take selfies and post them online. Most won't think about Klaus Liebermann, won't know his name. Won't understand that this entire experience, this expectation that December should sparkle, started with one illegal bird. And that's okay. That's perfect, actually, because Klaus never wanted recognition. He wanted impact. He wanted December to sparkle. And it does. He wanted children to have toys, and they do. He wanted people to believe that joy was possible even in darkness. And they do. Mission accomplished. 400 years later, still accomplished. But here's the thing about Klaus's story. It's not finished. Because the mission isn't just make Christmas nice. The mission is prove that individual action matters. And that mission is never complete, because every generation faces it anew. Every generation has to decide, will I accept the world as it is, or will I try to make it better? Will I follow the rules, or will I question which rules actually serve people? Will I prioritize safety, or will I risk something for the possibility of improvement? Those questions don't have permanent answers. Each person decides, each generation decides, each moment decides. Klaus decided, I'll make toys, even if it's illegal, even if I'm arrested, even if everyone says it's impossible. And that decision, repeated stubbornly for 50 years, changed the world. Not perfectly, not completely, but measurably, demonstrably. So here's the question for you. What's your illegal bird? What's the thing you see that needs changing? The small injustice, the unnecessary suffering, the rule that doesn't make sense. What's the gesture you could make? The thing you could create, the kindness you could offer, the system you could challenge, not dramatically, not revolutionarily. Just persistently, stubbornly, one small action at a time. Because Klaus Liebermann proves something eternal. You don't need to change everything. You just need to change something. You don't need to be powerful. You just need to be persistent. You don't need a perfect plan. You just need to start and then keep going. Keep making things, keep believing things, keep trying things, even when arrested, even when opposed, even when exhausted. Because the alternative, accepting that suffering is inevitable, that joy is optional, that individual action doesn't matter, is unacceptable. Klaus refused that alternative for 50 years, through everything, and the world changed. Not because he was special, but because he refused to stop. That refusal is available to everyone, including you. You can refuse to accept that things have to be this way. You can refuse to believe that you're powerless. You can refuse to stop trying. And maybe, possibly, probably the world will change. A little bit. In ways you might never see, in ways you might never know, but it will change. Because you changed it. One small gesture at a time. One wooden bird at a time. One stubborn act of creation at a time. That's the story of Klaus Liebermann. Not the historical figure, not the statue or the textbooks or the Christmas markets, but the idea. The eternal, unchanging, always relevant idea. That one person armed with stubborn compassion and refusal to accept the status quo can make a difference. Not by being extraordinary, but by being persistent. Not by doing everything, but by doing something. Not by having all the answers, but by asking better questions. And then acting, always acting. Small actions, daily actions, actions that accumulate into movements that change the world. 413 years after Klaus Liebermann died, that lesson remains true. One person can matter. One gesture can spread. One small act of creation can change everything. So go make something. Give it to someone who needs it and see what happens. You might get arrested, you might be opposed, you might fail, or you might just possibly start something that echoes through centuries, something that makes the world slightly less terrible. Something that proves once again that stubbornness in service of compassion is its own kind of grace. That's the lesson. That's the legacy. That's the story of the first elf. Not Santa Claus, not Tolkien, not corporate mascots, but Klaus Liebermann, shoemaker's apprentice, toymaker, troublemaker. The man who proved that joy is worth fighting for, that December should sparkle, that suffering isn't mandatory. And that one person with a carving knife and enough refusal to accept the world as it is can change everything, one wooden bird at a time, forever.